Court of Appeals in Warsaw, while still maintaining a private legal practice. From 1927 until 1935, he served as the secretary of the Committee on the Codification of the Laws of the Polish Republic. In 1933, Lemkin planned to attend the meeting of the League of Nations in Madrid, to present a proposal outlawing the twin crimes of vandalism, for him, the destruction not only of property but of culture, and barbarism, the destruction of persons. Though his material was sent on ahead, Lemkin himself was prevented from attending the meeting at the last moment, because his superiors viewed his intentions as a Jewish agenda item, a reflection of the anti-Semitic editorials which had begun appearing in the leading newspaper, the Warsaw Gazette, directed toward him and his proposal. With the outbreak of World War II, Lemkin joined the Polish underground, finally escaping to the United States in 1941. During the war years, he taught law first at Duke University and later at Yale University, served as an advisor to both the War Department and the Board of Economic Warfare, and later advised Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson at the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, Germany. Prior to this last service, he published what is ostensibly his magnum opus, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, Laws of Occupation, Analysis of Government, Proposals for Redress, Lemkin, 1944. When the war ended, Lemkin continued his academic work, but increasingly devoted himself to lobbying for the passage of a genocide resolution by the nascent United Nations. 1 With the help of then President of the General Assembly, Herbert V. Evatt of Australia, and due to Lemkin's relentless letter-writing campaign, articles, speeches, and drafting of documents, the Genocide Convention, as it is now popularly called, was passed in December 1948. Lemkin would then devote the remaining 11 years of his life seeking unsuccessfully to secure the convention's passage and ratification by the United States. LeBlanc, 1991. Lemkin died in 1959, alone, financially strapped, mourned by very few, and saddened by the failure of his beloved adopted country to ratify the convention after the initial support offered it by then-President Harry S. Truman. Salient facts about Axis rule in occupied Europe. Other than Axis rule in occupied Europe, Lemkin's own efforts to secure publication of his several book-length manuscripts met with failure. The reason repeatedly given for such rejections was both a lack of interest in the topic itself and the absence of a large enough audience to make publication economically viable. 2 Axis rule in occupied Europe thus remains his masterwork. It is a massive tome of 674 pages, divided into 3 parts, I. German Techniques of Occupation, 2. The Occupied Countries, and 3. Laws of Occupation, Statutes, Decrees, and other documents. Of greatest relevance here is Chapter 9, Genocide, which is discussed in detail below. In the preface to the volume, Lemkin draws his readers' attention to this central concept. The practice of extermination of nations and ethnic groups as carried out by the invaders is called by the author genocide, a term deriving from the Greek word genos, tribe, race, and the Latin side, by way of analogy, see homicide, fratricide, and is treated in a chapter under the same name. Genocide is effected through a synchronized attack on different aspects of life of the captive peoples, in the political field, by destroying institutions of self-government, a German pattern of administration, and through colonization by Germans, in the social field, by disrupting the social cohesion of the nation involved and killing or removing elements such as the intelligentsia, which provides spiritual leadership, according to Hitler's statement in Mein Kampf, the greatest of spirits can be liquidated if its bearer is beaten to death with a rubber truncheon. In the cultural field, by prohibiting or destroying cultural institutions and cultural activities, by substituting vocational education for education in the liberal arts, in order to prevent humanistic thinking. In the economic field, by shifting the wealth to Germans and by prohibiting the exercise of trades and occupations by people who do not promote Germanism without reservations. In the biological field, by a policy of depopulation and by promoting procreation by Germans in the occupied countries. In the field of physical existence, by introducing a starvation rationing system for non-Germans and by mass killings, mainly of Jews, Poles, Slovenes, and Russians, in the religious field, by interfering with the activities of the Church, which in many countries provides not only spiritual but also national leadership, in the field of morality, by attempts to create an atmosphere of moral debasement through promoting pornographic publications and motion pictures, and the excessive consumption of alcohol. Lemkin, 1944, 11-12. In the chapter on genocide, Lemkin defends his deployment of a new term and new conception for destruction of nations. By genocide we mean the destruction of a nation or of an ethnic group. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be disintegration of the political and social institutions of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of the personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. Genocide has two phases: 1. Destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group, the other the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made upon the oppressed population which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone, after removal of the population and the colonization of the area by the oppressor's own nationals. Lemkin, 1944, 79, 3. He then proceeds to explore techniques of genocide in various fields, 82 to 90: political, social, cultural, economic, physical, racial discrimination in feeding, endangering of health, mass killings, religious, and moral. He concludes the chapter with his recommendations for the future, calling for an international multilateral treaty to provide for the introduction, not only in the Constitution but also in the criminal code of each country, of provisions protecting minority groups from oppression because of their nationhood, religion, or race. Each criminal code should have provisions inflicting penalties for genocide practice, with the perpetrator of such genocidal crimes liable to trial not only in the country in which he committed the crime, but also, in the event of his escape therefrom, in any other country in which he might have taken refuge. Lemkin, 1944, 93-4. The remainder of this chapter will explore the application of Lemkin's theoretical and juridical framework to the case of Henry Kissinger. We first present the indictment of Kissinger offered by Christopher Hitchens, 2001A, 2001B, 2001C, and then consider what Lemkin's response might have been to the evidence amassed against the former U.S. diplomat. Indicting Henry Kissinger. The charges leveled at Henry Kissinger in Hitchens's book, and the two-part series in Harper's Magazine that gave rise to it, can be summarized as follows. Vietnam political chicanery resulting in the unnecessary deaths of both military and civilian personnel, American and Vietnamese. Chile complicity in the assassinations of Army General René Schneider, President Salvador Allende, and diplomat Orlando Letelier. Cyprus complicity in the attempted assassination of President Archbishop Makarios. Bangladesh fostering the deaths of the Bangladeshi people at the hands of the West Pakistanis by explicit, if covered, support of military and governmental efforts which resulted in genocide. East Timor fostering the deaths of the East Timorese at the hands of the Indonesians by explicit, if covered, support of military and governmental efforts which resulted in genocide. Greece complicity in the death of reporter Elias Dimetrikopoulos. In an insightful review of Hitchens's The Trial of Henry Kissinger in the London Jewish Chronicle, Lawrence Friedman, professor of war studies at King's College, London, speculates about the possible defense Kissinger might offer to the allegations against him. He concludes that Kissinger would stress the higher demands of foreign policy, especially at a time when the United States was reeling under the impact of Vietnam. Friedman writes, Kissinger is a practitioner of the now discredited art of realpolitik. This act was practiced in support of a higher purpose, to promote national interests while maintaining an orderly national system. Realpolitik had two tendencies. The first was to be conservative, in that radicalism was invariably disorderly. The second tendency was an antipathy to democratic processes to the extent that they interfered with deal-making. Friedman, 2001, 33. Kissinger, for his part, has hardly been forthcoming in his responses to questions about alleged war crimes. But he has been strident in defending his actions and vigorous in questioning the tactics and motivations of his attackers. Declaring his papers off-limits to others, for security and other, seemingly personal, reasons, is one such example. Such stridency and vigor may bespeak a guilty conscience, or acknowledgement of deeds wrongly done by others with self-implication, or even serve as a psychological deflecting mechanism by someone whose power and ego needs dictate a refusal to confront accurate critiques, and constitute, in themselves, a form of psychosis. This last possibility is strongly hinted at in Seymour Hersh's book, The Price of Power, Kissinger in the Nixon White House, Hersh, 1983. The hints are found in two places. First are the comments of Anthony Lake, reflecting on his resignation from the National Security Council in April 1970, and his failure at that time to call a news conference and reveal the more sordid realities of the Nixon White House. We didn't do so on the single calculation that it would destroy Henry. I knew the administration was squalid, but there was this enormous illusion about Henry. I clung to the delusion that the man was still rational and that even his own strong sense of self-survival would keep him out of real trouble. In effect, it was my theory of the ruthlessness of Henry Kissinger. In truth, there were no limits. Hersh, 1983, 190. Later on, Hersh cites the telling comment of a senior unnamed military official, Henry adores power, absolutely adores it. To Henry, diplomacy is nothing without it, quoted in Hersh, 1983, 239. One cannot but recall here Lord Acton's oft-quoted maxim, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Indeed, Larry Berman consistently argues in his book No Peace, No Honor, Nixon, Kissinger, and Betrayal in Vietnam, Berman, 2001, that the corrosive results of power on both Nixon and Kissinger resulted in the tragic and needless deaths not only of American soldiers in Vietnam, but among the civilian population of that country as well. Hitchens and Hersh are joined in their indictment of Kissinger by William Shawcross, who writes in his 1979 book Sideshow, Kissinger, Nixon, and the Destruction of Cambodia. It is a devastating portrait of Henry Kissinger, collaborator in the secret bombing of Cambodia begun in 1969 and later participant in a full-scale program of wiretapping designed to plug alleged leaks on the bombing, a man who built bridges and barricades all across Washington, extending his influence by cultivating the press, chosen leaders of Congress, and the Joint Chiefs, who waged a private war against the Secretaries of State and Defense, and reorganized the national security system to consolidate his own power with no concern for the consequences of his actions. Shawcross, 1979, jacket cover. Relevant international legislation. Relevant to the discussion of the charges cited above, from Lemkin's perspective, would be those salient passages of the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, ratified by the United States in 1988. They read as follows. Article I. Genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law. Article 2. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, as such. Killing members of the group. Causing serious bodily harm to members of the group. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable: genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, direct and public incitement to commit genocide, attempt to commit genocide, complicity in genocide. Article 4. Persons committing genocide shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Article 6. Persons charged with genocide shall be tried by a competent tribunal or the state in the territory of which the act was committed, or by such international penal tribunal as may have jurisdiction with respect to those contracting parties which shall have accepted its jurisdiction. Article 7. The contracting parties pledge themselves in such cases to grant extradition in accordance with their laws and treaties in force. Equally relevant are the indictments against the Nazi hierarchy associated with the International Military Tribunal, IMT, at Nuremberg, Germany, at the close of the Second World War. As Lemkin himself summarized them. The tribunal held its first public meeting in Berlin on October 18, 1945, and received the indictment, comprising more than 25,000 words. 4 counts were outlined. The 4 counts, on 2 or more of which each of the 24 Nazi leaders were indicted, were as follows: the common plan, or conspiracy to commit war crimes. Crimes against peace, the planning, preparing, initiating, or waging of aggressive war. War crimes, violation of the laws and customs of war, and crimes against humanity. For all these things go the words of which Justice Jackson said, thereby expressing the feelings of a shocked world: the wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated. Jacobs, 1992, 319-320. Raphael Lemkin's response. Shawcross, 1979, Hirsch, 1983, and Hitchens, 2001, all arrive at the same conclusion: Henry Kissinger is guilty of the same crimes for which defendants were prosecuted at Nuremberg, and those designated by the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. For what, then, of Raphael Lemkin, lawyer and professor of law, Polish-Jewish refugee from the Nazi carnage, present at Nuremberg, and motivating presence behind the Genocide Convention? The precision evident in Lemkin's work urges us to make some careful distinctions in turn. First, the crimes alleged against Henry Kissinger must be separated into those related to genocide, those concerning crimes of war, and those that fall into neither category. The bridge between the first two, however, can found in the 4th Nuremberg indictment, that which specifies crimes against humanity as a precursor to a fuller understanding of genocide, as evidenced by subsequent scholarship and commentary. Thus, the specific cases of Chile, Cyprus, and Greece, while reprehensible in and of themselves, and the machinations of one willing to commit such evil acts under the guise of American foreign policy, Friedman's Realpolitik, would, for Lemkin, better be addressed under other legislation, specifically criminal indictments. To what degree Henry Kissinger is directly or indirectly responsible for the deaths of René Schneider, Salvador Allende, Orlando Letelier, and Elias Dimitrakopoulos, whether by instigating, planning, or approving those acts, might constitute criminal activity is a matter best determined in a criminal court. That the governments of Chile and Greece have not sought this avenue of redress in American courts, or asked for Kissinger's extradition to stand trial in their own countries, suggests tellingly that political agendas supersede both legal and moral ones. Second, the central focus of the crime of genocide is the element of intentionality, the verifiable desire on the perpetrator's part to destroy a given national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, in whole or in part, through 5 specific means. In the cases of Vietnam, Bangladesh, and East Timor, whatever political motivations energized Henry Kissinger, there is no evidence of malicious hatred of the ethnic, racial, or religious identities of those resident in those countries, or intent to destroy those groups as such. With regard to national identity, again, in the cases of Vietnam, Bangladesh, and East Timor, Kissinger's motivations do not seem to have lain in a desire to wipe these nation-states off the map. Nor is there any concrete evidence that Kissinger's, and Nixon's, support of the political and military activities of either the Pakistanis or Indonesians in the cases of the Bangladeshi or East Timorese which resulted in the genocidal decimation of both populations, and is now acknowledged as a seemingly obvious consequence of their policies, was either foreseen or endorsed by Kissinger and Nixon. Rather, they sought to answer to a supposedly higher calling, to ensure the dominance of the United States and its own interests throughout the world. Thus, an additionally stinging indictment of United States foreign policy under Nixon, the primary architect of which was Kissinger, is its myopic vision with regards to the United States' global interests at the expense of perceived lesser, unfortunate nations and populations. The critical question, then, specifically with regard to Kissinger, is this question of genocidal intentionality or genocidal motivation as a seemingly complicit bystander to such atrocities on the part of other nation-states with which the United States existed in relationship and sought to influence. Was Kissinger, in truth, a less than silent accomplice to others who committed such acts, or, as a result of his own contempt for perceived lesser beings, someone whose own unwillingness to address thoroughly the consequences of foreign policy decisions resulted in the genocide of those unfortunates? Documents recently released under the United States Freedom of Information Act with regard to East Timor, for example, reveal Kissinger's support of the Indonesian invasion, but no understanding that genocide as defined in the United Nations Convention was either an expected or a logical outcome, though the understanding was that the Indonesians would achieve military and political victory, and that the cost in death to the East Timorese would be substantial. The fact, however, that genocide was implemented by others in these states, and in Cambodia as well, with the full knowledge and evident support of the Secretary of State under President Nixon and his National Security Advisor, Cambodia accepted, may warrant designating Kissinger, and Nixon, complicit bystanders. This is a category worthy of condemnation and moral reproach, but one that incurs no legal consequences in the international arena. It may be morally repugnant that these other nations either practiced genocide internally, Cambodia under Pol Pot, Hun Sen, and Ieng Sari, or were the victims of genocide inflicted by others, Bangladesh by the West Pakistanis, East Timor by the Indonesians, while the United States had the power to intervene under Kissinger's watch, and did not. But it carries with it no legal indictment whatsoever. As heinous as the above referenced genocidal acts remain, to find Kissinger, and Nixon, guilty of complicity to commit genocide as specified in the United Nations Convention is questionable. At worst, they were accidentally complicit; at best, their foreign policy remains characterized by a flawed, limited understanding and by self-centered, self-promoting, and self-aggrandizing manipulation. Thus, Henry Kissinger is not, to use the French term associated with the genocide in Rwanda, a genocidaire, that is, one directly involved in the commission of such acts or one in a position of power to approve, sanction, or advocate such acts. Complicating this discussion further, one must bear in mind that the United States in Vietnam was never officially engaged in a war as such, that is, one certified by Congress and executed by the President in his role as military commander-in-chief. Kissinger's crimes, to the degree that they are regarded as legally criminal acts, all occurred in so-called times of peace. Turning, then, to the first three charges against the defendants in the Nuremberg dock, conspiracy to commit war crimes, the planning, preparing, initiating, or waging of aggressive war, and/or violation of the laws and customs of war, there should be no doubt whatsoever that Kissinger was himself committed to waging both a military and a political/diplomatic war in both Vietnam and Cambodia. The International Military Tribunal at the close of the Second World War, however, did not address these crimes in the context of a non-declared war, however well the criteria met those conditions. That is to say, acts of genocide committed outside of a declared war by two or more nation-states were not addressed by the IMT, brought to trial were those responsible for engaging in war, and the first three indictments, as such, all pertain to acts committed during the Second World War. Even more specifically, however, neither Kissinger nor his boss Richard Nixon conspired to commit war crimes as such, though such crimes were, indeed, practiced by both South Vietnamese and American troops, e.g. at My Lai, nor did they intend to violate the laws and customs of war as they have been practiced in the modern period, though, equally, such violations did repeatedly occur. No commentary with which I am familiar with regard to the Nuremberg trials, at the time of their implementation, addresses the indictments against those in the dock in times other than war, and, equally argues their applicability outside of that context. Thus, a stronger case could be mounted against Henry Kissinger with regard to the second charge, crimes against peace, the planning, preparing, initiating, or waging of aggressive war, but the legal status of the Vietnamese conflict as a non-war makes such an indictment difficult. That American troops captured by the enemy were considered by them prisoners of war reveals one additional absurdity of the so-called Vietnam conflict, one side understanding itself to be at war with the United States, and the United States refusing to acknowledge its involvement in a declared war. Thus, as the Nuremberg Tribunal understood it at the time, Henry Kissinger would not be classified as a war criminal, though the acts he engaged in were certainly criminal. Thus, if Henry Kissinger could be classed as neither a genocidaire nor a war criminal, of what, precisely, is he guilty? Concluding thoughts. What, then, of the issue of retroactivity, could Kissinger be brought to trial these many years later for acts committed during his term of service? Initially, the answer would seem to be yes. The International Law Commission of the United Nations, established in 1947 to promote the progressive development of international law and its codification, in 1950 recognized 7 principles of international law recognized in the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal and in the judgment of the Tribunal. I. Any person who commits an act which constitutes a crime under international law is responsible therefore and liable to punishment. 2. The fact that internal law does not impose a penalty for an act which constitutes a crime under international law does not relieve the person who committed the act from responsibility under international law. 3. The fact that a person who committed an act which constitutes a crime under international law acted as head of state or responsible governmental official does not relieve him from responsibility under international law. 4. The fact that a person acted pursuant to order of his government or of a superior does not relieve him from responsibility under international law, provided a moral choice was in fact possible to him. V. Any person charged with a crime under international law has the right to a fair trial on the facts and law. 6. The crimes hereinafter set out as crimes under international law. A. Crimes against peace. B. War crimes. C. Crimes against humanity. 7. Complicity in the commission of a crime against peace, a war crime, or crime against humanity as set forth in Principle 6 is a crime under international law. Principles of International Law, ND. Such a document is, in truth, little more than a restating of the arguments put forth at the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, already addressed. Significantly, however, the word genocide appears nowhere in the document itself, specifically not in the extended enumeration of the crimes specified in Principle 6. James Popple, in a 1989 article entitled The Right to Protection from Retroactive Criminal Law, concluded, "The right to protection from retroactive criminal law is well recognized throughout the international community. Yet there are many examples, in communities which claim to espouse this right as being fundamental, where retroactive criminal laws have been made. The Nuremberg trials are generally said to have been fair, despite the demonstrably retrospective nature of the charges laid against the Nazi defendants. This is clearly due to society's abhorrence of the atrocities committed by the Nazis in World War II. Yet, regardless of the repugnant nature of what the Nazis did, it is clear that they were denied protection from retroactive criminal law. In human rights conventions, The right to protection from retroactive criminal law is typically qualified by the proviso that the protection does not apply to acts or omissions which are criminal according to the general principles of law recognized by the community of nations. So, it can be seen that, despite the statement that the principle of non-retroactivity is a fundamental human right, in various statements of human rights, retroactive law has been made, and continues to be made, in societies which ostensibly accept that principle as being a right. Courts and legislatures have shown a willingness to adopt a retributive approach to punishment and to punish retrospectively. When judge-made law is taken into account, it is at least arguable that the human right is to be protected from retroactive criminal law is as much honored in the breach as in the observance. Its application is limited, and that limitation is unpredictable. Non-retroactivity is an important principle, but it does not deserve the status of a fundamental human right. Poppel, 1989, emphasis added throughout. Who, then, is to bring Kissinger to trial? Under which jurisdiction? In what country? Under what and whose laws, international or national? It can be convincingly demonstrated that Henry Kissinger was guilty of the abuse of political power, an utter disregard of the democratic process, contempt not only for government but for the American people, and malign inattention to those who were themselves victims of genocide. One need only consider Kissinger's involvement in the assassination and attempted assassination of other government leaders, Cyprus and Chile, his standing by as others committed genocide and war crimes, Bangladesh and East Timor, and his callously aggressive activities during the Vietnam conflict are more than sufficient evidence of his corruption and criminal behavior. Realistically, however, the failure of succeeding United States administrations to address his acts, as well as the case of those countries who were specifically the beneficiaries or targets of his criminality, in all likelihood perpetuate Kissinger's status as a now retired elder statesman and media consultant, in short, as someone above the law. Even the recently filed, 2001, lawsuit by the family of the slain Chilean General René Schneider will, in all likelihood, go nowhere, given the reluctance of the United States government to bring to the bar of justice high-ranking administration officials for activities conducted and associated with the performance of their duties. Only the continuing and unrelenting glare of the public spotlight, and the unearthing of ever more documentary evidence, will tarnish his image in the eyes of the American people, and allow the truest portrait of him to be presented to the judgment of history. The recent human rights victory of the extradition by a Spanish judge of former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet should, perhaps, signal another possibility and an indication of the initial success of the principle of universal jurisdiction in international law, the 14 principles of which were enumerated at Princeton University, New Jersey, in 2001. 1. Fundamentals of universal jurisdiction. 2. Serious crimes under international law. 3. Reliance on universal jurisdiction in the absence of national legislation. 4. Obligation to support accountability. 5. Immunities. 6. Statutes of limitations. 7. Amnesties. 8. Resolution of competing national jurisdictions. 9. Non bis in idem / double jeopardy. 10. Grounds for refusal of extradition. 11. Adoption of national legislation. 12. Inclusion of universal jurisdiction in future treaties. 13. Strengthening accountability and universal jurisdiction. 14. Settlement of disputes. These principles, which themselves are seemingly controversial and do not as yet have international standing or United Nations endorsement, go to the very heart of the sovereignty of a nation-state and those responsible for its leadership, whether elected, appointed or usurped. Significantly enough, Kissinger himself has addressed this concept of universal jurisdiction in a recent Foreign Affairs article entitled "The Pitfalls of Universal Jurisdiction," claiming that such jurisdiction poses extreme risks substituting the tyranny of judges for that of governments. In this article, he also reveals his own political orientation with the comment, "The role of the statesman is to choose the best option when seeking to advance the cause of peace and justice, realizing that there is frequently a tension between the two and that any reconciliation is like to be partial." Kissinger, 2001, See also the response of Kenneth Roth, Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, in the following issue of the journal. Subsequent to this ongoing controversy, the recent, 2002, decision of the Bush administration to pull out of the International Criminal Court would seem to ensure both immunity and impunity for Kissinger. Thus, in the aftermath of the 40-year struggle to ratify the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the US again opts to go it alone, and regards its own national state sovereignty as above international law. As an extended consequence, those who were and are its leaders are guaranteed safety from prosecution for crimes committed while in office. Who, then, is to bring Kissinger to trial? Under what jurisdiction? In what country? Under what and whose laws, international or national? While human rights advocates may cry correctly that Kissinger will end his days a free man, and jurists will debate the fine and finer points of international law, as well as Kissinger's guilt, however defined, all is by no means lost to those who continue to persevere in this area. The broader trend perhaps induces more optimism. As these words are being written, Slobodan Milosevic, the ousted president of Serbia, stands in the dock at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, ICTY, indicted for war crimes and genocide. Rwandan political, military, and religious leaders continue to be brought to trial and convicted of genocidal crimes at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR. Both tribunals are legacies not only of the International Military Tribunal, IMT, at Nuremberg, but of the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. For Raphael Lemkin, Polish Jewish émigré lawyer and refugee, the journey of a young boy reacting to an ancient massacre and its horrific repetition throughout history has, at long last, begun to bear fruit. 12. Crimes of the West in Democratic Congo, Reflections on Belgian Acceptance of Moral Responsibility for the Death of Lumumba. Thomas Turner. In February 2002, the Belgian government accepted moral responsibility for the death of Congolese Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba 41 years earlier. Louis Michel, Belgium's foreign minister, declared that in the light of criteria applicable today, certain members of the government of the time and certain Belgian actors of that period carry an irrefutable share of responsibility for the events that led to the death of Patrice Lumumba. He went on to say that the government thought it appropriate to present to the family of Patrice Lumumba and to the Congolese people its deep and sincere regrets and apologies. Brussels would contribute €3.75 million, over $3 million, to the Lumumba Foundation, created to promote democracy in the former Belgian colony, IRIN, 2002. Too little, too late, some would say. Yet the Belgian statement is important in several respects. First, it is the result of a lengthy investigation by a parliamentary commission. In that sense, it represents a coming to terms with a major crime of the past. Second, the statement of moral responsibility is important also for what it does not say. The question of who, exactly, was involved on the Belgian side is avoided. Certain members of the government share in the responsibility, but in a parliamentary government, ministers are collectively responsible. The expression certain Belgian actors of the period is notably vague. Does it refer, perhaps, to the king and his court? The commission received from its panel of experts evidence of royal concern and involvement in the Lumumba question, but it toned down the matter in its final report, Pejug, 2002. Did the certain actors include corporate interests? Third, the Belgian acceptance of responsibility was phrased so as to obscure the question of shared responsibility. To what extent was Belgium jointly responsible for the murder, together with its NATO ally, the United States, and with Congolese in positions of authority in Leopoldville, now Kinshasa, and in Elizabethville, now Lubumbashi? Analysis of the violence in Congo since 1960 poses several problems. There are many accusations that this or that Congolese has been a puppet of one outside force or another. In some cases, the accusations seem well founded. Some Congolese ministers, and other prominent members of the local elite, were being advised by Belgians. Further, a number of Congolese took money from foreign governments. However, it does not follow that such people were merely carrying out policies designed elsewhere. The Belgians had assigned themselves the responsibility for leading the Congolese from savagery to civilization, or from childhood to adulthood. One wonders how long this process was supposed to take. According to a fact endlessly repeated in the press, Congo had only 10 or 12 university graduates in 1960. The inadequacy of this notion of the Congolese as childish individuals, merely carrying out policies elaborated elsewhere, is illustrated by the case of Moise Tshombe, president of the secessionist state of Katanga, and later Prime Minister of Congo. Tshombe can be seen as serving the interests of Belgian mining capital, or as defending the interests of Katanga's African elite, as opposed to the Lubakasai, who held many jobs in the mining companies, and also to the central government in Leopoldville/Kinshasa, which was dependent on revenues from Katanga's mines. Tshombe has been described as a Florentine, i.e. a master manipulator, by authors who seek to stress his autonomy, e.g. Brossein and Kestergat, 1991. Brian Urquhart of the United Nations described dealing with Tshombe as being like trying to get an eel into a bottle. Power, 2000. Urquhart's UN colleague, the Irish scholar, diplomat Conor Cruise O'Brien, offered a more elegant interpretation, comparing Tshombe to the captain of the slave ship in Melville's Benito Sereno. The captain only appears to be the master of the ship, the real masters are the slaves themselves, who have revolted. The captain, who is, in fact, their prisoner, is serving to conceal the reality. It seemed to me that Tshombe was in a sense an inverted Benito Sereno, the slave who appears to have been made master of the ship, while the real masters are still the old slave owners, now pretending to be simple passengers. O'Brien, 1965. This is terrific writing, and of course O'Brien was there and looked Tshombe and his colleagues in the eye. But it seems to me that the simile is too simple. The Belgian journalists Davester and Toussaint offer a better summary, according to which the prisoner remained the same while those who held him prisoner changed over time. Tshombe was always someone's toy, and the importance of his role was always directly proportional to the importance of those who, one after another, took charge of him. Davester and Toussaint, 1962. Perhaps Tshombe was constantly being manipulated. But in my view, secessionist Katanga represented an alliance between European interests and fledgling African politicians including Tshombe. It is revealing that no one compared Godefroid Monongo, grandson of the legendary Misiri and pillar of the Katanga regime, to a prisoner. Decades later, it still is difficult to get a handle on Tshombe's role. Joseph Desire Mobutu, later Mobutu Sese Seko, poses a similar problem. For some people in Washington, he was our man in Kinshasa. Pachter, 1987, see also Schatzberg, 1991, Kelly, 1993. Yet it is difficult to imagine Americans supporting, let alone dreaming up, some of Mobutu's policies, such as breaking diplomatic relations with Israel in 1973. Mobutu is described as a political genius, a master of divide and rule. Presumably, he acquired those skills over the years, but that leaves the observer with the problem of determining the degree of autonomy he possessed at a particular point in time. Foreign governments intervened in Congo, notably the United States and Belgium, but here the level of analysis problem rears its head. One can assume that an ambassador speaks for his government. But bureaucratic analysis, Allison, 1971, Allison and Zelikau, 1999, encourages us to look for distinctive organizational interests, and to the behavior of various agencies. The U.S. State Department and the CIA, for example, might not always have been on the same page. Likewise, Belgium's Prime Minister and King may have had somewhat different interests and approaches. Foreign governments did not act only through their own representatives and, perhaps, their Congolese agents. In the early 1960s, mercenaries played prominent roles in Congo. These so-called mercenaries, white men who served in the gendarmerie, police/army, of Katanga, then as Special Forces of Congo under Tshombe, ostensibly were hired by the Katanan or Congolese authorities. By definition, a mercenary does not work for his own government. Thus, Colonel Mike Hoare, a South African, worked for Katanga and then for Congo. However, by his own admission, and according to the statement of Bob Denard, Hoare was paid by the CIA. Can one be sure that Hoare was not working for South Africa as well? And what of the Frenchman Denard, was he perhaps working for his own country, France? In short, the problems of sorting out agency and responsibility are considerable. Let us turn to two undoubted instances of criminal action, the assassination of Lumumba and the kidnapping of Tshombe, to see what specific problems they pose. The murder of Lumumba. Any discussion of Western crimes in Congo must give priority to the murder of Patrice Lumumba, the first Prime Minister of Congo. A horrible event in itself, the murder set off waves of retaliation and counter-retaliation. The repercussions are being felt to this day. Lumumba's party, the Lumumba wing of the Congolese national movement, MNC Lumumba, was almost unique among Congolese parties in being both national in orientation and radical in its opposition to colonialism. Weiss, 1967. By March 1960, 3 months prior to independence, Belgian authorities had concluded the necessity of eliminating Lumumba, according to Professor Jean Omosambo, who is completing a study of Lumumba based in part on hitherto secret Belgian government documents. 1. Lumumba's party did better than any other in pre-independence elections. He became prime minister despite Belgian attempts to find an alternative. The country attained independence on June 30, 1960, with Lumumba as prime minister and his rival, Joseph Kasavubu, as president. A week later, the Congo was plunged into chaos when the army mutinied against its Belgian officers. Belgium sent troops to protect its citizens, and mineral-rich Katanga seceded with Belgian backing. South Kasai, Congo's main source of diamonds, followed Katanga into secession. Kasavubu and Lumumba initially cooperated to restore order, but relations between the two soon deteriorated. Brussels and Washington attempted to persuade Kasavubu to dismiss Lumumba. In September, after Lumumba had obtained Soviet aid for his attempt to recapture South Kasai, Kasavubu agreed. He dismissed Lumumba, who responded by dismissing the president. Mobutu, an aide to Lumumba who had been put in charge of the army in the aftermath of the mutiny, then neutralized both Kasavubu and Lumumba. Lumumba escaped from house arrest in Kinshasa, nearly reaching territory whose population was favorable to his party before being recaptured. To Mobutu, Kasavubu, and their foreign backers the lesson was clear. So long as Lumumba remained alive, there was a danger he could regain power. To prevent this, he was sent to secessionist Katanga, where he was tortured and murdered, apparently by Katanan soldiers under Belgian command. The problem in assigning responsibility in the case is that there are too many potential culprits. Belgium began working to replace Lumumba almost immediately after its military intervention in July 1960. Foreign Minister Pierre Wigny sent a diplomat to Congo to sound out his counterpart, Congolese Foreign Minister Justin Bomboko, about a possible coup d'état. Minister without portfolio W.J. Ganshof van der Meersch, who had supervised the pre-independence effort to find another prime minister instead of Lumumba, now sent an agent of the Belgian security police to Congo to conduct undercover destabilization efforts. Pejou, 2002. In October, the Belgian Minister for African Affairs, Count Harold d'Espremont Linden, sent a telegram ordering the elimination of Lumumba. The African leader was to be kidnapped as part of the so-called Operation Barracuda. It is unclear whether the eventual murder of Lumumba was perpetrated under the auspices of a revised Barracuda. The Americans launched their own covert action plan, Project Wizard, in August 1960. Over the next few months, the CIA worked with and made payments to 8 leading Congolese, including Kasavubu, Mobutu, Bomboko, Senate President Joseph Ilio, Finance aide Albert Ndili, and labor leader Cyril Adoula, who all played roles in Lumumba's downfall. Weissmann, 2002. Weissmann reports that the CIA joined Belgium in a plan for Ilio and Adoula to engineer a no-confidence vote in Lumumba's government, which would be followed by union-led demonstrations, the resignations of cabinet ministers, organized by Ndili, and Kasavubu's dismissal of Lumumba. The special group of the U.S. National Security Council authorized CIA payments to Kasavubu on September 1, according to classified documents consulted by Weissmann. 4 days later, Kasavubu, by now persuaded, dismissed Lumumba. When Mobutu neutralized the president and the prime minister, he established a college of commissioners to act as a temporary government. Presented as an apolitical group of university students and derided by some as the Student Council, Hempstone, 1962, the college was an illegal government headed by CIA allies Bomboko and Ndili. After the failure of repeated attempts to establish an anti-Lumumba government, and continued disorder in the capital, the College of Commissioners asked Kasavubu to move Lumumba to a surer place. Kasavubu told Security Chief Victor Ndaka, another Project Wizard participant, to transfer Lumumba to one of the secessionist provinces, Katanga or South Kasai. On January 17, Ndaka sent Lumumba to Katanga, where he was killed. The specific objective of preventing a Lumumbist comeback was highlighted by the identity of the two men killed with Lumumba. Joseph Okito, the Senate vice president, was a rival of Ilio, while Maurice Mbolo was a rival of Mobutu for control of the armed forces. The US and Belgium were staunch NATO allies, but their views of the Congo were not identical. Belgian motivations seem to have centered on protection of their citizens and investments, especially in Katanga. Their goal was a neo-colonial Congo, similar to the result achieved by the French in many of their former colonies. Lumumba, seen as the principal obstacle to such a plan, was demonized. Halen and Rees, 1997. Often, he was depicted as an agent of communism. The Americans' view was simpler. They focused on communism, as evidenced by a telegram sent by the CIA station in Leopoldville to its headquarters in Washington, early in August 1960. Embassy and station believe Congo experiencing classic communist effort takeover government, whether or not Lumumba actually commie or just playing commie game to assist his solidifying power, anti-West forces rapidly increasing power Congo and there may be little time left in which take action to avoid another Cuba. United States Senate, 1975, 57. One cannot exclude the likely influence of economic interests. Indeed, the reference to Cuba could be interpreted to mean that such interests were threatened. But I find the business conflict model proposed by David Gibbs unconvincing. Gibbs, 1991. The Americans interpreted the Congo in Cold War terms. Economic interests, real or potential, were secondary. These differences in orientation between Washington and Brussels showed up notably in Belgian promotion of, and American opposition to, the secession of Katanga. But the differences should not be overstated. Belgium and the US agreed on the need to replace Lumumba, and cooperated to some extent to attain this goal. During the period 1961–65, Congo careened from crisis to crisis. Power in the capital was held by the so-called Binza Group, named for the wealthy suburb where most of its members lived. The Binza Group comprised most of the veterans of the Americans' Operation Wizard, including Mobutu, Bomboko, Ndili, and Ndaka. The Lumumbist opposition launched a series of insurrections, which took over about half of the country. These were put down thanks to coordinated efforts of the US and Belgium. A group of white mercenaries, at least some of them paid by the US, served as spearhead of the government counteroffensive. Late in 1965, when the tide had turned but the Lumumbist insurgents had not yet been completely defeated, President Kasavubu called for withdrawal of the mercenaries. This appears to have triggered the coup d'état of November 25, which brought Mobutu to power. Chambé had been recalled from exile and named premier in 1964 to help President Kasavubu put down the Lumumbist insurgents. He was dismissed the following year as a result of his rivalry with Kasavubu, and returned to Spain. In 1967, after his return to the Congo was rumored, he was kidnapped and taken to Algeria, where he died of a heart attack in 1969. René Lemarchand points out the contradictory aspect of Mobutu's involvement in the elimination of his rival Chambé. In an effort to allay suspicions that he was overwhelmingly dependent on the CIA. A fact that had become patently clear during the 1964 rebellion, if not earlier, Mobutu decided to assume a more radical stance, and in order to give a substance of authenticity to this new look, plans were made to bring Chambé back from Spain and then stage a public execution of the neo-imperialist stooge. For this primary reliance was placed on the CIA. The operation proved eminently successful, at least in its initial stage. On June 30, 1967, Chambé's plane was hijacked over the Mediterranean, and after a forced landing in Algiers, the leader of the Katanga secession was surrendered to the Algerian government. At this point, however, it became apparent that Boumediene was unwilling to deliver Chambé unconditionally to Mobutu, a fact which the CIA had failed to anticipate. Lemarchand, 1976, 415. Chambé remained in an Algerian prison, where he died, allegedly of a heart attack. Mobutu's most dangerous rival disappeared, and in that sense the American government or the CIA can be considered to have achieved their objective of protecting their man. But Mobutu was deprived of the public execution he had planned, according to Lemarchand. One could even argue that the kidnapping demonstrated Mobutu's dependency on his foreign backers, since his own operatives could not have executed such a plan. Complicity, the scholarship and the cable record. There can be little doubt that the West, and more specifically Belgium and the United States, were responsible for the death of the radical nationalist Patrice Lumumba. The US bears the major responsibility for the death of the moderate, regionalist Moïse Chambé. These deaths, and the concomitant rise of Mobutu, reflect Western efforts to find an acceptable formula for decolonization, one in which Western political and economic interests would be protected. What is not completely clear is the nature of the Americans' and Belgians' contributions, and the extent to which their efforts were coordinated. Part of the difficulty is that research on each side of the Atlantic has tended to incriminate or exculpate the individual government in question, rather than examining the question of shared responsibility. The murder of Lumumba was a subject of intense interest in Belgium. However, in the absence of hard data, many early books on the subject were virtually works of fiction. Pierre de Vos's Vet Mort de Lumumba, de Vos, 1961, is an example. Other works used a documentary approach, based largely on published materials, such as the yearbooks published by CRISP, Congo 1960, Congo 1961, and so on. It was not until the 1990s that the murder of Lumumba was re-examined in Belgium. Professor Jean-Claude Willem, 1990, revisited the Congo crisis. Jacques Brassagne, a minor actor in the Katanga secession, defended a doctoral dissertation at the Université Libre de Bruxelles that served as the basis for a non-scholarly publication, written in collaboration with the journalist and Congo specialist Jean Kestergat, Brassagne and Kestergat, 1991. The main point of both the dissertation and the book was that Congolese, notably the Florentine Chambé, had killed Lumumba. Belgium, accordingly, was exonerated. A Belgian sociologist, Ludo de Witt, took up the gauntlet thrown down by Brassagne and Kestergat. De Witt, 1999, 2000, 2001. After several years of archival research and interviews, De Witt presented a detailed account of the assassination. He traced the links between Belgian policy and Belgian actions in Katanga. The book led to a parliamentary inquiry, which in turn led to the Belgian government statement accepting moral responsibility for Lumumba's murder. De Witt, understandably, was interested mainly in establishing the responsibility of the Belgian government for Lumumba's death, which he felt had been played down by Brassine and Kestergat, as well as by conservative media such as the Brussels daily La Libre Belgique. The parliamentary inquiry heard testimony from a wide variety of witnesses, including Belgians, such as Brassine, and Congolese. Among the latter were Victor Ndaka, head of the Charité in Kinshasa at the time of the murder, and Jean-Baptiste Kibwe, finance minister under Tshombe. Neither the Belgians nor the Congolese shed much new light on the issue of responsibility for the murder. Little attention was paid to the American connection, and next to none to the role of the late King Baudouin, still a very sensitive question in Belgium. Early American treatments of the death of Lumumba were scarcely more serious than that of DeVos. Journalist Smith Hempstone published a pro-Katanga, anti-United Nations piece, Hempstone, 1962, but shed little light on the precise circumstances of Lumumba's death. Stephen Weissman's University of Chicago dissertation was eventually published by Cornell University Press, Weissman, 1974, apparently after being turned down by the University of Chicago Press for political reasons. In this work of high scholarly quality, the author laid out the contrasting versions of Cold War ideology that motivated the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations. He was unable, at that point, to pinpoint American involvement in the death of Lumumba. However, the broad outline of Weissman's argument has stood the test of time. American criticism of U.S. Congo policy reached a peak in the 1970s, in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. The decolonization of Angola, with its Congo parallels, probably reinforced U.S. interest in the Congo question. In this context, the Church Committee of the U.S. Senate interviewed a minutes taker for Eisenhower's National Security Council, who attested to the president's order to eliminate Lumumba. The committee also reported on several CIA attempts to kill Lumumba. However, the committee concluded that the U.S. had not been involved in the actual murder. It should be noted that the Church Committee had no interest in diluting criticism of the U.S. role by examining that of the Belgians. In 1982, Madeleine Kalb demonstrated the advances that could be made when detailed information became available. She made good use of Congo cables sent from CIA and State Department representatives in Congo to their respective headquarters in Washington. These cables demonstrate American involvement in the death of Lumumba, well beyond what the Church Committee was willing to conclude. Kalb, 1982. And in 1992, on the basis of other documents obtained in Washington, Weissman was able to identify specific decisions and authorizations of payment to Kasavubu, Mobutu and other Congolese actors. Weissman, 2002a, 2002b. The Americans and Belgians certainly shared an antipathy to Lumumba. They doubtless consulted with one another during 1959–60. A Belgian official who helped to engineer Lumumba's transfer to Katanga told Belgian researcher De Witt that he had kept CIA Kinshasa station chief Laurence Devlin fully informed of the plan. The Americans were informed of the transfer because they actively discussed this thing for weeks, De Witt reports. De Witt, 2001. Devlin denied any prior knowledge of the transfer, but this denial is implausible. Why should he and his agency not have concluded that the transfer of Lumumba and his colleagues to Katanga, where they certainly would be killed, was a suitable way of carrying out the task assigned by Eisenhower? Circumstantial evidence of a joint American-Belgian role can be seen in two declassified American cables. On January 13, apparently fearing that Lumumba would somehow manage to thwart American plans, Devlin or someone else in Kinshasa sent the following cable to Washington. The combination of Lumumba's powers as demagogue, his able use of goon squads and propaganda and spirit of defeat within government, would almost certainly ensure Lumumba victory in Parliament. Refusal to take drastic steps at this time will lead defeat of United States policy in Congo. Kalb, 1982, 190. Whether or not Washington was refusing to take drastic steps, it appeared that someone was willing to take them. Just 4 days later, Mobutu and Kasavubu sent Lumumba, Okito, and Bolo to Elizabethville, where they were killed. On January 19, the CIA base chief in Elizabethville cabled headquarters. "Thanks for Patrice. If we had known he was coming we would have baked a snake." Kalb, 1982, 191. "If we had known" might be interpreted as meaning that the CIA man in Katanga had not been told Lumumba was coming. But the cable writer gives the game away by thanking his bosses, not Mobutu and Kasavubu, and not the Belgians, for sending Lumumba. Conclusion: the murder of Lumumba, a terrible crime in itself, has poisoned Congolese political life for decades. The Lumumbist rebellions of 1964–67 were directed against the Kinshasa government of Kasavubu, Mobutu, and others, and of course against the US and Belgium. Lumumbist Laurent Kabila continued the struggle against Kinshasa into the 1980s. When then Zaire began an abortive transition to democracy in the early 1990s, the National Conference held hearings on Lumumba's death. And when Kabila came to power in 1996, as successor to Mobutu, he called for a new investigation into the murder. The main facts of the assassination are not in dispute. The work of Kalb, De Witt, Weissmann, and others has made it clear that the US and Belgium were active participants. In particular, Weissmann's identification of American payments to major Congolese figures enables us to set aside earlier talk of puppets. What is still needed is an inquiry focused on the specific question of the linkages between Belgium and the United States. Only when such an inquiry has published its results can Congo and the West begin to cooperate once again, on a healthier and more equitable basis. 13. In the name of the Cold War, how the West aided and abetted the Bar dictatorship of Somalia. Mohammed Duri Abdullahi. This chapter does not aim to provide details of the massacres committed by the US-supported Siad Bar dictatorship in Somalia. Rather, it attempts to review the Western assistance that enabled Bar to turn Somalia into a killing field for over a decade. During the height of the Cold War, President Reagan had called the Soviets an evil empire. It was true that the Soviets had a repressive regime in their own country, and supported some evil regimes elsewhere. However, granting the United States the moral high ground is untenable, given the US record of propping up its own evil regimes, including Siad Bars, and anti-democratic guerrillas, such as Savimbi's in Angola. 1. American and Western complicity. The 1980s was the crucial decade that pushed Somalia over the precipice. During that time Somalia's role was that of a pawn on the superpower chessboard, a client state whose fascist dictator was useful to Washington in its global tussle with the Soviets too. It is certainly the case that prior to 1978, the Bar regime was allied with the Soviets, who supplied it with weapons and military training. However, during the period of Soviet client status, Bar showed little of the beast he would later become under US patronage. In fact, his regime committed its most heinous crimes and massacres during the decade that it was allied with the West, not during the 8 years it was allied with the Soviets. The latter period ended in 1978, when two things happened. 1. The Soviet Union decided to swap Bar, a rustic dictator with little knowledge of communist social theories, for Colonel Mengistu of Ethiopia and his younger socialist officers, who appeared more inclined to implement communist ideals in their feudal country, notably in the area of land reform. 3. 2. Ethiopia, with the help of the Soviet Union, defeated the Somali army and drove it out of Somali-inhabited areas in Ethiopia. These events, at the time, seemed to sound the death knell for the Bar regime. The public was overwhelmingly of the opinion that Siad Bar's policies had failed the country both internally and externally. 4. At last Somali Democrats were showing their faces, hoping the time was right to change the country's course by sidelining Bar. But Bar, who had a sixth sense for opposition, saw the writing on the wall and frantically tried to find a solution to prolong his reign. Soon the miracle arrived. He was able to align the country with the West, and Washington moved in as the patron of his regime because of the strategic value of Somalia's northern coastline. 5. For a brief period, this realignment of the country with the West took the wind out of the sails of Bar's critics, who were clamoring for democracy and a return to a free market economy. People felt that the new alignment with the US, a country perceived as the champion of democracy, would not only force BAR to become more democratic but would also open up new avenues of trade and investment after years of Soviet-style austerity. As one Somali put it at the time, when the Russians were here, they only brought guns but no money. They were a bad people. But the Americans, they have money and will buy in our shops. Girardet, 1981. Taken as a whole, Somalis are a profoundly religious people, and most were happy to see their country extricated from an alliance with the disliked communist bloc, so much that instant celebrations erupted at the country's main university campus. But these hopes were to be more than dashed. Western assistance would reinforce BAR's regime further, and spur the dictator to commit massacres and other heinous deeds that most Somalis would never have imagined could be inflicted by their own government. Ignoring BAR's political orientation. When the US established its patron-client pact with the BAR regime in 1980, there were hardly any doubts about the true nature of the regime. BAR's Somalia was an absolute dictatorship, with no independent parliament, judiciary, unions, or media. There were half a dozen security agencies and a security court that dispatched political prisoners by firing squad on flimsy charges. It was evident that unless Somalis succeeded in curbing BAR's power or ousting him as rapidly as possible, he would use any available means to bolster his system, and his exit could only come at the price of bloodshed. In short, BAR's system was a monster that, if fed, would grow more monstrous still. On the other hand, if it were starved of financial and military resources for a few short years, there seemed little doubt the regime would crumble in the face of pressure from the outside, or domestic challenge. Still, it could be argued that Somalia, as a nation-state, had legitimate military needs and deserved to be able to arm itself against an outside aggressor. However, it was no secret that, after the 1977-78 war with Ethiopia, itself instigated by the BAR regime, most of BAR's arms acquisitions from the West and proxy Third World countries were intended for internal repression rather than repulsing the Ethiopian army, itself bogged down in internal wars and hardly capable of invading Somalia. Thus, foreseeing the use to which BAR would put his vast array of weaponry was scarcely difficult. In fact, when BAR obtained 11 British-made Hawker Hunter fighter aircraft from Kuwait, obviously with British knowledge, Professor Robert Rotberg of MIT correctly claimed that they were intended for the suppression of internal dissidents. Rotberg, 1984. Piloted by white Rhodesians and South Africans, these same fighter aircraft would rain death upon refugees fleeing a genocidal campaign in the north in 1988. Unfortunately, despite the brutal nature of the BAR dictatorship, successive U.S. administrations did not insist on any process of internal democratization, nor did they offer assistance to any of the democratic figures and forces in the country. Obviously, what counted for Washington above all was access to Somali ports and airports, and the right to install sophisticated surveillance and monitoring systems on Somali soil. The rationale for supporting the BAR dictatorship. The U.S. presence in the Horn can be viewed as having had three main objectives: protecting pro-Western governments in the Middle East, meaning essentially autocracies such as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, protecting the oil lanes from the Middle East to the Indian Ocean, and safeguarding Western access to Middle East oil. Lefebvre, 1991, 15. All three objectives can be summarized with one word: oil. Access to that single resource seemed to require guarding the maritime choke points in the region, and rimming them with pro-Western regimes. Lefebvre, 1991, 20. The emphasis was thus placed on ensuring a pro-Western orientation among the regimes of the region, regardless of the internal repression or outright terror that those regimes practiced. It was Somalia's bad luck to border the Bab el-Mandeb choke point on the Red Sea's southern entrance, and to be positioned as well within easy reach of the oil wells of the Gulf. The port city of Berbera in the north, where most of BAR's massacres occurred in the 1980s, lay at the epicenter of the Pentagon's desires. Berbera has an airport, modernized by the Soviets, with the longest runway in Africa, and a port that the Soviets also modernized as a fleet port when Somalia was in their camp. Point 6. Further bad luck arose from the fact that the U.S. administration would soon come to be headed by President Ronald Reagan and his cohort of gung-ho, Soviet-fighting Cold Warriors bent on curbing Soviet influence in the Third World. The previous Carter administration had indeed signed a basis for arms pact with Barr, but was more cautious overall in providing support to his regime. Not so Reagan-Bush 7. Under Ronald Reagan, arms transfers would not be restrained for the sake of restraint. Chester Crocker had argued that the Carter administration's active but disarmed diplomacy, because of its reluctance to commit resources at a time when African security issues had come to the fore, had resulted in missed opportunities to gain friends in Africa and win the respect of adversaries. Unaffected by the so-called Vietnam Syndrome, reluctance to pledge American aid or put U.S. credibility on the line in the Third World, the Reagan administration was quite prepared to send arms to friendly governments. Lefebvre, 1991, 228. Assistance other than arms was to flow to friendly governments, including economic aid as well as moral and propaganda support. The man who, for almost 10 years during the Reagan-Bush era, embodied all this assistance, to Somalia and other African countries, was Dr. Chester Crocker. Crocker was then Assistant Secretary for African Affairs. Today he is a professor of political science at Georgetown University, and a board member of the United States Institute for Peace, USIP, an institution created by Congress to promote democracy and peace worldwide. During his time as a political appointee, however, promoting democracy in Somalia was not Dr. Crocker's priority. Rather, it was to solicit more funds from Congress for the Barr dictatorship, as well as to downplay reports from independent human rights groups about the brutalities of the Barr regime. The organization Africa Watch noted. In January 1989, the State Department not only failed to condemn flagrant human rights abuses, but instead rebuked Africa Watch for calling for an investigation of the problem. Numerous credible reports by the U.S. and international media in 1988 and 1989 reported that Somalia had received shipments of chemical weapons from Libya. One story, which was aired on January 12, 1989 on NBC News, reported that the Reagan administration had information 8 months earlier that Libyan President Gaddafi gave Somalia chemical weapons. The State Department denied the account, but NBC stood by its story when questioned by a congressional office. When Africa Watch raised concerns about the possible use of chemical weapons against the Isaacs with Assistant Secretary of State Chester Crocker, he rebuked our organization for making such a suggestion and indicated that the State Department was satisfied with the Somali government's categorical denials, stating that prudence and fairness warrant a heavy burden of proof with respect to charges against willful use of weapons of mass destruction by a government against its own people. In view of the Somali government's campaign of destruction in the north, it is difficult to justify Mr. Crocker's confidence in the Somali government on this issue. Africa Watch, 1990, 210-11. The destruction of the North. The regime whose version of the truth satisfied Dr. Crocker had by then amassed a record of numerous massacres since aligning itself with the U.S., especially in northern Somalia. For example, in December 1984, 43 men were summarily executed in Burao for no other reason than to cow the northern population and erode resistance to the regime. Africa Watch, 1990, 65. By 1988, the regime had committed a well-documented and genocidal ethnic cleansing of large areas of Somalia, though this was a term that would gain currency in the media only later. During the fateful year of 1988, which is the year that Somalia actually fell apart as a nation, guerrillas of the Somali National Movement, SNM, who had been engaged in hit-and-run attacks on the regime since 1982, decided to risk their lives in their homeland instead of being caught up in a squeeze between the Barr dictatorship and the Mengistu regime in Ethiopia, after the two dictators signed a peace treaty between them. The SNM had rear bases in Ethiopian territory. The insurgents, with the help of an open rebellion by a northern Somali population aggrieved by years of massacres, torture, ill-treatment, economic plunder, and social neglect, rapidly took control of the main cities and most of the countryside. Ideologically, the SNM was a Western-leaning movement and one of the most democratic movements in the Horn of Africa, even if it maintained a relationship with the Marxist regime of Mengistu Haile Mariam, C. Dagny, 1992, Pruner, 1990-91. Its leaders were Democrats as well. The movement had changed its leadership several times through Congresses. The SNM was thus not a threat to the interests of the US or its allies. Its sole aim was to liberate its people from a murderous regime. But that regime's response was swift and vicious, constituting nothing less than a planned genocide. Earlier, in 1986, Bar's viceroy in the north, General Said Hersey, alias General Morgan, or the Butcher of Hargeisa, previously the dictator's bodyguard before marrying one of his daughters, had written a letter to his father-in-law, which subsequently became known as the Letter of Death. In it, Hersey laid the foundations for a campaign of obliteration against the northern population. Greenfield, 1987. The full implications of this policy would be felt in northern areas in 1988, as the regime's army directed its considerable firepower against the civilian population. Jet fighters would take off from Hargeisa Airport, the northern capital, only to drop their deadly cargo a few miles away, in residential areas. Artillery units positioned on ridges around the city would direct round after round of shells onto the same residential quarters. Then soldiers would go door to door to eliminate any remaining residents and to loot homes. In a matter of days, the two largest cities in the north, Hargeisa and Barrow, were reduced to rubble-strewn ghost towns. 8. In 2 months, from May to July 1988, between 50,000 and 100,000 people were massacred by the regime's forces. 9. By then, any surviving urban Isaacs, that is to say, hundreds of thousands of members of the main northern clan community, had fled across the border into Ethiopia. They were pursued along the way by the British-made fighter-bombers piloted by mercenary South African and ex-Rhodesian pilots, paid $2,000 per sortie. C. Simmons, 1989, House of Representatives, 1988. But this was a massacre that took place in obscurity, far from television cameras, since the regime refused to allow reporters into the region. Even the International Red Cross was denied the right to bring food and medicine to the civilian population. Britain, 1988, see also Mather, 1988. The survivors of these genocidal strategies claim today that only the courage of the SNM fighters saved them from outright extermination, when the world stood by silent. In reality, however, it was more than that. Every man and woman in the targeted population had become a freedom fighter, with nothing left to lose. Overall U.S. assistance to Bar. The U.S. was engaged in arming Bar long before 1988, the year of the genocidal massacres. According to some accounts, between 1980 and 1989 the U.S. had provided Bar with about $35 million in lethal military assistance alone, while total military assistance amounted to $187 million from 1980 to 1987, Beaver, 1992. The peak year was 1985, when military assistance totaled $75.8 million, National Academy of Sciences, 1988. These figures are hardly inconsiderable when it is borne in mind that at the time the Somali population was fewer than 6 million, and they represent a level of military assistance that has few parallels in military aid to African nations. In the first year following the 1988 slaughter, the U.S. granted a further $41 million in military and economic assistance to the Bar regime. Feldman, 1988. The U.S. also spent millions building or upgrading installations such as airports and ports for the benefit of both U.S. forces and those of the Bar regime. Another barometer of the importance that the Reagan-Bush administrations attached to Somalia can be gleaned from the $38 million cost of the new U.S. Embassy in Mogadishu, completed in 1989. It was reportedly the most expensive embassy in Africa. Wells, 1992, Piles, 1991. it is difficult to cite an exact figure for the total amount of U.S. military and economic assistance to the Barr regime from 1979 to 1990. One estimate given for both types of assistance is roughly $1 billion, Hartung, 1993. The true sum is, however, probably far higher, since a large part of the assistance did not come in the form of price-tagged aid packages. For example, military assistance included technical assistance to repair the Army's heavy weaponry, as well as the maintenance of airports and ports for use by U.S. forces and Barr's Army. This kind of assistance did not appear in the official aid packages. Another way to comprehend the magnitude of the military aid provided to the Barr regime is to compare it with the rest of Africa. Between the years 1980 and 1989, the U.S. supplied the Barr regime with the largest U.S. security assistance program ever provided to a sub-Saharan African state, Menkhaus, 1997, see also Lafave, 1991, 199 to 200. In all of Africa, in fact, only Egypt received greater military assistance during this period. In addition to the military-related assistance detailed above, the Pentagon provided the Barr Army with military training through the IMED, International Military Education, program. Together with Barr's own highly selective military academy, selective not in the sense of merit, but in the sense of blind obedience to Barr, the regime produced an officer corps that would become the willing executioners of the regime. C. O'Sullivan, 1993, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, 1992. It can be rightly said here that American taxpayers' money was used to pay for the education of would-be torturers and mass killers. Even economic assistance to Somalia, in the form of food aid that such agencies as CARE provided, in the end contributed to Somalia's ruin. First, food aid provided the regime with the means to feed a huge standing army. Second, food aid killed off Somali food production. With the market full of food aid, especially cereals, farming did not make economic sense to Somali farmers, who were essentially cereal farmers. Third, by monetising food aid, that is, selling it in the marketplace, the regime's top officials and friends grew richer, and saw little incentive to stop the flow of poison aid coming into the country. 10. Assistance after the outbreak of the war in the north. The U.S. provided critical assistance to Barr's army throughout the height of the fighting in 1988. This would contribute to prolonging both the war in the north and the regime's hold on power. For example, U.S. communication specialists repaired the Army's communications equipment during the fighting in Hargeisa, enabling its forces in the field to communicate with Central Command in Mogadishu. This undoubtedly raised the morale of Barr's forces and spurred them to further atrocities. Campbell, 1988. Also, a shipment of U.S. weapons and munitions was delivered to the Army, which promptly made use of it in the north. According to Colin Campbell, citing congressional sources, THE weapons were of obvious and urgent value to the Syed government, and no one in the U.S. doubted that they would be used to kill people. 11. The shipment consisted of $1.4 million worth of military equipment, including 1,200 M16 automatic rifles and 2 million rounds of M16 ammunition, 300,000 rounds of 30 caliber ammunition, and 500,000 rounds of 50 caliber ammunition. United States Department of the Army, 1993. The U.S. Defense Department also provided a 220-bed field hospital to Barr's military, which was set up at Berbera in the north and was used to treat only wounded soldiers, not the civilians brutalized by the Army. Finally, though we lack firm evidence, U.S. intelligence information about the disposition of SNM troops was probably made available to Barr's commanding officers. Assistance from other Western countries. Other Western and pro-Western countries, in step with the United States, supplied arms and aid to the Barr regime. The most notable player was Italy, the former colonial power in the South. From 1978 to 1980, Italy provided about $124 million in military assistance, consisting of light tanks and other weapons. United States Department of the Army, 1993. Additionally, Between 1979 and 1982, the Barr regime bought with cash some $600 million in arms, mainly from Italy. Lafave, 1991, 208. The cash likely came from the US-allied Arab countries, such as Saudi Arabia, that is, from Third World proxies. There was no way the Somali economy, largely dependent on northern livestock exports, could have generated such resources for the regime in such a short time. Overall, during the crucial decade in question, the Italians spent more than $1 billion on the regime. The money went to armaments, corruption, and white elephant projects. See Eichner, 1993. Italian cooperation continued until the fall of the regime in January 1991. Key Third World proxies who provided either military or financial assistance to the Barr dictatorship include, in addition to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Kuwait, Iraq, and Libya. The first three countries provided assistance designed to keep the Barr regime firmly in the pro-Western camp. United States Department of the Army, 1993. In the case of Egypt, this meant mostly passing along Soviet military hardware, sometimes paid for by the Saudis. These were arms the Egyptians no longer needed in the wake of their alignment with the US. The Egyptians also provided training. The Saudis, for their part, continued their assistance until Barr's downfall. Saudi assistance was in the form of weapons such as armored and reconnaissance vehicles, small arms and ammunition, as well as some training. Above all, however, the Saudis deserve special mention for their generous cash handouts to the regime. These included a donation of $70 million handed to Barr during his last month in power, money that went partly into the flight chest of the Barr family. Reportedly, the aim of this final donation was to secure the Barr regime's support for the war against Iraq. Le Monde, 1990. Other important assistance, though not military in nature, came from the European Economic Commission, EEC, the IMF, and the World Bank, based in the US and subject to US control in large measure, as well as the African Development Bank, subject also to Western shareholder control. Money from these alternative sources would come in handy for both the Barr regime and the top US officials supporting it. When Congress, acting on an initiative of a number of concerned members led by Howard Walp, Dimich, then chairman of the House Subcommittee on Africa, and Samgaj Denson, D-Con, blocked most of the direct bilateral aid to the Barr regime, the Bush administration supported multilateral aid in the form of a $70 million quick dispersing cash loan from the World Bank, as well as $25 million from the African Development Bank. See Africa Watch, 1990, 212, Lafave, 1991, 252, Ottaway, 1988. Africa Report, 1990. A young Somali demonstrator outside the offices of the World Bank in Washington exclaimed, "It is immoral madness. How can we, who must soon inherit our country's leadership, be expected to pay interest and back pay on monies that assuredly will be sidetracked to subsidize the murder of our fathers and mothers, our brothers and sisters?" Greenfield, 1989, 10. The attempt to keep assistance flowing to the Barr regime meant that during the Reagan-Bush era, even the rule that forbids U.S. representatives to multilateral financial institutions from approving loans solicited by gross human rights violators, the International Financial Institutions Act, was waived. The Reagan and Bush administrations ignored the application of this law to Somalia. Indeed, far from opposing loans to Barr, the executive branch actually promoted Somalia's cause within the banks. Africa Watch, 1990, 213. Not only did these administrations ignore that particular rule, but close consultations between the administration and Barr's military leaders continued well into 1989, and as a sign of the importance attached to ties with the Barr regime, the U.S. Central Command's new commander paid a visit to Somalia in March 1989. At a dinner in his honor, the U.S. ambassador to Somalia, Frank Krigler, toasted the health of our distinguished visitor and his companions, as well as the strong ties of military cooperation between the United States and Somalia, Africa Watch, 1990, 210. This vouching for the Barr dictatorship permeated all levels of the Reagan and Bush administrations. It was not limited to Dr. Crocker or to ambassadors such as Frank Krigler. 12 Refusing to give up on the regime until the very final moment, the Bush administration would trot out General Normal Schwarzkopf, would-be hero of the Gulf War, before the Senate Committee on Appropriations to request continuing military aid to the Barr regime, even if by then Barr's massacres were well known, and open resistance to the regime had spread to the south and to the capital, Mogadishu. Shalom, 1993. U.S. reactions to the 1988 massacres. As already noted, some concerned members of the U.S. Congress had from an early date opposed aid to the Barr regime. This was even more true after 1988, following the publication of several detailed reports on the massacres and violations committed by the regime. See Amnesty International, 1988, Africa Watch, 1990. For example, Sam Gadenson wrote, "We are concerned about the reported suggestions that U.S. military supplies or equipment service have been used to support the reported slaughter of civilians by Somali government troops." Gadenson, 1988. However, the U.S. administration still wanted to prop up the faltering regime by asking Congress to grant $20 million in aid to Somalia. After congressional outcry over human rights abuses led to the freezing of U.S. funds, Africa Report, 1989, 8. One State Department official offered the prevailing view in Washington on the Somali crisis: "The sign that you give is that you stick by your friends." C. Feldman, 1988b. In a similarly laconic comment, a U.S. official, when asked about the massacres and destruction in the north, and the displacement of the majority of that region's population, said, "In a situation of intense fighting, it would seem inevitable. On the situation of human rights generally, we have conveyed our concerns privately from time to time." C. Feldman, 1988a. At one point, the right-wing Heritage Foundation joined in advocating continued aid to the Barr regime. Press, 1990. Bush abandons Somalia, then sends in the Marines. Eventually, Barr would be jettisoned by his Cold War sustainers, but only after he was ousted in 1991 from his southern capital by USC guerrillas, and Somalia would be abandoned as a derelict former Cold War pawn, torn apart by the bloodshed Barr had unleashed. After the fall of his dictatorship, the civil war would continue, this time pitting the main southern factions against each other, and a great famine would follow in its wake. Unluckily for Somalia, big power rivalry had ceased with the fall of the Soviet Union. Washington saw little use for Somali ports and airports, and thus no need to intervene in Somalia's factional fighting one way or the other. In fact, the value of Somalia in the eyes of the Bush administration fell so low that even a $20 million proposal to send a UN observer mission was rejected by the US, though this was peanuts compared to how much had been lavished on the Barr regime during the heyday of the Cold War. An editorialist from the Toronto Globe and Mail, noting the event, wrote, "The United States, which supported sending 14,000 peacekeepers to the Balkans at a cost of $500 million, has opposed a UN move to send 500 troops to Somalia at a cost of $20 million. The Bush administration excused this moral discrepancy by arguing that Congress would not support another costly peacekeeping mission in an election. Instead of armed peacekeepers, the UN will send a squad of 47 pencil-toting observers to Somalia, to monitor the often breached ceasefire arranged in March between Mogadishu's two most powerful warlords." Globe and Mail, 1992. A few months later, in November 1992, President Bush, flush from his Gulf War victory over Iraq, would try to correct that moral discrepancy by announcing that the U.S. would spearhead an international humanitarian intervention in Somalia, known as Operation Restore Hope. No one knows exactly why a huge contingent of Western troops, over 30,000 soldiers, was sent to Somalia. Some claim that the whole operation was linked to Bush's desire to improve his image before his departure from the White House. De La Gorge, 1992. Or was the operation designed as a combined PR campaign for Bush and the Pentagon, Brogan, 1992? Or, better yet, was the departing Republican administration booby-trapping its Democratic successor, the Clinton administration, Simons, 1993? Regardless of the mission's objectives, by the time Operation Restore Hope was launched, the worst of the famine, confined to the southwest region around Betoa, was over. The weakest had already died, while food, through the tenacity of a handful of relief organizations, particularly the International Committee of the Red Cross, had reached the survivors. See Perlez, 1992. The operation, which later would be rebundled as a UN mission, UNOSOM, ended in fiasco mainly because of the arrogance of American leaders of the operation, in particular Admiral Jonathan Howe, previously a key figure in the capture of Manuel Noriega in Panama. Admiral Howe wrongly saw General Aidid, one of Mogadishu's two main militia leaders, as the mission's sole enemy and a candidate for a Noriega-style capture. 13 The arrogance arose in part from the presumption that African situations were easily solved with a show of might, rather than diplomacy. This mindset was evident in the words of General Lewis Mackenzie, a Canadian and one of the talking heads of the time. Unlike Bosnia, Somalia is a relatively easy military problem to deal with. The UN have to make the point, and this is the place to make it. Bilski and Mackenzie, 1993. In the first place, sending large Western contingents was misguided. Neither the thousands of young Western soldiers, whose knowledge of Africa was derived from the Tarzan films of their childhood or the famine documentaries of Western charities, nor the Somalis, a conservative Muslim society, had the cultural preparedness to deal with each other. As could only be expected, the mission soldiers killed and raped a great many Somalis. Subsequently, some Western countries, such as Canada, Belgium, and Italy, held inquiries into the behavior of their armed personnel in Somalia. But the United States did not, even though it was the U.S. forces, at the instigation of UNOSOM head Admiral Jonathan Howe, the Pentagon, and its commanders in Somalia, that committed the worst excesses, mostly through bombing raids. They also subsequently suffered the largest casualties, as a result of the October 3 raid that led to the death of 18 U.S. servicemen, as well as to the deaths of hundreds of Somalis, mostly civilians. Overall, the US-led intervention killed as many as 10,000 Somalis before international forces were withdrawn. See Ankoma, 2002. Avoiding responsibility for the Somalia mess. 8 years after the fact, the fatal October raid in Mogadishu has been fictionalized, with the help of the Pentagon, as an American war heroism story in the film Black Hawk Down, whose premiere was attended by the Pentagon's top brass as well as by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It is a story that neatly eliminates the real context of the events, as well as the massacres committed by mission forces during the intervention, particularly the excesses of the U.S. Special Forces who indiscriminately mowed down men, women, and children by the hundreds on that October day. In itself, the film symbolizes the US's ultimate self-exculpation of responsibility for Somalia's tragedy, and for the deaths of thousands of Somalis, at the hands of either the US-supported dictatorship or the predominantly Western forces that took part in the failed intervention. Today, the major Western actors that aided and abetted the Barre regime view the current Somalis situation as a mess entirely created by Somalis. No nation wants to be associated with what went wrong in Somalia in the 1980s. It is easier and more convenient to present the Somalis as barbarians or uncivilized tribal people. Hence, America went to Somalia to do God's work in a nation devastated by clan warfare and famine. Monbiot, 2002. There might indeed have been elements of God's work in the intervention, but it followed upon a great deal of devil's aid to Somalia, which Bush Sr. knew all about but would not publicly own up to. Others have been outright dismissive of responsibility for the maintenance of Barre's regime, as evidenced by the following statement from a U.S. diplomat previously stationed in Mogadishu: "It's easy to blame us for all this. This is a sovereign country we're talking about. They have chosen to spend U.S. military aid that way, to hurt people and destroy their own economy, Zeus, 2002. It apparently never occurred to the source that when the sovereignty of a people has been hijacked by a dictator, it makes no moral sense to prolong that people's agony by providing the dictator with the means, arms and money, to continue his dictatorship. 14. However, while administration and State Department officials of the time are eager to disclaim all guilt for the Somalis situation, some lawmakers and members of the public in the US have rejected such views. There is widespread understanding among those familiar with Somalia that had the US government not supported the Barre regime with large amounts of military aid, he would have been forced to step down long before his misrule splintered the country. Prior to the dictator's downfall, former U.S. Representative Howard Walp, then chairman of the House Subcommittee on Africa, called on the State Department to encourage Barre to step down. His pleas were rejected. "What you are seeing," observed the congressman and former professor of African politics, "is a general indifference to a disaster that we played a role in creating." Zeus, 2002. Conclusion. It is true that no Western leader specifically instructed Barre to use the arms provided to his regime to kill his own people. However, it remains a tenet of conventional jurisprudence that if someone aids and abets a person intent on killing, then that person can be considered an accessory to the crime. There is no doubt that the Barre regime was well known for the summary killing of civilians and for mass murders. With that knowledge, the military and financial support extended by successive U.S. administrations and their allies to the Barre regime must be considered indefensible. At this point, it is worth asking what, if anything, the West can do to offer redress for Somalia's fatal encounter with Cold War politics. It is unlikely that we can expect any reparations, or even meaningful apologies, from the great powers. After all, the deaths of Third World peoples are considered to lack political and media value in the West, the victims being depicted as unpeople. Pilger, 2002. And, as such, Somalis are probably one of the most significant unpeoples of our time, as Afghans are today, or the Vietnamese were yesterday. Second, U.S. administrations and their Western allies can always claim that they only helped to maintain the Somali Hitler, they did not create him. Nonetheless, there are a number of things that the West, and in particular the U.S., could do for the sake of redress. 1. Launch an inquiry. The U.S. Congress should inquire into the assumptions that led a great democracy to divert taxpayers' money to a murderous regime such as Barre's in order that, in the future, the earnings of the working mothers and fathers of America will not be used to bolster a dictatorship that engages in the wholesale murder of its citizens. This would also help avoid the need to send young Americans to die in foreign interventions that would have been unnecessary in the absence of such support for dictatorial figures. 2. Help with mine clearance. The North, where the Barre regime planted most of its mines, is Africa's most heavily mined region, laced with explosive devices from the score of nations that provided assistance to Barre's regime. International assistance could greatly reduce this enduring scourge. Press, 1993. 3. Lift immediately the inhuman strangulation that the Bush Jr. administration has slapped on Somalia's economy through the freezing of the assets of its major banking enterprise and biggest private employer, Al-Baykarat, for no other reason than Al-Baykarat's alleged use as a conduit of money for a terror group based in Afghanistan. As is widely known, American banking companies such as Western Union or Citibank may very well have been used for the same purposes, perhaps to an even greater extent, since they have a more substantial worldwide presence than Al-Barakat, a company that caters only to Somalis. Months later, proof of a terrorist link has still not been produced by the U.S. administration. According to a statement by a senior American official, the whole aim of the assault on Al-Barakat and the impoverished Somali economy was to make a splash in the U.S. media, Golden, 2002, and hence in the minds of American voters. It did not matter to administration officials that this bank was a lifeline for thousands of destitute Somalis who depended on the remittances of relatives abroad. 4. Bring to trial Somali war criminals, some of whom received officer training in the U.S., along with the high officials of the Barre regime that currently reside in the United States. This latter group includes Barre's number 2, General Samater, who now leads a cozy life in Virginia. Law enforcement efforts might better be directed at such figures, rather than towards the arrest and deportation, on misdemeanor or immigration charges, of Somali immigrants working in the U.S. 5. Erase the billions of dollars in loans that were given to the Barr regime and used either to enrich its officials or to buy weapons to kill innocent Somalis. Should Somali families continue to pay for the bullets and shells that killed their loved ones? It is hard to believe that any of these demands would be seriously entertained by Western administrations, least of all by the current Bush administration. President Bush and his team appear more concerned with threatening yet another intervention in Somalia, and many other places besides, all in the name of a new colder war aimed at fuzzy and sometimes imaginary enemies in, mostly, Muslim countries of the Third World. 15 A more realistic idea might be for Somalis to appeal to the public in Western countries to head off another superpower intervention, and to encourage the provision of people-to-people assistance aimed at building, not destroying, a viable infrastructure for Somalis. 14. The Security Council, behind the scenes in the Rwanda genocide. Linda R. Melbourne. On April 21, 1994, the Security Council of the United Nations voted to pull out its peacekeepers from Rwanda. It was a milestone decision, today considered one of the most ignominious in the Council's history. Hundreds of thousands of Rwandans were being slaughtered in a planned, calculated, and organized campaign of genocide intended to eliminate a human group, the Tutsi. It was slaughter of a speed and on a scale not seen since the Nazi extermination program against the Jews. The decision to evacuate the UN soldiers came after a long, acrimonious, and agonizing council debate held among ambassadors from 15 member states in a small room adjacent to the council chamber. It was an informal debate and it was intended to remain secret, with the policy of each government conveniently hidden from public scrutiny. This, it should be noted, is how the Security Council standardly conducts its business. In 1994, during 3 months of genocide in Rwanda, the Council was in almost constant secret session, meeting sometimes twice daily and long into the night. Yet in all the various international and national inquiries held into the circumstances of the genocide, not one has focused on what was said, and not said, in these secret council meetings. The culture of secrecy is now so embedded in council work that it is taken for granted both within and outside council chambers. It is hard to imagine now, but there was once a time when Security Council debates were held in open session. Nowadays, these crucial debates take place behind closed doors, and it is behind closed doors that the deals are done determining UN policy. The ambassadors only go into public session to vote on resolutions and make set speeches. All the important work is done elsewhere. Yet in the UN's first years the Council had operated in the full glare of publicity. It was possible to know the position of each government, and to hear the options discussed and the reasons given for decisions. In 1946, the then British ambassador, Sir Alexander Cadogan, had expressed his approval of open council meetings. Cadogan was an advocate of public diplomacy, as exemplified in the debates in the Council, for it made it necessary for states to justify their national behavior in the eyes of the world. Every nation was amenable to some extent to world publicity. But over time the Council began to hold secret meetings, slowly in the 1960s, until by the 1980s closed-door debates had become a way of life. The secret meetings of the Security Council held to discuss Rwanda while the genocide progressed would normally have remained secret, were it not for the fact that someone provided me with an account of them. This was an unprecedented leak of information, and this unique and valuable documentation revealed some shocking truths. Not least among them was the fact that during the first 4 weeks of the genocide, while most of the large-scale massacres of Tutsi took place, the systematic and continuing slaughter was not once debated at length by the Council. The mass killings were being conducted miles away from the fighting in a resumed civil war, and reports of mass murder had been sent to UN headquarters in cables sent from the field, from the headquarters of the peacekeeping mission, the UN assistance mission in Rwanda, UNAMIR, in the capital, Kigali. But in the council the priority for discussion was the resumed civil war and whether or not a ceasefire could be arranged between the warring factions, the Hutu power forces and the Rwanda Patriotic Front, RPF. On the killing of civilians and the threat to the thousands of refugees who had sought sanctuary in schools, churches, and hospitals, the council was virtually silent. A plan to try to stop the mass slaughter, devised by the force commander of the UN peacekeepers in Rwanda, Canadian Lieutenant General Romeo A. Dallaire, involved sending 5,500 troops as reinforcements. It was not discussed by the council until it was almost too late. The majority of victims in Rwanda died in the first 5 weeks. A speedy reinforcement for the beleaguered peacekeepers would have sent the strongest possible signal to the extremist adherents of Hutu power that the world was ready to back its promise of never again, a promise enshrined in international law in the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. But the main focus of the Council's secret discussions of Rwanda was very different. Later, these agonizing meetings were described by one of the ambassadors occupying a non-permanent seat, Karol Kovanda of the Czech Republic. No one was sure what, if anything, needed to be done. Into this absolutely bizarre situation came the big powers, who said they could do nothing. The debate in the Security Council is often shaped by recommendations from the Secretary General, acting on advice from officials in the Secretariat, who in turn receive all cables from force commanders. When Rwanda's crisis spilled over into genocide in April 1994, no such recommendations were forthcoming. Some of the non-permanent members speculated that either the Secretariat had no options at all, in which case it was not up to the task of managing the conflict, or the body was overwhelmed to the point of paralysis. There was an assumption, actively encouraged by Belgium and supported by Britain and the US, that only a massive and dramatic intervention would succeed in Rwanda, and this was out of the question. Belgium, of course, had already unilaterally decided to withdraw its own troops from the peacekeeping mission. Along with 2 of the Council's most powerful members, the US and Britain, it had now decided that intervention in Rwanda was too dangerous. The Belgian ambassador at the UN conducted a concerted campaign to warn everyone, Secretariat officials and ambassadors, of the supposed danger. Little attention was paid to the humanitarian assistance that continued throughout the genocide, provided by a handful of volunteer peacekeepers who stayed on in Rwanda, and by the International Committee of the Red Cross and Médecins Sans Frontières. Indeed, while the ICRC managed to send convoys of food and medical supplies to Rwanda throughout the 3 months of genocide, the UN failed even to resupply its own volunteer force. The 470 soldiers in the international force did all they could to help Rwandan victims. It was not for want of courage that they failed to rescue more people, but for want of petrol. At the UN headquarters in New York, a preoccupation with the renewed civil war meant that little attention was given to the contribution that peacekeepers in Rwanda could continue to make, even without reinforcements, in trying to alleviate the suffering. The crucial decisions. The importance of secrecy to the Council was dramatically illustrated on April 29. The presidency of the Security Council changes monthly through alphabetic rotation, and in May it was New Zealand's turn. On that April day, the New Zealand ambassador, lawyer Colin Keating, tried to persuade council members to recognize officially the fact of the Rwandan genocide. But the British, Americans, and Chinese were strenuously against use of the word. Keating had prepared a presidential statement for council approval recognizing the genocide. He believed that if recognition could be achieved, the council would be faced with an obligation, under the 1948 Convention, to stop the killing. The debate over recognition went in circles, and long into the night. It was a Friday, and tempers were frayed. For Keating this was brinkmanship. His term as president was ending, and so he decided to use the desperate measure of threatening public exposure. This would take the form of a draft resolution, tabled in Keating's national capacity, and requiring a vote. The vote would expose the position of every country to the glare of world opinion, and by now the wider world, at least the Western press, was beginning to take notice of the catastrophe unfolding in Rwanda. They followed on the heels of aid agencies like Oxfam and Human Rights Watch, which were calling the genocide a genocide, and lobbying for political actors to do the same. In the end, and only after threats of public exposure, a compromise was reached. The time-honored British ability for framing resolutions with mind-numbing ambiguity was called upon, and a watered-down presidential statement was issued. The statement quoted directly from the Genocide Convention, but did not itself use the word genocide. It recognized the systematic nature of the massacres, and described attacks on defenseless civilians throughout the country, particularly in areas under control of the armed forces of the so-called interim government of Rwanda. But the nature of the targets was not clearly specified. No choices were presented and no risks taken as a result of these deliberations. In the first 4 weeks of genocide, when mass killings were occurring on a scale unprecedented in recorded history, the Western media failed to recognize that genocide was taking place. Journalists preferred to describe the killing in these first weeks as tribal and anarchic, and this meant that public pressure could not be generated on domestic governments, contributing to the pervasive inaction at the level of the Security Council. History will record the abject failure of the Council to act decisively in protecting civilian lives in Rwanda. The Council is the UN's most important body, empowered to determine threats to international peace and take corresponding enforcement action. Yet rarely are its actions and internal operations subject to challenge. The Council's method of working in secret and informal session is accompanied by a range of other institutional deficiencies, a lack of clear guidelines about peacekeeping management, no clear division of labor between ambassadors and the Secretariat, and a reliance on Secretariat officials for information on what is happening on the ground. As a result, the Council has served the world ill over in the last decade. Rwanda may be only one example of that broader failing, but in its genocidal consequences it towers over all others. 15. U.S. Policy and Iraq, a case of genocide. Dennis J. Halliday. This article was based on a speech made in Spain to an international conference in November 1999 on the United Nations regime of economic sanctions on the people of Iraq, briefly addresses the concern that those sanctions constitute genocide, a crime against humanity. It also touches on the incompatibility of such sanctions with the provisions of the United Nations Charter and similar instruments of international law, calling out for the establishment of some means of oversight and control in regard to the work of the Security Council. During a visit to Paris in January 1999, to speak publicly about the terrible impact of United Nations economic sanctions on the people of Iraq, I used the term genocide for the first time. This was done at a briefing for the press corps to describe the catastrophic situation that from direct personal experience of 13 months in Baghdad I had come to consider nothing less than genocidal. The term was picked up by some journalists and used for headlines in the Paris newspapers and then similarly by 1 or 2 international wire services. Thereafter, during that visit, I was made to feel by some that I had crossed an invisible line of impropriety. I was criticized by a few for using the term in regard to the impact of economic sanctions themselves. It seemed also that it was deemed particularly inappropriate in respect of the Arab and Islamic people of Iraq. Since then I have observed that the term genocide offends many in our Western media and establishment circles when it is used to describe the killing of others for which we are responsible, such as in Iraq. Perhaps for most, the term genocide is too emotive and too intimate to our democratic obligation to accept responsibility for even the most disagreeable actions undertaken by our respective governments. For others, it was no more than overdue recognition of the crimes against innocent humanity ongoing throughout Iraq, including the 3 million Kurds of the 3 northern provinces. Former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark, the British author Jeff Simons, and a number of British members of Parliament critical of British government economic sanctions and military policy have employed the term genocide to convey their perception of the Iraq situation. Since the spring of 1999, the term has been used frequently by the establishment in the UK and the US together with mass media to describe the plight of Albanians in Kosovo and the killing of the people of East Timor. Clearly for these deadly situations, Despite our historical involvement, the establishment spokespersons using the term genocide did not feel in any way responsible. It seems that only others commit genocide, we Western democracies do not. How ironic, coming from those nations that inter alia managed the transatlantic slave trade, the massacre of American Indians and the slaughter of the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. In the fall semester of 1999, in a class I teach at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, we discussed the appropriateness of using the term genocide to describe the human crisis in Iraq. We reviewed with some care the definition as set out by the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948. We noted the clear reference to the expression intent as being essential in any determination of genocide. In considering UN Security Council Resolution 687, we did not find intent spelled out in the text of 1991. Nevertheless, we noted the justification provided some years ago by the then ambassador to the UN and now Secretary of State for the sustained killing of some 500,000 Iraqi children. Given the stark reality of death in Iraq under economic sanctions, the choice for the class in respect of the consequences of UN Resolution 687 was one between de jure and de facto genocide, or, as one student suggested, a choice between first-degree murder or manslaughter. The class looked between the lines of the resolution, but the majority of students gave the original drafters the benefit of the doubt, and likewise to those member states that support the imposition of the uniquely comprehensive and devastating economic sanctions that Resolution 687 represents, sanctions that are particularly devastating, coming as they do on top of the illegal civilian-targeted bombing and missile attacks by the US and UK allies of the Gulf War. However, some including myself consider that by the deliberate continuation of the UN economic sanctions regime on Iraq, in full knowledge of their deadly impact as frequently reported by the Secretary-General and others, the member states of the Security Council are indeed guilty of intentionally sustaining a regime of genocide. It is this view that was supported overwhelmingly by international lawyers at the conference in Spain organized by the Spanish campaign for the lifting of sanctions on Iraq. The information provided by the various organizations of the United Nations system, FAO, WFP, UNICEF, and who have carried out surveys using international experts on infant and child mortality rates in Iraq under economic sanctions, underlines that we have de facto genocide. They have provided data showing the very significant increase in mortality rates over the years since Resolution 687 was imposed. We have also been given data by WHO showing significant increases in the deaths of adults, particularly among the aged in need of sophisticated drugs no longer available in Iraq. We have figures showing extraordinary increases in the incidence of various cancers, including leukemia in children, since the use of depleted uranium by the UK and US during the Gulf War. We know the sad human cost today in Iraq of the deliberate destruction by Gulf War allies of the means for treatment and distribution of clean water, adequate electric power generation and effective urban sanitation systems. This damage was reported initially by the mission of then Under-Secretary General and now President of Finland, Martti Ahtisaari, in 1991, and many times since by UNICEF and WHO. The informally termed Oil for Food program, which is fully funded by Iraq through limited oil sales under UN auspices, was designed to prevent further deterioration, no more than that. The Security Council approved but heavily constrained importation of limited and basic foodstuffs, medicines, and drugs into the country has done little more than maintain high mortality rates and massive malnutrition, as the recent UNICEF report has advised. Apart from considerable nutritional shortfalls, including lack of adequate animal proteins, minerals, and vitamins within that program, we have not seen the Security Council allow oil revenues substantially to repair the damage caused by the bombing of civilian infrastructure in 1991, 1996, and as recently as December 1998, in breach of the Geneva Conventions. By this denial and by controlling the ceiling on Iraqi oil revenues, the Security Council has determined with deliberation to block adequate repair of water, power, and sewerage systems so critical in the battle to save the lives of countless infants and children. In other words, the Council has sustained a source for waterborne diseases leading to thousands of deaths monthly, particularly of infants and children. Likewise, adequate hard currency has not been available for re-equipping of hospitals and other healthcare facilities, and agricultural food production capacity remains starved of essential imported requirements. In short, the Security Council has denied Iraq its right to import adequately, and at the same time its right to repair and rebuild that civilian infrastructure so critical for human well-being, indeed for life itself. The Security Council has in effect illegally violated international law twice over. First, and contrary to the provisions of the Geneva Conventions, the targeting of men, women, and children, non-combatants and civilians, via missile attacks and bombing of civilians and civilian infrastructure in 1991 and thereafter. And second, in an even more deadly, quiet, and sustained manner of warfare, the killing of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children and adults, by the ongoing regime of comprehensive economic sanctions, an embargo backed up by the massive military presence of the USA throughout the Middle East. A military presence not only intimidating to the women and children of Iraq, but equally intimidating to many millions of peoples and their governments throughout the region. Whether one wishes to term economic sanctions on Iraq a form of warfare or not, crimes against humanity or not, the imposition of genocide or not, the sustained imposition of these sanctions constitutes the punishment of millions, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings. Whatever the terminology, whatever the semantics used, the results are indisputably contrary to the spirit and the word of numerous international legal instruments. With, or without original intent, the impact of economic sanctions constitutes genocide. Whether it is de jure or de facto genocide, the semantics are irrelevant to those people of Iraq who have seen their children die, their parents die, and their own health and the health of most deteriorate into a state of physical malnutrition, a condition of near national depression and an environment of social collapse. The question, does the genocidal impact of economic sanctions on Iraq represent first-degree murder as in intent, or manslaughter as in negligence resulting nevertheless in death, has been answered. However, there remains another tragic consequence of the genocide in Iraq, and that is the irreparable damage it has done to the integrity and credibility of the United Nations itself. By sustaining economic sanctions on Iraq in full knowledge of the deadly consequences, the member states of the Security Council have undermined the very legal basis of the organization itself, the Charter. That is not to deny that the device of economic sanctions is provided for in Chapter 7 of the Charter, it is. One could query the intentions in the minds of the victors of World War II when these provisions were drafted in 1945, at a time when the infant UN was proportionally more heavily made up of large and powerful than small and weaker member states. Then, as today, the concept of economic sanctions, bilateral but also multilateral, is more attractive and viable to the powerful, the bully boy states, than to the smaller potential victims. Regardless of 1945 goals, the prolonged and uniquely comprehensive nature of the economic sanctions on Iraq, and economic sanctions regimes imposed elsewhere in the world, have undermined the very purposes and principles, Articles 1 and 2, of the United Nations Charter, the preamble of which calls inter alia for the well-being of all humanity. Likewise, prolonged economic sanctions neglect the rights spelled out in Articles 25 and 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In reality, there are numerous international conventions neglected by the deliberate continuation of economic sanctions regardless of human cost, not least of which is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. These rights are intentionally denied every time an Iraqi child is without nutritious and plentiful food, a place in which to live decently, adequate medical attention, and a good education. A sanctions generation of deprivation has been created by the Security Council. The denial by the Security Council of the rights of an Iraqi child to have opportunities for the future, to life itself, destroys what the United Nations is mandated to enhance and sustain throughout the world. The conventional Western response to the human crisis in Iraq is that it is solely the fault of their once convenient and former ally of the Iraq War era, President Saddam Hussein. This is simplistic, dishonest, and irresponsible. Further, the history of the Baath Party, assisted into power by the CIA, shows that social welfare, including education and healthcare, are top priorities. The party certainly diminished political and civil rights, but basic human rights were enhanced between 1958 and 1990. Regardless of the illegal invasion of Kuwait, there is no possible justification for the murder of Iraqi children and adults, innocent of that invasion, by the US, UK and other powers simply because they cannot punish the leadership of Iraq. That is morally and legally unacceptable on all counts. Combating this incompatibility between the Charter and instruments of international law with the impact of Security Council decisions such as Resolution 687 would appear to call for several actions. One might be an initiative by the larger, fully representative, and more democratic General Assembly to seek the advice of the International Court of Justice, and by so doing begin to assert meaningfully its oversight function in respect of the work of the powerful yet small and undemocratic Security Council. Another might be the establishment of an NGO to watch the impact of Security Council resolutions worldwide and to monitor their incompatibility with the Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and other international legal instruments. Another might be radical reform of the Council so that it is no longer North manipulated, but representative of the states and their peoples throughout the world on whom its decisions impact. In conclusion, the genocidal impact of the regime of economic sanctions on the people of Iraq violates the legal instruments that are fundamental to the credible continuation of the United Nations. The organization urgently needs the protection of an oversight device or devices in regard to the output of the dangerously out of control Security Council. The Council is desperately in need of reform to introduce permanent North/South balance and representation. The Council must begin to act in conformity with the essential provisions of the UN Charter itself. In the meantime, men and women of conscience, with moral posture and integrity, must continue to demand the termination of crimes against humanity committed by the member states of the present Security Council in respect to the people of Iraq. Documents 2 and 3. Criminal Complaint against the United States and Others for Crimes against the People of Iraq, 1996, and Letter to the Security Council, 2001. Ramsey Clark. Document 2. Ramsey Clark's criminal charges against the U.S., Britain and leaders of the United Nations supplemented an earlier filing of 19 charges in 1991 pertaining to the Gulf War against Iraq. The charges were presented at the International Court on Crimes Against Humanity committed by the UN Security Council on Iraq, in Madrid, Spain, 16–17 November 1996. Criminal complaint against the United States of America and others for crimes against the people of Iraq for causing the deaths of more than 1,500,000 people including 750,000 children under 5 and injury to the entire population by genocidal sanctions. This supplemental complaint charges the United States of America, President Bill Clinton, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, Secretary of Defense William Perry, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Madeleine Albright, State Department spokesman Nicholas Burns, the United Kingdom Prime Minister John Major, aided and abetted by United Nations Secretary General Boutros Boutros-Ghali, Rolf Ekus, Chairman of UN Special Commission on Iraq, and each member nation of the Security Council and its UN ambassador from 1991 to date that failed to act affirmatively to relieve death and suffering caused by United Nations sanctions against the people of Iraq, and others to be named. With genocide, crimes against humanity, the use of a weapon of mass destruction and other crimes specified herein. The criminal acts charged include the deliberate and intentional imposition, maintenance, and enforcement of an economic blockade and sanctions against the people of Iraq from August 6, 1990 to this date with full knowledge constantly communicated that the blockade and sanctions were depriving the people of Iraq of essentials to support and protect human life. These essentials include medicines and medical supplies, safe drinking water, adequate food, insecticides, fertilizers, equipment and parts required for agriculture, food processing, storage and distribution, hospital and medical clinic procedures, a multitude of common items such as light bulbs and fluorescent tubes, equipment and parts for the generation and distribution of electricity, telephone and other communications, public transportation and other essential human services. Also denied the people of Iraq is knowledge of the existence of, and procedures and equipment to provide protection from, depleted uranium and dangerous chemical pollution released in the environment of Iraq by defendants. The United States has further subjected Iraq to random missile assaults which have killed civilians. The direct consequence of such acts and others is direct physical injury to the majority of the population in Iraq, serious permanent injury to a substantial minority of the population and death to more than 1,500,000 people including 750,000 children under 5 years of age. The formal criminal charges are: 1. The United States and its officials aided and abetted by others engaged in a continuing pattern of conduct from August 6, 1990 until this date to impose, maintain, and enforce extreme economic sanctions and a strict military blockade on the people of Iraq for the purpose of injuring the entire population, killing its weakest members, infants, children, the elderly and the chronically ill, by depriving them of medicines, drinking water, food, and other essentials in order to maintain a large U.S. military presence in the region and dominion and control over its people and resources including oil. 2. The United States, its President Bill Clinton and other officials, the United Kingdom and its Prime Minister John Major and other officials have committed a crime against humanity as defined in the Nuremberg Charter against the population of Iraq and engaged in a continuing and massive attack on the entire civilian population in violation of Articles 48, 51, 52, 54, and 55 of Protocol I additional to the Geneva Convention 1977. 3. The United States, its President Bill Clinton and other officials, the United Kingdom and its Prime Minister John Major and other officials have committed genocide as defined in the Convention against Genocide against the population of Iraq including genocide by starvation and sickness through use of sanctions as a weapon of mass destruction and violation of Article 54, protection of objects indispensable to the civilian population, of Protocol I additional to the Geneva Convention 1977. 4. The United States, its President Bill Clinton and other officials, the United Kingdom and its Prime Minister John Major and other officials have committed and engaged in a continuing course of conduct to prevent any interference with the long-term criminal imposition of sanctions against the people of Iraq in order to support continuing U.S. presence and domination of the region. 5. The United States, its President Bill Clinton and other officials, the United Kingdom and its Prime Minister John Major and other officials with U.S. Ambassador Madeleine Albright as a principal agent have obstructed justice and corrupted United Nations functions, most prominently the Security Council, by political, economic and other coercions using systematic threats, manipulations, and misinformation to silence protest and prevent votes or other acts to end sanctions against Iraq despite reports over a period of 5 years by every major UN agency concerned including UNICEF, UN World Food Programme, UN Food and Agriculture Organization, which describe the deaths, injuries, and suffering directly caused by the sanctions. 6. The United States, its President Bill Clinton and other officials have engaged in a continuing concealment and cover-up of the criminal assaults during January through March 1991 on nuclear reactors, chemical, fertilizer, insecticide plants, oil refineries, oil storage tanks, ammunition depots, and bunkers in violation of humanitarian law including Article 56, protecting works and installations containing dangerous forces, exposing the civilian population of Iraq, and military personnel of Iraq, the United States and other countries to radiation and dangerous chemical pollution which continues for the population of Iraq causing deaths, sickness, and permanent injuries including chemical and radiation poisoning, cancer, leukemia, tumors and diseased body organs. 7. The United States and its officers have concealed and failed to help protect the population of Iraq from the cover-up of the use by U.S. forces of illegal weapons of a wide variety including rockets and missiles containing depleted uranium which have saturated soil, groundwater and other elements in Iraq and are a constant presence affecting large areas still undefined with deadly radiation causing death, illness, and injury which will continue to harm the population with unforeseeable effects for thousands of years. 8. The United States and its officials have endeavored to extort money tribute from Iraq and institutionalize forced payments of money on a permanent basis by demanding that more than one-half the value of all oil sales taken from Iraq be paid as it directs as the price for reducing the sanctions to permit limited oil sales insufficient to feed the people and care for the sick. This is the functional and moral equivalent of holding a gun to the head of the children of Iraq and demanding of Iraq, pay half your income or we will shoot your children. 9. The United States has violated, and condoned violations of, human rights, civil liberties and the U.S. Bill of Rights in the United States, in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and elsewhere to achieve its purpose of complete domination of the region. 10. President Clinton, Ambassador Albright, Nicholas Burns, and Rolf Ekus have systematically manipulated, controlled, directed, misinformed, concealed from and restricted press and media coverage about conditions in Iraq, compliance with UN requirements, and the suffering of the people of Iraq to maintain overwhelming and consistent media support for genocide. This has been done in the face of their proclaiming that the deaths of more than 500,000 children are worth it to control the region, that Saddam Hussein is responsible for all injury and could prevent this genocide by not putting his yacht on the Euphrates this winter, or by shutting down his palace for the winter and using that money to buy food and medicine and by insisting that the sanctions will be maintained until a government acceptable to the U.S. is installed in Iraq. Ramsey Clark. New York, November 14, 1996. Document 3. The following letter was sent by Ramsey Clark to members of the UN Security Council on February 28, 2001. Re. Security Council action to end all sanctions against Iraq and prohibit US and UK military assaults against Iraq. Dear members of the Security Council, the genocide in Iraq caused by Security Council sanctions forced by the United States and the bombing of Iraq by US aircraft and missiles continues unabated. A nationwide survey by 50 US citizens in Iraq last month, my 11th trip to Iraq since sanctions were imposed on August 6, 1990, confirmed that deaths caused by sanctions increased for the 10th consecutive year, though the rate of increase has declined. General health conditions continue to deteriorate though available food and medicine has increased slightly, apparently from the cumulative effects of decade-long severe shortages. Other health concerns include increasing cancer rates, greatest among the young, which the people of Iraq and the medical care system believe are caused by depleted uranium from the near 1 million depleted uranium shells fired into Iraq by the US in the first months of 1991 and the probable use of depleted uranium ammunition since. Among many examples of such concern we encountered was a statement made to me by the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Basra, Monsignor Jibril Kasab, that the small Catholic population within his diocese has recently suffered 3 infant births with deformities never seen before, including the absence of facial features and eyes, which he has reported to the Vatican. Constant overflights with frequent aerial strikes against Iraq have continued, averaging several attacks a week with deaths and injuries nearly every week. The genocidal effect of sanctions on Iraq to January 20, 2001. Infant mortality from selected illnesses caused by the UN sanctions against Iraq has increased from a monthly average of slightly less than 600 deaths in 1989 to more than 6,700 in 2000, or 11 times. The percentage of total registered births under 2.5 kilograms in 1990 was 4.5%. In 2000 it was nearly 25%, or up 5 times. For children under 5 years old, the average number of reported cases of kwashiorkor, marasmus and other malnutrition illnesses caused by protein, calorie, and or vitamin deficiencies rose from less than 8,550 in 1990 to 190,000 in 2000, an increase of more than 22 times. The sanctions must be completely removed immediately. Every day the sanctions continue adds to the death toll of the worst genocide of the last decade of the most violent century in human history. The US, realizing that world opinion will no longer tolerate the sanctions, is seeking to take credit for modifying them while its purpose will be to continue to control their implementation and cause their reinstatement for alleged violations by Iraq. Under the ruse of arms inspections and false claims of arms violations, the U.S. has systematically frustrated any easing of sanctions. The U.S. has claimed, and failed to prove, a long series of violations by Iraq, including false claims that Iraq was withholding food and medicine from its own people, when Iraq's model system of food distribution and rationing has saved its people. I have repeatedly reported these U.S. deceptions to the Security Council since the Food for Oil program was initiated. Combined with the failure of the Sanctions Committee to approve contracts by Iraq for purchases of urgently needed medicines, food, and equipment, the U.S. has succeeded in preventing the easing of sanctions and will continue to do so if they are not completely ended. Criminal aerial assaults on Iraq. The United States has bombed Iraq from aircraft and cruise missiles with impunity since the ceasefire in February 1991. In the week before the inauguration of William J. Clinton as President of the United States on January 20, 1993, President George Bush authorized a fierce campaign of bombing. President Clinton continued the aerial attacks and bombing on January 21, 1993 and throughout his 8 years in office. On occasion large numbers of cruise missiles were launched, hitting among many civilian facilities the Al-Rashid Hotel in Baghdad and the home of Iraq's most famous painter and the director of its Museum of Modern Art, Layla al-Adar. Out of thousands of unlawful aerial sorties and hundreds of violent attacks on defenseless people in Iraq, including the passengers on a UN helicopter, the U.S. did not suffer a single casualty. Still, the U.S. has insisted it must attack and kill Iraqis to protect its aircraft which had no right to fly over Iraq, though no U.S. aircraft have been hit. U.S. aircraft joined occasionally by U.K. planes attacking targets in Iraq are engaged in criminal violence and crimes against peace. Those who ordered the flights and attacks, and the pilots who executed the orders committed criminal acts that have caused the deaths of hundreds of people. The Security Council has condoned these continuing criminal assaults under pressure from the U.S. and, tragically, has approved the genocidal sanctions against Iraq. It has ignored other illegal attacks by the U.S. including the surprise attacks on Tripoli and Benghazi, Libya in April 1986 which killed hundreds of civilians, and the 20 cruise missile assault on the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum, Sudan in August 1998 which provided half the medicine available to the people of Sudan. Nothing could be more dangerous to world peace. The new U.S. administration has continued to make criminal aerial assaults on Iraq and threatened to increase them as an alternative to sanctions which it now suggests have failed. The Security Council must proclaim the assaults on Iraq to be the crime they clearly are and demand they stop. Widespread and growing anger at the genocidal sanctions and the criminal assaults against Iraq will turn into rage, violence, and war unless they are stopped. The very first purpose of the UN is to prevent this scourge of war. Sincerely, Ramsey Clark. 16. The fire in 1999? The United States, NATO, and the bombing of Yugoslavia. David Bruce MacDonald. Since the end of the Cold War, the methods and objectives of United States foreign policy have come under increasing scrutiny. The Gulf War would produce Ramsey Clark's The Fire this time, charging the United States with war crimes in Iraq, Clark, 1992. Christopher Hitchens's more recent The Trial of Henry Kissinger, Hitchens, 2001, accuses this former Nixonite hawk of a wide variety of atrocious crimes, giving new insight into Daniel Ellsberg's glib remark in 1972 that Henry has the best deal Faust ever made with Mephistopheles, Vonnegut, 1974, 197. This chapter will critically examine NATO's 1999 air campaign against Yugoslavia, Operation Allied Force. I will argue that while the United States did not commit war crimes in this case, they did break numerous international laws and conventions, causing untold collateral damage in the process. Its humanitarian goals notwithstanding, NATO's operation was found wanting on numerous counts. We can cite NATO's haste in rushing into an underprepared military solution, its unwillingness to endanger the lives of its own soldiers to protect Yugoslavia's civilians, its use of highly questionable weaponry on civilian targets, and its seeming ignorance of the region's specific features. The chapter begins by looking at some of the background to NATO intervention, including members' conceptions of strategy and where these went wrong. We will then examine the consequences wrought by the air campaign, and examine what international laws and conventions were broken. A final section considers the question of blame, and how much of it should be borne by the United States. However, I will also argue that there are important mitigating factors that must be taken into consideration when analyzing Allied force and its aftermath. Precedents. The Allied campaign in Yugoslavia in 1999 was not without its precedents. The 1990 Gulf War reinforced U.S. enthusiasm about the use of advanced technology to win a conflict quickly and efficiently. It took under 6 weeks for a force of some 800,000 troops to decimate the Iraqi army, with a U.S. fatality rate of less than 1 per 3,000 soldiers. This, according to Stephen Biddle, made the Gulf War a shaping event for defense planning in the 1990s, a Gulf War yardstick, Biddle, 1996, 142-43. Of importance here was the belief that the world's problems could now be solved using high-altitude bombing and the latest military technology. However, the Gulf War also involved highly questionable tactics against civilians. Former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark would accuse the United States of no fewer than 19 separate war crimes, including breaches of the Hague and Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg and UN Charters, and the U.S. Constitution, for the dropping of over 80,000 tons of bombs, and the deaths of between 125,000 and 150,000 Iraqi soldiers and civilians. Clark, 1992, 17, 18, 38, 40.1. A second precedent was to be found in the 1995 NATO airstrikes in Bosnia-Herzegovina. After 16 months of failing to get Bosnian Serb leaders to negotiate over the contact group plan, the U.S. launched Operation Deliberate Force on August 30, the largest military action in NATO's history. Bosnian Serb positions around Sarajevo were pounded by U.S. planes, coupled with French and British artillery from the Rapid Reaction Forces operating in Bosnia. Holbrooke, 1998, 101-2. Certainly there was a precedent for the 1999 airstrikes, the airstrikes of 1995. These produced exactly the result the Americans intended, and with surprising speed. After 16 months of failing to get Bosnian Serb leaders to negotiate over the contact group plan, U.S. military and political staff concluded that more forceful means would be required to bring the Bosnian Serbs to the bargaining table. Within hours, Slobodan Milosevic secured the signatures of all the relevant high-ranking Serbian and Bosnian Serb leaders to a document creating a joint delegation to participate in negotiations. This document, later referred to as the Patriarch Paper by U.S. Chief Negotiator Richard Holbrooke, gave Milosevic virtually total power over the fate of the Bosnian Serbs. Holbrooke, 1998, 105-6. Holbrooke's analysis of the state of affairs was as arrogant as it was representative of U.S. views at the time. I was beginning to get the sense of the pale Serbs, headstrong, given to empty theatrical statements, but in the end, essentially bullies when their bluff was called. The Western mistake over the previous 4 years had been to treat the Serbs as rational people, with whom one could argue, negotiate, compromise, and agree. In fact, they respected only force or an unambiguous and credible threat to use it. Holbrooke, 1998, 152. These two precedents yielded a number of lessons. First, the UN was a useful tool of U.S. foreign policy. Second, air power could achieve quick and effective results. Third, the Serbs were bullies who understood force and little else. And fourth, the United States had the right, even perhaps the duty, to intervene in Yugoslavia. However, Kosovo was not a second Bosnia. In Bosnia, the Serbs formed roughly 1/3 of the population, but in Kosovo they accounted for just 10%. While there were few real cultural and linguistic differences between Bosnian Serbs, Croats, and Muslims, Serbs and Albanians spoke different languages, and were of different, and historically antagonistic, ethnic groups. Another difference was the nature of the conflict. The Bosnian conflict was largely confined to the region. Kosovo had enormous potential for spillover, making it potentially far more destabilizing. The military strategy, too, was dissimilar. While a combination of airstrikes and ground forces had succeeded in Bosnia, Clinton hobbled his administration early in the Kosovo debacle when he announced, "I do not intend to put our troops in Kosovo to fight a war," quoted in Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 130. Without crucial land-based reinforcements, deliberate force would not have succeeded. This military reality, along with others, seems to have been ignored. Shawcross, 2001, 332. More important, perhaps, was the alliance's underestimation of Kosovo's significance in Serbian politics. While Milosevic happily sold out the Bosnian Serbs during the Dayton peace process, he was not prepared to give up Kosovo, which was seen to be historically Serbian. Bosnia was never as important to the Serbs as Kosovo, the Serbian Jerusalem, site of the Battle of Kosovo of 1389, and location of some of Serbia's most revered churches and monasteries. Additionally, the reaction against Kosovar nationalism in the mid-1980s was key to Milosevic's rise to power. Kosovo made his reputation, and its loss would clearly be his undoing, something U.S. strategists failed to take into account. Highland, 1999, 44-5. The war begins. In 1998, an asymmetrical civil war was taking place in Kosovo, pitting a ragtag but determined Kosovo Liberation Army, created in 1996, against units of the Yugoslav Armed Forces, loosely allied with a variety of Serbian paramilitary groups, among them the infamous Tigers of Zeljko Ražnatović, Arkan, and Vojislav Šešelj's White Eagles. In 1998, the conflict produced some 300,000 refugees and hundreds of dead, but hopes were raised when a ceasefire agreement was signed in October, calling for the reduction of Yugoslav military and police units in Kosovo and the creation of a 2,000-strong Kosovo verification mission to monitor the situation. However, neither side appeared to have had any intention of honoring the agreement. By January 1999, the fighting had resumed. Bardos, 1999. Yugoslavia would soon be denounced in the eyes of the world after Serbian paramilitary forces massacred Albanian civilians in the village of Rakok on January 15. 3 weeks later, on February 6, the European Union, Russia, and the United States launched a series of negotiations at the Palace of Rambouillet, just outside Paris. Bardos, 1999. The question of whether war could have been averted is an important one. It seems clear, in hindsight, that the 90-page Rambouillet peace agreement was designed to be unacceptable to the Serbs. Under the agreement, a NATO-appointed Civilian Implementation Mission, CIM, would have had direct control over Kosovo, including the authority to issue binding directives to the parties on all important matters he saw fit, including appointing and removing officials and curtailing institutions, quoted in Parenti, 2000, 110. Of particular concern was the unpublicized Appendix B, which would have allowed NATO personnel complete and unrestricted access throughout the region, including airspace and waterways. 2 Even Henry Kissinger called the Rambouillet text a provocation, an excuse to start bombing, a terrible document that should not have been presented in that form. Shawcross, 2001, 329. But the messenger as well as the message was provocative. As Alan Little argued, the Americans knew that because it had to be NATO making the demands, the chances of the Serbs accepting the deal were very small. Little, 2000. It seems clear from a reading of the events leading to the conflict, and an analysis of U.S. calculations, that the U.S. believed Milosevic would respond only to force or the threat of force. The sooner such force could be brought to bear, the sooner the conflict would be resolved and the U.S. could pull out of the region. By March 22, In a last-ditch attempt to convince Milosevic to sign, Holbrooke led a mission to Belgrade, but this effort was ultimately unsuccessful. So on March 24, NATO began Operation Allied Force, Bardos, 1999. Some 51 targets had been hastily drawn up, and within a short time, 40 had been hit. The first targets included a military academy in the suburbs of Belgrade, the Batajanica Air Base, a major communications mast on Mount Ivala, and Yugoslavia's air defense systems, Juda, 2000, 237-8. As Clinton argued, NATO had three primary goals: to demonstrate the seriousness of NATO's purpose so that the Serbian leaders understand the imperative of reversing course, to deter an even bloodier offensive against innocent civilians in Kosovo, and, if necessary, to seriously damage the Serb military's capacity to harm the people of Kosovo. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 101. Operation Allied Force lasted 78 days. In the first month, NATO flew an average of 300 sorties a day, about 100 of these being bombing runs, or strike sorties. This was then increased as the conflict progressed to 500 sorties daily with 150 bombing runs. By the end of May, the daily rate had increased to between 600 and 700, with almost 300 daily bombing runs. Altogether, nearly 40,000 aircraft sorties were flown during the course of the conflict. Greenberg, 2000, 212, Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 143-4, 209. The campaign would end on June 2, when Finnish President Martti Ahtisaari and Boris Yeltsin's personal envoy Viktor Chernomyrdin finally persuaded Milosevic to sign a somewhat modified version of the Rambouillet Agreement, later codified as UN Security Council Resolution 1244. Kosovo would remain legally a part of Yugoslavia, but would be subject to a separate international administration known as the United Nations Mission in Kosovo, or UNMIK. On June 9, a military technical agreement paved the way for withdrawal of Yugoslav forces, and the entry of KFOR troops, Bardos, 1999. In hindsight, the US severely miscalculated the duration of the war. Believing that Milosevic would buckle at the first display of high-tech military power, the CIA argued in January 1999 that Milosevic doesn't want a war he can't win. After enough of a defense to sustain his honor and assuage his backers, he will quickly sue for peace. See Borger and Taylor Norton, 1999, Borger, 1999. Milosevic, too, was convinced that NATO would back off after a token bombing campaign, which he jokingly called Bombing Light, Juda, 2000, 229. As Michael Ignatieff paraphrases the cynically cheerful scenario, we would pretend to bomb Milosevic, and he would pretend to resist, and then a deal would be done, dropping a province he could no longer control into the lap of the international community. However, the truth turned out to be otherwise. In his cynicism, Milosevic gambled that NATO would never go to war for its values. In our innocence, we gambled that he would never risk destruction for his. Ignatieff, 2000, 48-9, see also Bardos, 1999. In their enthusiasm to finish the war quickly, washing their hands of what they saw as a bloody and intractable situation, the United States and its allies engaged in a wide variety of breaches of international law, many of which involved the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and the use of weapons and tactics which had no legitimate place on any battlefield. Unintended civilian consequences. If the situation prevailing in Kosovo before Allied force was serious, it would pale next to the full-scale catastrophe that the bombing campaign produced. By mid-April, after only 2 weeks of bombing, some 350,000 refugees had poured out of Kosovo, fleeing south to Macedonia and Albania. Chomsky, 2000, 34. By the end of the campaign, the refugee total stood at 850,000, with an additional 500,000 people internally displaced within Kosovo. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 108-9, also Crace, 1999. The bombing soon became a backdrop for a program of systematic ethnic cleansing, as the number of Serbian troops and police in Kosovo increased by 25% to 40,000 men, Norton Taylor, 1999. Almost from day one, Serbian forces began rounding up ethnic Albanians from Pristina, Cairo, and other cities, Black and Borger, 1999. Forced expulsions took place at gunpoint, with Serbian militia groups going door to door. In some instances, heavy weapons such as tanks, artillery, helicopters, and aircraft were used to promote an exodus. During the conflict, over 100,000 homes in 500 villages, towns, and cities were damaged or destroyed, most looted beforehand. Horrific crimes, such as shooting, burning people alive, amputation, rape, and even the hacking off of nipples, were reported throughout this period. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 109-11. Estimates of the death toll hover around 10,000 Albanian casualties, mostly at Serb hands, along with thousands of Yugoslav soldiers and civilians. Greenberg, 2000, 212. Western policymakers, it seemed, had seriously miscalculated the effects of the bombing. Milosevic had not backed down. James Rubin, Albright's State Department spokesman, described an escalating pattern of Serbian attacks, while former National Security Advisor Carnes Lord argued, although Western officials continue to deny it, there can be little doubt that the bombing campaign has provided both motive and opportunity for a wider and more savage Serbian operation than what was first envisioned, quoted in Chomsky, 2000, 35. As one journalist wrote forcefully, at bottom there remains the terrible truth that the volcanic catastrophe of the sudden Kosovo population displacements were triggered by the NATO bombing, and by the decision of Western governments to impose impossible conditions on the Serbian sovereign state. We knew it would happen, the Serbs said it would happen, and it did happen, quoted in Gott, 1999. While the creation of hundreds of thousands of refugees was certainly an unintended consequence of NATO's air war, it was not entirely unpredictable. While Serbia drove people out, the indiscriminate nature of NATO's high-altitude bombing also triggered massive population shifts. Other factors included the lack of power supplies, telephone lines, and clean water, coupled with a more general fear of violence. This included the fear of getting caught in the middle of KLA and Yugoslav crossfire, the fear of a NATO ground war, which the KLA predicted, and an unwillingness to join the KLA general mobilization that was taking place throughout Kosovo. That 70 to 100,000 Serbs also fled Kosovo during the bombing suggests that the campaign itself and the fear it generated were driving everybody out. Parenti, 2000, 131, 135. Civilian deaths. According to Human Rights Watch, NATO was directly responsible for the deaths of between 488 and 527 civilians in 90 separate incidents. In breaking down the causes of these deaths, HRW charged that NATO had pursued a range of questionable tactics. It had conducted air attacks using cluster bombs near populated areas, attacked targets of questionable military legitimacy, including Serb radio and television, heating plants, and bridges, did not take adequate precautions in warning civilians of attacks, took insufficient precautions identifying the presence of civilians when attacking convoys and mobile targets, and caused excessive civilian casualties by not taking sufficient measures to verify that military targets did not have concentrations of civilians, such as at Korisa. Human Rights Watch, 2000a. The organization also noted that 43 of the attacks took place during daylight hours, when civilians were most likely to be working in targeted buildings or using roads and bridges that were scheduled for attack. Human Rights Watch, 2000a. Had NATO given adequate warning to civilians that an attack was coming, had they attacked at night, had they been more careful with target selection, and had they bombed from a lower altitude, casualty rates could have been reduced by as much as 50%. Parenti, 2000, 122. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 122-3. Three of the most catastrophic attacks occurred in mid-April. On April 12, at least 10 people died and 16 were injured after NATO pilots targeted a passenger train going over a bridge in mid-morning. NATO first denied the bombing, then later dismissed it as an uncanny accident. Helm, 1999. The next day, NATO bombed the Belgrade suburb of Banjica, intending to hit a military barracks. It also hit the Military Medical Academy hospital some 50 meters away, putting both injured soldiers and civilians at risk. Fisk, 1999. On April 14, a refugee convoy coming from Jakovica in southwestern Kosovo was struck with 9 500-pound laser-guided bombs launched by US F-16 fighter planes. Up to 80 civilians were killed in this attack, which NATO leaders later admitted was an accident. They thought that they were firing on military vehicles, not tractors. Walker et al., 1999. Even during the first 3 weeks of the assault, it was clear that NATO's air campaign was not targeting only military installations. As Maggie O'Kane concluded, after 17 days of bombing, it is clear that NATO's targets are as much politically motivated against Mr. Milosevic personally, as they are strategically driven. O'Kane, 1999a. Classified under the amorphous military heading lines of communication, 70% of Danube road bridges were destroyed, 50% of Danube rail bridges and 50% of Kosovo's road corridors. By the end of May, electrical grids and transformers were also being destroyed. Cigarette factories, fertilizer plants, chemical factories, even the homes and offices of Milosevic's political allies were attacked, as well as his party headquarters. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 200-201. Of the obviously non-military targets, the bombing of the Serbian radio and television headquarters in Belgrade on April 23 was one of the most dubious, and resulted in 14 deaths. There was certainly no military or strategic value in the raid, leading Human Rights Watch to conclude, in this case, the purpose of the attack again seems to have been more psychological harassment of the civilian population than to obtain direct military effect. The risks involved to the civilian population in undertaking this urban attack grossly outweigh any perceived military benefit. Human Rights Watch, 2000a. Other inexplicable targets included the Dubrava Penitentiary in Kosovo, which was subject to 2 attacks, on 19 and May 21. The first bombing resulted in the deaths of 3 prisoners and 1 guard, the second resulted in the deaths of some 19 prisoners. Human Rights Watch, 2000a. In Montenegro, where Milo Djukanovic's anti-Milosevic government had been steering a neutral course, bombs rained down on Pajorica and Danilograd, ostensibly, it was argued, to knock out Yugoslav radar defenses. Dinmar, 1999. On April 9, a residential suburb of Pristina was attacked, when a bomb was seduced off the target. Crace, 1999. Peripheral regions such as Vojvodina were also hit. The mayor of Novi Sad noted that by April 20, 7 bridges, 50 businesses, and some 20 schools had been hit, together with 1 museum, 2 monasteries, and the university. The total damage, he estimated, already ran to 7 billion Deutschmarks. The Danube, which had carried some 10 million tons of shipping annually, was paralyzed during the conflict, blocking off the main transportation route for Balkan countries to the west. O'Kane, 1999b. During this period, NATO dropped white propaganda leaflets assuring the population that not they but their government was being targeted. Another key concern was the environmental degradation and destruction that occurred as a corollary to Operation Allied Force. On April 18, NATO forces bombed the Pančevo combined fertilizer factory and oil refinery. The immediate result was a huge toxic, carcinogenic cloud of gas phosgene, chlorine, and hydrochloric acid over Belgrade, as well as 15 to 20 kilometer-long slicks in the Danube. Other bombing targets included the Perva Iskra detergent plant in Barits, led to a discharge of toxic gases. The bombing of a NIS tobacco plant led to an explosion of chemical additives, discharging cadmium into the atmosphere. The repeated bombing of the Zastava plant in Kragujevac resulted in poisonous Pyralina liquid flows into the Lepnitsa River. Repeat bombing of the Milan Blagojevic plastic manufacturing plant in Lucani brought about severe petrochemical explosions. In other regions, including Belgrade, Pristina, Pančevo, Lipovic, and Novi Sad, the targeting of refineries and fuel depots led to uncontrollable fires and serious problems of air pollution, like Arizos, 1999. A large number of cultural, religious, and educational buildings and monuments also appear to have been destroyed during the campaign. According to UNESCO, 12 historical monuments in Kosovo, Central Serbia, and Vojvodina were completely demolished by NATO attacks, and another 39 suffered substantial damage. Many of these were on UNESCO's World Heritage List, including the 14th-century Grača Nica monastery, which was bombed twice, and the 13th-century Pek Patriarchate. Additionally, NATO airstrikes purportedly hit more than 2,000 schools. On April 10 alone, NATO attacked and destroyed village schools in the towns of Bogutova, Raska, Lesevci, Tofnik, and Lozno, the first having been targeted with no fewer than 6 missiles, like Arizos, 1999. What exactly NATO was hoping to accomplish with such attacks is unclear. Whether it was the result of faulty intelligence or sabotage, the Chinese embassy attack will count as one of the worst blunders of modern warfare. Targeting the wrong side of Belgrade's Lenjinov Boulevard, NATO bombed the embassy on May 7, rather than the Federal Directorate of Supply and Procurement on the opposite side, provoking violent anti-US protests in China. The CIA claimed to have been using maps dated from 1992, Evans, 1999. In the end, one employee was fired and several officials were disciplined after the attack, in which 3 Chinese lost their lives, Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2147. Coming at a time when a diplomatic breakthrough seemed to be on the horizon, its political effects were devastating. Lawrence Friedman argues that, while it is impossible to prove, this attack may have added a couple of weeks to the length of the war, quoted in Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2147. Many of these tactical errors were the result of a lack of long-range strategic planning. At the beginning of Operation Allied Force, NATO had drawn up only 51 targets for its sketchy battle plans. By March 28, these were expanded to include a target list aimed at demoralizing Serbia's population. In practice, some 60% of NATO targets were of questionable dual use. Judah, 2256-7, for a further discussion, see Ignatieff, 2170. Rather than encouraging the Serbs to rise up against Milosevic, attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, recalled one analyst, played directly into Milosevic's hands and appeared to contradict the claim that the enemy was Milosevic and not the Serbian people. Judah, 2239. In this respect, Operation Allied Force was a dismal failure. Depleted uranium. The highly controversial use of depleted uranium, ammunition has also raised serious concerns. Depleted uranium, what is left over when natural uranium has been enriched, is an extremely effective material for anti-tank weaponry, since it is 70% or denser than lead, and can easily punch through armor. Kirby, 2001. In all, NATO launched 112 strikes with depleted uranium ammunition, with 84 targets in Kosovo. Kroger, 2001. Most of these weapons fell in civilian areas, among the very civilian populations NATO was supposed to be defending. Many European governments have also expressed concern about higher than normal rates of leukemia and radiation poisoning among their peacekeeping troops. Soldiers from Italy, Belgium, Holland, Spain, Portugal, the Czech Republic, and France have all died of suspicious causes after 6-month tours in the Balkans. BBC News, 2001b. DU ammunition was widely used during the Gulf War, where an estimated 940,000 DU projectiles were dropped on Iraq by coalition forces. BBC News, 2001a. Between 1994 and 1995, NATO warplanes also dropped some 10,000 rounds of DU ammunition in Bosnia, creating what NATO peacekeeping troops have called Balkan Syndrome, little different from Gulf War Syndrome, Kroger, 2001. Both syndromes appear to have identical symptoms that include increases in birth defects, stillbirths, childhood leukemia, and other cancers, like Arizos, 1999, see also Kirby, 1999. While various oblique statements concerning the use of these weapons were made during Operation Allied Force, only in June 2000 did NATO finally admit it had used approximately 31,000 rounds of DU during the campaign, BBC News, 2000a. NATO denies any link between DU weapons and leukemia or other radiation illnesses. It does acknowledge that the burning clouds of vapor produced by DU weapons are radioactive, but claims these are short-lived and localized, Kirby, 2001. However, radiation physicists at the University of Maryland submitted a report to the U.S. Department of Energy in April 1999, concluding that DU should never be used in a battlefield scenario, because of its hazards to health. British biologist Roger Coghill has argued that while DU in its inert form is relatively safe, it poses a serious threat when it hits a target. At this stage, DU catches fire, and much of the round is turned into burning dust. The particles are extremely small, they can travel up to 300 kilometers. They are also beta emitters, which are dangerous if inhaled. According to Coghill, the particles can then lodge in the lungs, resisting the body's attempts to flush them out, and can wreak havoc with the immune system, quoted in Kirby, 1999. Some 43% of DU is also water-soluble, which means it can enter the bloodstream and move anywhere in the body, BBC News, 1999d. A recent study by Middlesex University examined urine samples from people in Bosnia and Kosovo, and found DU in every sample collected, suggesting it was likely that the metal was present in the food chain, BBC News, 2001d. The effects of DU weaponry were certainly not confined to Yugoslavia. By mid-June 1999, scientists in northern Greece reported 25% increases in radiation levels whenever the wind blew from Kosovo. Bulgarian researchers also reported increases in radiation levels of as much as 800% during and after the conflict, Kirby, 1999. As of 2001, there had been no attempts by NATO to clean up the debris from DU weapons. In January, a United Nations monitoring team found parts of DU weapons lying about in villages and graveyards where they could easily be picked up, BBC News, 2001a. Cluster bombs. Another evil during the air campaign was the use of cluster bombs, many of which caused civilian casualties. Cluster bombs have been around since the 1960s, and were widely used in Vietnam and Iraq. Unlike typical bombs, cluster bombs contain 150 to 250 submunitions or bomblets that are designed to explode over a large area once the bomb has been dropped from an aircraft, Marcus, 2000. What makes cluster bombs extremely dangerous is their high dud ratio. About 10% of bomblets do not explode on impact, leaving large amounts of unexploded ordnance. Cluster bombs can easily drift from a designated target to civilian areas if dropped from high altitude, and their brightly colored casings are often attractive to children. This has contributed to numerous child fatalities, BBC News, 2001c. During the Gulf War, an estimated 62,000 cluster bombs were dropped on Iraq, leaving behind a minimum of 1.2 to 1.5 million unexploded bomblets, Human Rights Watch, 1999. More than 1,600 civilians, 400 Iraqis and 1,200 Kuwaitis, were killed, and over 2,500 injured, in the first 2 years after the Gulf War from accidents involving submunitions, Human Rights Watch, 1999. During Operation Allied Force, cluster bombs were also a weapon of choice, and approximately 1,400 were dropped on Kosovo by British and U.S. forces, resulting in the deaths of some 200 Kosovar civilians and 2 Nepalese Gurkha peacekeepers. Wood, 2000, BBC News, 1999a. The KLA and regional instability. There is no doubt that the NATO campaign wrought horrific devastation. Whether or not its actions constitute war crimes as such, Yugoslavia's infrastructure and economy will not soon recover from the pounding. Independent estimates indicate that the NATO campaign caused $30 to $40 billion in damage to the Yugoslav economy. The conflict also left Serbia awash with refugees. Before the campaign, the province was already struggling to absorb between 500,000 and 550,000 refugees from the Croatian and Bosnian conflicts. To these were added another 230,000, mostly Kosovar Serbs, during and after the campaign. By the end of 1999, Yugoslavia had the dubious distinction of supporting the largest refugee population of any country in Europe, while also being among the poorest. Bardos, 1999, Human Rights Watch, 2000b. Added to these refugee problems were serious problems of instability in Kosovo itself. Another unintended consequence of Operation Allied Force was the massive increase of KLA power, coterminous with Milosevic's ethnic cleansing activities. It appears that the rapid growth of the KLA by 1999 to a 30,000 strong force equipped with grenade launchers, anti-tank weapons, and AK-47s was closely linked to Kosovar's increasing involvement in the heroin trade in Switzerland, Germany, and Scandinavia. One intelligence source claimed in the Berliner Zeitung that some DM 900 million had reached Kosovo since 1997, half of it from illegal drugs money. Boys and Wright, 1999.3. In the West, the KLA were first denounced as terrorists, but this position later changed, and Holbrooke was sent in to negotiate with several different KLA factions. Highland, 1999.45. After the bombing campaign ended in early June, the KLA agreed to disband, and a 3,000-member Kosovo Protection Corps was created. However, the real goal of the KPC, according to its leader Ajim Seku, was to retain some form of Kosovar military organization while continuing to train Albanians in military techniques. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 178. Though they had been officially disbanded, many KLA units remained intact, and managed to hide the majority of their weaponry. Bardos, 1999. Once the peace accord was signed, KFOR forces began slowly moving into the region. By September, 49,000 of the 50,000 force were moved in, and due to their efforts nearly all of the Albanian refugees were able to return home by the end of June. However, while this force was described as creating a secure environment for refugees and internally displaced persons to return to their homes, this was not true for all. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 176. As Yugoslav troops were withdrawn and NATO forces moved in, a dangerous power vacuum developed, leading inexorably to the rise of extremist factions which rapidly became the key power bases in the province. Bardos, 1999. The first targets were Serbs and Romani, both of whom were subjected to revenge attacks. Human rights violations against Serbs, such as executions, abductions, and intimidation, increased after the bombing. Romani left en masse after intimidation, killings, and house burning by Kosovar militia groups. The OSCE blamed members of the KLA and the Kosovo Protection Corps for much of the damage. BBC News, 1999c. Half of all murders in the 5 months after the bombing were of Serbian civilians, even though Albanians now made up 95% of the population, prompting the BBC to report, though on a much smaller scale, the revenge attacks on Kosovar Serbs have taken on the form of ethnic cleansing in reverse. BBC News, 1999b. By the end of the year, the International Red Cross estimated that some 247,000 Serbs and Romani had fled the province. Pristine's Serbian population was reduced from 20,000 to 1,000, Judah, 2,000, 287, 289, Point 4 Attacks on Serbian Orthodox religious sites also became commonplace, with claims that some 80 churches and monasteries were destroyed after June 1999, Bardos, 1999. By 2000, international officials were arguing that the wave of violence against Serbs and other minorities was orchestrated and systematic, Human Rights Watch, 2000b. This situation was not helped by the power struggles within the KLA. By the end of 1999, the KLA was splitting into several competing factions, and politically motivated assassinations began among rival groups for control of territory and resources, Bardos, 1999. By 2000, UN agencies reported that the rates of theft, blackmail, and kidnapping had risen 70%, Bardos, 1999. In their 2000 report, Human Rights Watch argued, despite an ongoing security gap for minorities, political violence and growing crime, with elements of former KLA and Kosovo Protection Corps clearly implicated, NATO and the UN remained unable or unwilling to confront the perpetrators in a decisive and consistent manner, Human Rights Watch, 2000b. While assistance to Kosovo was but a small fraction of the costs of waging war, Western governments were reluctant to donate the $25 million needed to bridge the financial gap for 1999, and would not even consider the $125 million gap for 2000. In the words of one reporter, the UN administration was being starved of funds by the countries that had fought and won the war. By the end of 1999, there was no justice, no police, no power, no water, not even new identity documents to replace those the Serbs had stolen in the spring. Bernard Kouchner rightly called it a scandal, quoted in Shawcross, 2001, 366-7. Human Rights Watch, 2000b, has tactfully called U.S. policy a laissez-faire approach. Regional instability. One of the West's avowed aims in launching this campaign was to prevent regional instability. Yet, such instability became, insidiously and inexorably, a part of Operation Allied Force. Economically, both Romania and Bulgaria paid a heavy price for their support of the NATO air campaign. In Romania, President Emil Constantinescu hoped that by obediently granting NATO full access to Romanian airspace, and joining the embargo against Yugoslavia, a second Marshall Plan would be forthcoming. It was not. Romania's foreign debt of $2.8 billion was not written off, nor was there compensation for the estimated $1 billion of losses resulting from the conflict. Romanian shipping companies alone claimed losses of $1.3 million a month due to the blockage of the Danube River, formerly used to transport 67% of its exports, Gurueta, 1999. In Bulgaria, the Ministry of Trade and Tourism estimated that nearly 168.7 million leva, $90.7 million, had been lost as a result of forfeited profits, spoiled produce, and breached contracts. The blockage of the Danube resulted in transportation company losses of 67.9 million leva, prompting one leading politician to remark that Bulgaria was seduced and left, or will be left, as a pregnant bride at the altar, quoted in Karadzic, 1999. Hungary, which had only been a NATO member for 12 days prior to Operation Allied Force, estimated that it too had lost hundreds of millions of dollars in trade because of the conflict, Hartung and Kaufman, 2000, 207. Yugoslavia's neighbors, it seemed, have paid an unreasonably high price for their cooperation and compliance. Sadly, the worst punishment was reserved for Macedonia. Here, Albanians comprised 23% of the country's entire population, and with the bombing campaign they became an increasingly vocal and militant minority, Bassett, 1999. Tens of thousands of refugees flooded into Macedonia during Operation Allied Force, with few resources to accommodate them. By 2000, radical elements within the KLA formed a National Liberation Army, and began to provoke violent insurrections in Macedonia, Bardos, 2001. In the wake of regional instability in 2001, This country, which had enjoyed 8 years of relative peace, was forced to call on NATO for assistance, and within a few months 3,500 NATO MFOR, Macedonian forces, were stationed throughout the country as part of Operation Essential Harvest. See Reuters, 2001a, 2001b, 2001c, also Jovanovski, 2001. While NATO, primarily British peacekeepers, did help to defuse the situation in Macedonia, the increased militancy and size of the KLA and its successors were almost certainly a legacy of the bombing campaign and Milosevic's brutal reaction to it. Assigning blame. There is little doubt that the United States bears primary responsibility for Operation Allied Force and its consequences. U.S. allies had few precision-guided munitions in their arsenals, and some countries, like France, constantly questioned the legitimacy of almost every dual-use target. While Britain was arguably the US's strongest ally, the British too did comparatively little. A Commons Defence Select Committee report in 2000 stated that Britain's air forces were badly equipped, and were responsible for fewer than 5% of NATO sorties. Britain's major contribution to the campaign, the report claimed, was to drop unguided 1,000-pound cluster bombs, these being of limited military value and questionable legitimacy. BBC News, 2000b. For those on the ground, it was clear that the United States was in charge. NATO pilot Captain Martin de Lajas argued that all the missions that we flew, all and every one, were planned by U.S. high military authorities. Even more, they were all planned in detail, including attacking planes, targets, and types of ammunition that we would have to throw, quoted and discussed in Parenti, 2000, 122-3. Towards the end of the campaign, the possibility even arose that the United States would have continued in Kosovo without its NATO allies. As Sandy Berger declared in a speech on June 2, there would be a victory in Kosovo, in or outside NATO. A consensus in NATO is valuable. But it is not a sine qua non. We want to move with NATO, but it can't prevent us from moving, quoted in Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 160. It was thus clear that the US was using NATO as an instrument of its own foreign policy, and was willing to do what it thought right irrespective of its allies. Did the United States commit war crimes during Operation Allied Force? I believe not. But it did break numerous domestic and international conventions in its quest for justice. The US and its NATO allies clearly violated the UN Charter, which prohibits nations from attacking other states for claimed violations of human rights. This is covered by Article 2(4), which prevents threat or use of force against another state. There are only two exceptions: Article 51, which allows a nation to use force in self-defense if an armed attack occurs against it or an allied country. The Charter also authorizes the Security Council to employ force to counter threats to or breaches of international peace, but only with its explicit permission. Lobel and Ratner, 2000, 113. For its part, NATO claims that it based its attacks on several UN Security Council resolutions, in particular Resolution 1199, September 1998, and Resolution 1203, October 1998, both of which imposed strict limitations on Serbian military activities and troop deployments in Kosovo, limits ignored by the Milosevic regime. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 102-3, argue, the international legal basis for NATO's action was admittedly ambiguous, but certainly not altogether lacking. While this ambiguous basis seemed sufficient for NATO, this fact alone confers no real legitimacy. As Alexander Lycorizos has countered, when the Security Council intends to sanction the use of force, it has always done so in its resolutions, in a clear and unequivocal fashion. The Security Council had no intention to authorize the use of force, since it was clear that such a resolution would raise vetoes from China and Russia, who have been vocal in their opposition to the exercise of force against Yugoslavia. NATO, unilaterally and unlawfully, decided to circumvent the UN and take matters into its own hands. Lycorizos, 1999, see sections 3.1.2 and 3.2.1.5. Lobel and Ratner have also argued that bypassing the Security Council meant the United Nations was unable to open real negotiations with the Serbs. It is possible that the settlement that ended the war would have been achieved without the use of force. The Security Council might have required a deletion of several of the most objectionable aspects of the so-called Rambouillet Agreement that mandated that other peaceful means to resolve the crisis be attempted. Lobel and Ratner, 2000, 114. However unlikely, the Council might have broken through Milosevic's intransigence and brokered some sort of compromise. However, by forcing his hand, NATO ensured that Milosevic would act ruthlessly to safeguard his own self-preservation. The United States also violated NATO's 1949 founding treaty, which obliges member nations to act only in accordance with the principles and procedures of the United Nations. Force is only authorized for mutual self-defense when a member state is under attack. NATO may only resort to force to defend a non-member state if the government of that state specifically requests NATO assistance. The exception to this rule is if force is authorized by the UN Security Council. In this case, it clearly was not, like Arizos, 1999, Section 3.3.1, also discussed in Vlasek, 2000, 50-51. Even the United States Constitution was violated. Article 1, Section 8 obliges Congress to declare war before troops can be deployed against a sovereign state. This was not done, even though Under-Secretary of State Thomas Pickering testified before the House Committee on International Relations that the bombing campaign was indeed an act of war. The US War Powers Act was also violated during the bombing. This requires the President to seek approval from Congress for any military action lasting over 60 days, something Clinton failed to do. No one, however, seemed to mind. The War Powers Resolution allows the President, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to deploy U.S. troops, but only if one of three conditions prevails: there is a declaration of war, there is specific authorization from Congress, or there is a national emergency as a result of an attack on U.S. soil, including its territories, possessions, and armed forces. 6 In the case of Kosovo, none of these conditions was fulfilled. The most damning violations concern breaches of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, incidentally adopted as Article 2, A, and C, of the Statute for the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, like Arizos, 1999. Protocol I, 1977, is meant to afford general protection for civilians in times of war against hostile military operations. Combatants are required to take great care in discriminating between military and civilian targets, and they must take all necessary precautions to avoid or minimize harm to civilians. As Human Rights Watch argues, attacks which may be expected to cause incidental loss of life or injuries to civilians, or to cause damage to civilian objectives are indiscriminate if this harm to civilians is excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. Protocol I, Article 57, 2, Human Rights Watch, 2000A. By failing to take adequate steps to minimize civilian casualties, by their attacks on ambiguous dual-use targets and their assault on civilian infrastructure, including passenger trains, hospitals, monuments, and prisons, the United States and its allies did indeed violate Protocol I of the Geneva Conventions through indiscriminate attacks. U.S. War Crimes. During the bombing campaign, Yugoslavia in fact took the 10 NATO countries to the International Court of Justice, claiming that Operation Allied Force was a violation of Yugoslavia's sovereignty. In opening Yugoslavia's case, Rodal Jubedinsky accused NATO not just of committing illegal acts, but also of committing crimes against peace and the crime of genocide. In Greece, thousands of well-known personalities, including high court judges, signed on to a suit to indict NATO leaders for crimes against humanity at the ICTY, Wolf and Smith, 1999. Yugoslav authorities would buttress this with a 2-volume white book entitled NATO Crimes in Yugoslavia, complete with an array of lurid pictures. Judah, 2000, 259. By November, 2 Canadian lawyers had filed 3 thick volumes of evidence against some 67 NATO leaders, with ICTY Chief Prosecutor Carla Del Ponte. The charges included causing billions of dollars in property damage and maiming and/or killing thousands of civilians. 2 months later, Del Ponte made it clear that it was unlikely that any formal investigation into NATO wartime activities would take place. For many, this was hardly surprising, given that the ICTY was established in 1993 by the UN Security Council at the behest of the United States, and has been primarily supported, both financially and militarily, by the same country, Parenti, 2000, 127-8. In the end, it is doubtful that the United States will ever be brought to account for its actions in Kosovo. While a moratorium may someday be issued on DU weapons and cluster bombs, such moratoria are unlikely to lead to any charges against the United States. As Christopher Hitchens has argued in the trial of Henry Kissinger, the United States is the most generous in granting immunity to itself and partial immunity to its servants, and the most laggard in adhering to international treaties. Hitchens, 2001, 128. While the United States broke a variety of domestic and international conventions, it is doubtful that this will result in legal repercussions. While the U.S. should be brought to task for violating the Geneva Conventions, the other charges are more contentious. I would argue that there are a number of mitigating factors in favor of the United States and its NATO allies that make claims of NATO war crimes somewhat untenable. The first issue is Serbia's own culpability in war crimes, and perhaps even genocide. Milosevic and his paramilitaries, not NATO, were to blame for the deaths of an estimated 10,000 Albanians during the campaign, and for the ethnic cleansing of 850,000 civilians. Serbian leaders have also been convicted of genocide. On August 2, 2001, the ICTY found Bosnian Serb General Radislav Kristic guilty of genocide, for his role in the execution of some 7,000 Bosnian Muslim men and boys near Srebrenica in July 1995, Transitions Online, 2001b. More recently, Milosevic himself was turned over to the tribunal to stand trial for genocide in Bosnia. While Milosevic and his colleagues may well be guilty of such atrocities, it was no coincidence that on May 27, 1999, during the bombing campaign, Milosevic was indicted along with 4 senior colleagues. As William Shawcross reports, 2001, 347, the tribunal had long been demanding Allied intelligence intercepts, which had hitherto been withheld. Certainly, a cynical double game is evident here. NATO members were happy to play ball with a genocidal dictator when it suited their own ends. When he was no longer useful, he was abandoned. But nevertheless the fact remains that Milosevic's machinations over the past 10 years have resulted in hundreds of thousands of civilians either killed or turned into refugees. Also, there were real crimes committed in Kosovo, and these should not be ignored. In June 2001, mass graves were uncovered around Yugoslavia, 6 near Belgrade, and others close to an army training site near Petrovo Selo, a village in eastern Serbia. Altogether, an estimated 1,000 bodies had been transported out of Kosovo and hidden during the war. Graham, 2001. In March 1999, according to the Serbian Crime Investigation Department, Milosevic ordered the Serbian Interior Minister to eliminate all the traces that could lead to any evidence of crimes. Transitions Online, 2001a. He was also alleged to have ordered a cover-up of any graves that could be a subject of interest to the Hague officials. Stojakovic, 2001. Milosevic's own activities, combined with those of such paramilitary groups as the Tigers and White Eagles, prove that there was a real need for military intervention, even if Western claims of genocide later proved to be exaggerated. A second issue concerns NATO's humanitarian assistance and efforts to deal with the refugee problems. While perhaps too little, too late, NATO did try to mitigate the refugee crisis brought about by the bombing campaign. By early April, NATO responded to requests by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and began a relief operation for Albanian refugees. By the end of May, NATO had flown some 4,500 tons of food and water and 8,500 tons of medical supplies and other equipment to the refugee camps. This humanitarian relief prevented epidemics from breaking out in the camps and resulted in fewer lives lost. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 124-5. Also, NATO efforts to resettle Kosovar Albanians after the conflict were surprisingly effective, with 808,913 refugees of 848,100 returning by November 1999. Certainly, the revenge attacks and the ethnic cleansing of Serbs and Romani demonstrate reluctance and a certain cynicism after the fact, but it remains true that NATO succeeded in re-establishing peace for Kosovars, in what Tim Judah, 2000, 286, has called the quickest and biggest refugee return in modern history. A final point concerns the United Nations' tacit approval of the campaign, even if it violated the UN Charter. When Russia introduced a draft UN resolution on March 26, 1999, backed by India, China, Belarus, and Namibia and calling for an end to the bombing, Secretary-General Kofi Annan refused to condemn NATO's actions. Rather, he tacitly supported the organization, arguing that there are times when the use of force may be legitimate in the pursuit of peace, quoted in Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 127. In his keynote speech in September 1999, Annan would again justify Operation Allied Force, forcefully contending, if, in those dark days and hours leading up to the genocide in Rwanda, a coalition of states had been prepared to act in defense of the Tutsi population, but did not receive prompt council authorization, should a coalition have stood aside and allowed a horror to unfold? Wheeler, 2001, 114. The UN also played a key role in bringing about the ceasefire which ended the conflict, approving both a Chapter 4 resolution recognizing a peace accord, and implementation procedures for an open-ended KFOR mission under Security Council control. Dalder and O'Hanlon, 2000, 174-5. One could certainly argue that the UN is a tool of the Western powers, and that the 5 permanent members of the Security Council hold the rest of the world in check. There is no doubt that the structure of the UN, and its funding methods, are imperfect and in need of reform. 7 However, if one is to condemn the US based on UN conventions and articles, Annan's tacit approval of the campaign, and his use of the offices of the UN to end the conflict, do demonstrate a degree of cooperation and goodwill between these two organizations, like it or not. I also find myself in agreement with Nicholas Wheeler's assessment, that while NATO should be brought to task for bypassing the Security Council, the Council, by its own inaction, equally undermine the legitimacy of the UN as a force for peace and security in the world. 3 Security Council resolutions, 1160, 1199, and 1203, were adopted recognizing human rights abuses in Kosovo. Consequently, argues Wheeler, having willed the ends of policy, the Security Council was failing in its duty by not willing the military means to implement the demands in the face of persistent non-compliance. Wheeler, 2001, 119. The international system is not perfect, and while one does not want to see an out-of-control United States wreaking havoc on the world stage, NATO is, rightly or wrongly, filling gaps in the UN's international security framework. Rather than condemn it, we should applaud its goals, but continue to express concern, and outrage if need be, over its more objectionable methods. Conclusion. The United States committed many abhorrent acts during Operation Allied Force, and bore a greater part of the responsibility for NATO's activities in the campaign, some of which stood in violation of the Geneva Conventions. Nevertheless, there was a very real humanitarian catastrophe in Kosovo which the UN was unwilling to solve, due largely to Chinese and Russian objections. NATO spent billions of dollars attempting to defuse a conflict which had little strategic import for the United States. While the use of DU weapons and cluster bombs should be denounced, as well as the destruction of civilian infrastructure and the killing of civilians, the situation could have been much worse than it was. We can be thankful that the atrocities of the First Gulf War were not repeated in Kosovo and Yugoslavia as a whole. Clinton's fire in 1999, fortunately, did not mirror that ignited by George H.W. Bush 9 years earlier. 17. Collateral damage, the human cost of structural violence. Peter G. Prontzos. If poverty is not a result of nature, then great is our sin. Charles Darwin. When almost 3,000 people were killed in the criminal attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, the United States mobilized immense resources in the name of fighting terrorism. On top of an initial $396.1 billion allocated for the military in fiscal year 2003, Council for a Livable World, 2002, 1, Washington added $40 billion in additional spending after September 11. In July 2002, Congress authorized another $28.9 billion to fight terrorism, Vancouver Sun, 2002 b.1. Other governments followed the U.S. lead. The justification offered for these expenditures was the need to prevent the unnecessary deaths of more innocent people. However, as United Nations Secretary-General Kofi Annan points out, every year more than 10 million children still die from mostly preventable diseases, over 27,000 per day, more than 9 times the number of victims of September 11, UNICEF, 2002, 6. And every day, more than 16,000 children under the age of 5 die from lack of food alone, a figure that is more than 5 times the number of victims of the terrorism of September 11. To be precise, every 5 seconds, somewhere in the world, a child dies as a result of malnutrition. That is 700 every hour. 6 million every year. The world has enough food to nourish these children and enough income to afford to nourish them, but their own families or states do not have enough income. They die, ultimately, from poverty. Consider that in the same 5 seconds in which another child dies this way, the world spends $125,000 on military forces. 1,000th of that amount would save the child's life. Goldstein, 2003, 457, emphasis added. In other words, in the year following the attacks of 9/11, another 16 million children perished from easily preventable diseases and hunger, but there was no global mobilization to prevent this Holocaust. The word Holocaust, with its echo of the Nazi genocide against Jews and others, is appropriate for many reasons, not the least of which is the number of victims. Every year, as many children die from lack of food as the total number of Jews exterminated by the Nazis. And this silent kindercide is repeated incessantly, year in and year out. These deaths, however, are the result not of war or of nature, but of structural violence, deleterious conditions that derive from economic and political structures of power, created and maintained by human actions and institutions. Like the use of military force which results in unintentional death and injury to civilians, the collateral damage to people and the natural world that is inflicted by structural violence is an unintentional side effect of specific policies designed to increase the wealth of transnational financial institutions and corporations. While less dramatic than military violence, structural violence actually accounts for far more deaths than does war. 2 The number of deaths in an average year from all structural causes is a matter of conjecture, but it probably totals over 50 million, the total in almost 6 years of combat in the Second World War. And just as in armed conflict, the cost of structural violence must be measured not only by the death count, but by the number and severity of all its casualties. Structural violence can be both political and economic, lethal and non-lethal. Political examples include discrimination on the basis of race, religion, and gender, e.g. against blacks in apartheid-era South Africa and Kurds in Turkey today, towards Catholics in Northern Ireland, and against women everywhere. The forms of economic structural violence, however, are even more varied and destructive than the political kind. For instance, the number of people living on less than $1 per day, about 1.2 billion, has grown since the mid-1980s. These people live in utter, abject poverty, without access to basic nutrition or health care. And over 3 billion human beings, half of all people globally, have incomes of less than $2 a day, Goldstein, 2003, 456-7. They often suffer a range of injurious conditions, such as overwork, or, conversely, unemployment, lack of clean water, vulnerability to disease, inadequate housing, little or no medical care, and limited or no access to education. A human being who dies from hunger is just as much a casualty as a soldier felled by enemy fire. People living in the rich countries are also often victims of economic structural violence, even if it is not always as flagrant as in the developing world. To take one example more or less at random, an analysis of 15 studies, all from the United States, examined 26,000 hospitals and 38 million patients. The result: private for-profit ownership of hospitals, in comparison with not-for-profit ownership, results in a higher risk of death for patients. Devereaux, 2002, 1399, emphasis added. One might also point to the thousands of workers who are injured or killed on the job each year, the millions of people who die annually from air pollution in both developed and underdeveloped countries, and the number of people who succumb every year to such preventable scourges as malaria and tuberculosis, 1.7 million each. Results Canada, 2002, 2. This chapter will explore the nature and scope of some of the most significant problems associated with structural violence, along with the relatively minor costs that would be necessary to address and reduce them. It then considers the forces, especially the Western-dominated global economic structure of neoliberal capitalism, that have both created the sources of structural violence and now resist their reduction. The conclusion briefly considers possible strategies to reduce the damage that structural violence inflicts on both human beings and our environment. It is impossible to overemphasize one fundamental truth: there are no longer any material reasons for scarcity in the modern world. As I hope to show, we have had the knowledge, resources, and technology for decades, at least, to construct a rational and humane world order in which no one goes hungry, is denied medical care, suffers harm or death from poisons in his or her environment and food, lacks clean water, decent housing, and education, and so on. Structural violence, then, more than anything results from decisions made by people in power. The suffering and death that result are neither natural nor inevitable. Examples of structural violence. The lives of billions of human beings can fairly be described as nasty, brutish, and short. Consider the kind of desperate circumstances, so alien to the world of privilege, described in this report. A pipeline explosion and fire killed 250 villagers in southern Nigeria. As they were scooping up spilled gasoline with buckets, villagers hurriedly organized a mass burial for 50 of the charred victims, including many who dived into a nearby river with their clothes on fire. Piles of scorched bodies lay near the pipeline in this village, close to the Niger Delta town of Jesse, where about 1,000 people died in a similar disaster in 1998. Reuters, 2000. Extreme poverty drove people to take these chances in order to make a few extra dollars, even though they were well aware of the horrible fate that had befallen their neighbors just 2 years previously. A similar catastrophe occurred in 2003. Or consider the story of Bangon Falak, a Thai woman who had to confront a terrible dilemma: what does her 4-year-old daughter need more, food or a mother? As the New York Times reported, Mrs. Bangon, a gentle woman whose soft face is framed by thick black hair, explained that the family cannot afford both. Her husband has lost his job as a construction worker, and so the family earns only a trickle of cash through odd jobs in this tiny village in northeastern Thailand. That money can be used to buy rice and milk for the little girl, Siaman, who has become anemic and malnourished. Or Mrs. Bangon can try to save the tattered small denomination bills for a stomach operation that she needs to save her own life. For now, Mrs. Bangan has chosen to spend the money on Siaman. She herself has already lived for 32 years, she reasons, and what would be the point of preserving a mother at the cost of a child? Christoph, 1998. These vignettes are, tragically, not exceptional. Rather, they are indicative of the common dilemma of the majority of humanity who, through no fault of their own, cannot earn enough money to meet basic needs. Again, this is not a dilemma limited to the poor. Even in the wealthiest country on earth, the United States, which is the only Western country without universal health care, nearly 12 million children have no medical coverage, Globe and Mail, 2002. Over 30 million adults are also not covered by health insurance in the US. While it is difficult to grasp the enormity of this problem, the following sample conveys some sense of the human dimensions of structural violence. All figures are in US dollars unless otherwise noted. Some of the statistics overlap. The number of human beings who try to live on less than $1 per day has risen to more than 1.2 billion, CCPA Monitor, 2002 b. 3. The number of human beings who try to live on less than $2 per day has risen to over 2.8 billion, Results Canada, 2002, 1. The number of people in the majority third world who are chronically malnourished stands at over 800 million, Results Canada, 2002, 3. Meanwhile, despite a decade-long economic boom, every fifth child in the United States still lives in poverty, Corrang, 2000. Washington has refused to ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Breathing polluted air in major cities is as dangerous as long-term exposure to second-hand cigarette smoke. Air pollution in major cities, primarily from the burning of fossil fuels, is linked to such killers as lung cancer, heart disease, strokes, and childhood asthma, Middlestead, 2002. Over 2.4 billion people lack access to basic sanitation, Results Canada, 2002, 3. More than 1 billion people have no access to clean water, according to the World Health Organization, 2001a. Every year, 5.3 million people die from unsafe water, Results Canada, 2002, 3. The global supply of water is also threatened. The U.S. intelligence community concludes that, by 2015, nearly half of the world's population, more than 3 billion people, will be in countries lacking sufficient water, Globe and Mail, 2001. Every day, 1,600 women die giving birth, a form of gendercide that totals almost 600,000 each year. For every woman who dies, approximately 30 more incur injuries, infections, and disabilities. Poverty alone does not explain this problem. The Cuban medical system has reduced maternal mortality to 2.4 per 10,000 births, almost the rate in North America. Adam Jones notes that the total cost of funding Cuba's grassroots approach on a global scale would be US $200 million, about the price of a half-dozen jet fighters. Jones, 1999 to 2000. More than 40 million people have HIV/AIDS, and 22 million have already died from this preventable disease, 3 million in 2001 alone, Results Canada, 2002, 2. Worldwide, some 50,000 people die every day as a result of poor shelter, polluted water, and inadequate sanitation, CCPA Monitor, 2002 b. 3, emphasis added. Tobacco use in all forms is responsible for about 30% of all cancer deaths in developed countries and a rapidly rising proportion in developing countries, and cigarette smoking in particular is encouraged by the marketing activities of national and multinational tobacco companies, World Health Organization, 2002. WHO reports that the death toll from smoking is now 4.9 million a year, Vancouver Sun, 2002a. Most of the Earth's people will be on the losing side of the effects of global warming, according to a UN panel on climate change, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, 2001. The results of increasing greenhouse gas emissions will include rising sea levels, threatening densely populated coastal areas with massive flooding, the melting of polar ice caps, perhaps in as little as 25 years, reduced crop yields leading to rising malnutrition, huge economic costs, disruption of natural ecosystems, promoting the spread of infectious diseases like malaria and yellow fever as the mosquito and other insect vectors move north and south from the tropics, Recker, 2002. And large-scale loss of life. Global warming may have killed between 50,000 and 100,000 people in the past 3 years and made up to 300 million people homeless. The extreme weather has had its greatest impact in developing nations, which produce only 20% of the world's carbon dioxide. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, 2001. These scenarios, diverse as they are, present only a partial picture of the toll of structural violence. Such violence also wreaks havoc, for example, when people are too exhausted from overwork to care for their families, when they are too poor to purchase medical care, when children are neglected, when stress leads to heart attacks and other illnesses, when rising unemployment increases family violence, when more people find themselves homeless, when family farms disappear due to competition with agribusiness, and when people die because the pharmaceuticals they need are not properly tested, or are too expensive. 3 Also, when natural disasters such as hurricanes and earthquakes strike, they are much more devastating to people in poor countries and poor communities, which disproportionately lack both the wealth and the infrastructure, health services, communications, well-built housing, and so on, to withstand nature's assault. And there is another, more subtle connection between the violence we inflict on the environment and the effects on human health. Almost 1/3 of the global burden of disease can be attributed to environmental risk factors, World Health Organization, 2001b. The connections between structural violence and state violence also merit consideration. James K. Galbraith and George Purcell reviewed the relationship between various forms of state violence, including war, revolution, civil violence, and coups d'état, and a measure of inequality. They found, among other things, a connection between two phenomena that intuitively and theoretically should be connected, Galbraith and Purcell, 2001, 211. One particularly striking example of the connection between increasing inequality and poverty on the one hand, and violence on the other, was the genocide in the former Yugoslavia. Harvard economic historian Robert Allen contends that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank imposed various macroeconomic reforms and structural adjustment programs on the country that first checked economic expansion and after 1990 led to widespread collapse and unemployment. Allen, 1999, 5. Allen holds that the violence in Yugoslavia, and later in Kosovo, which served as the excuse for the subsequent US/NATO bombing of Serbia in 1999, was the result, to a significant extent, of the insecurity, fear, and nationalism that followed in the wake of the economic implosion. 4. Addressing the crisis. The problems wholly or partly due to structural violence are legion, and the sheer scope of the effort required to tackle them might seem overwhelming. There are, however, important signs of progress in a number of areas. One example is the number of children who die annually from preventable diseases. This figure dropped from 12.7 million in 1990 to about 10 million in 2000, UNICEF, 2002. Child mortality in developing countries similarly fell, from 168 per thousand live births in 1980 to 93 per thousand in 2001, results Canada, 2002, 4. More than 175 countries are polio-free, UNICEF, 2002, and, while in 1950 about 55% of the world's population lived on less than $1 a day. By 1992, only 24% of the world's population had to make do with that tiny amount, Cienski, 2002. At the same time, however, more people are poor now than at any other time, and there is no reason to expect the numbers to decrease. Given the massive global wealth that already exists, the amount of additional resources needed to sharply reduce levels of structural violence worldwide is only a small percentage of what is available today. The unprecedented rise in productivity in the 20th century means that we are now producing almost 5 times per person what our ancestors produced in 1900, 2000. Another way to view this opportunity is to examine the growth of per capita gross domestic product, GDP, over the last 30 years. By 1998, the per capita GDP of the richest countries had increased significantly compared with 1973. In this period alone, the wealth of Western Europe was up over 55%, Canada, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand averaged growth of over 61%, while Japan's average wealth per person increased by over 78%. For the world as a whole, the increase in wealth measured by per capita GDP grew from $4,104 to $5,709 in 1990, an increase of almost 40%, Lee, 2002, 2, Table 1. These rapid rises prompt serious questions about the rationalizations offered by neoliberal governments for the dramatic reductions in foreign aid to poor countries, especially since the end of the Cold War. Whatever happened to the peace dividend? They also reduce the credibility of claims by diverse governments that they are no longer wealthy enough to finance the wide-ranging domestic social programs established after the Second World War, such as old age pensions, public health programs, unemployment insurance, and low-cost post-secondary education. Paradoxically, increased productivity and wealth have coincided with increased inequality. The years 1973 to 98, for instance, witnessed growing economic differences among the world's regions. The difference in per capita GDP between the regions with highest income and those with the lowest increased from 13:1 to 19:1, Lee, 2002. More dramatically, the United Nations Human Development Report for 1999 showed that, while in 1960 the top 20% of the world's people in the richest countries had 30 times the income, in terms of total GDP, of the poorest 20%. By 1997, the top 20% received 74 times the income of the bottom 20%, Lee, 2002. One of the more striking inequalities shows up in figures for 1997. The income of the richest 1% of the Earth's population was equal to the total income of the poorest 57%, or about 3.5 billion people, Rees, 2002. Even China, which has boasted high economic growth rates for many years, has witnessed a dramatic increase in inequality between the lucky minority and the great majority of citizens, such as the astonishing 200 million Chinese who are either unemployed or underemployed, including the approximately 100 million dispossessed known in China as the floating population, Cernetig, 2000. These growing disparities are found within the most developed nations as well. The gap between the rich and almost everyone else in the G7 countries, even the US, Britain, and Canada, has been widening for years. US government studies found that, in the richest country on earth, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, especially low-income families. But the middle class is falling behind as well. By the mid-1990s, there were 40 states where the gap between the highest income 20% and of families and the middle 20% of families with children was larger than it has been since the 1970s. The long-term trend towards increasing inequality has continued over the past decade despite the sustained economic growth. And the widening income gap may get worse, Korang, 1997, emphasis added. Indeed, by 2002, the Census Bureau confirmed that the situation had deteriorated, and that another 1.3 million Americans slipped below the government's official poverty line, the first increase since 1993. Perhaps coincidentally, the Bureau noted that, in terms of class breakdown, only households with incomes above $150,000 were able to post gains, with the greatest losses occurring at the bottom of the income ladder, Perlstein, 2002. Moreover, The financial wealth of the top 1% of U.S. households now exceeds the combined household financial wealth of the bottom 95%. The share of the nation's after-tax income received by the top 1% nearly doubled from 1979 to 1997. By 1998, the top 1% had as much combined income as the 100 million Americans with the lowest earnings. Gates, 2002, 19, emphasis added. Conditions in the UK have also deteriorated since the introduction of the neoliberal economic policies of Margaret Thatcher, and continuing under Tony Blair's New Labour. More than 5 million people in Britain are living in conditions of absolute poverty, with single parents the worst off, according to a 2001 study. 2 million Britons reported going without food over the past 12 months, Goodspeed, 2001. At the same time, the average worker is spending more time on the job than his or her counterpart did 30 or 40 years ago, with the inevitable damage to family life and child rearing associated with longer hours and greater stress. Health Canada reports that 50-hour work weeks are becoming the standard and that 1 in 4 Canadians now has to work more than 50 hours each week, a load which approaches that found in the 19th century, Jones, 2002. Meanwhile, in the year 2000, the net worth of the world's wealthiest people grew 6% to a total of $27 trillion, U.S., Dixon, 2001. According to the UN, the assets of the 3 richest people in 1998 were larger than the combined GDP of all least developed countries, Lee, 2002, 3. Since there exists far more wealth in the world than is necessary to address the main economic causes of structural violence, the real problem is one of priorities and power. Consider that in the year 2000, before the increased allocations that followed the attacks of September 11, governments around the world chose to spend $798 billion on their militaries. Results Canada, 2002, the US spends about as much as the rest of the world combined. The US/NATO bombing of Yugoslavia alone in 1999 cost approximately $50 billion, and it is likely that the war against Iraq, and the occupation that followed, will cost much more. The amount spent around the world to prevent the so-called Y2K bug was in excess of $500 billion, while over $413 billion was spent on advertising in 1998 alone. See CPA Monitor, 1999. 9. Tens of billions of dollars have flooded into what President Eisenhower called the U.S. military, industrial complex for work on Star Wars ballistic missile defense systems. The world's richest individual, Bill Gates, was worth over $58 billion in 2001. Contrast these expenditures with the relatively tiny amounts that would be required to reduce levels of structural violence drastically. For instance, the annual additional cost of providing basic education, healthcare, food, and safe water for all of the world's people by 2015 is estimated at a paltry $38 billion. The annual cost to provide reproductive care for all women is less than a third of that sum, $12 billion. The total cost of providing vaccines to every child and preventing the 3 million children who die from vaccine-preventable deaths each year would be $1.3 billion. Results Canada, 2002, 1, 4. In the real world of globalizing neoliberalism, however, between 1982 and 1999, there was a net transfer of $1.5 trillion from south to north. McQuaig, 1999, 9, emphasis in original. Meanwhile, in the year 2000, the total value of goods and services produced globally was measured at a staggering $44 trillion, Goldstein, 2003, 19. Finally, British biologists estimate that, while the money needed to protect and preserve the world's natural ecosystems is around $300 billion per year, the amount spent by governments subsidizing environmentally hazardous activities is up to $1,450 billion per year. Report on Business, 2000. What is to be done? For supporters of capitalist globalization, the key to reducing inequality is for governments to get out of the way and allow market forces to create greater economic growth. This, in turn, will lead to rising prosperity for all classes and nations through free trade and exercise of the principle of comparative advantage. As one recent front-page headline in the National Post boldly proclaimed, "Globalization cures poverty," Cienski, 2002. While there are, of course, many definitions of globalization, the dominant ideological paradigm is neoliberalism. At its core, the neoliberal approach is straightforward: simply let the market operate, get the state out of the way, privatize all the institutions you can, and leave everything to corporations and individuals interacting through the marketplace. Langdon, 1999, 39. In this view, neoliberal capitalism and free trade are the ingredients not only for economic development, but for the establishment of freedom and democracy. Many years ago, the Nobel Prize-winning U.S. economist, and father of neoliberalism, Milton Friedman, wrote that the kind of economic organization that provides economic freedom directly, namely, competitive capitalism, also promotes political freedom. Friedman argued that there is no alternative to market democracies, Bill Clinton's phrase, since, in his view, fundamentally, there are only two ways of coordinating the economic activities of millions. One is central direction involving the use of coercion, the technique of the army and the modern totalitarian state. The other is voluntary cooperation of individuals, the technique of the marketplace. Friedman, 1962, 13. If it is true that the only alternative to capitalism is the modern totalitarian state, e.g. the former Soviet Union and present-day North Korea, then there is no real choice at all, and perhaps we truly have arrived at the end of history. To back up these claims, neoliberals point to significant improvements in human welfare, noted above. There are, however, a number of reasons, both historical and theoretical, to doubt the core propositions of global capitalism. The starting point for any honest evaluation of the system of private ownership of the means of production is the world capitalist system. It would be a distortion, for example, only to consider the prosperity of the wealthy core areas of the North, while ignoring the less congenial conditions in the poor periphery of the South. The persistence of the extreme and growing inequalities outlined above, as well as the grinding poverty that afflicts the majority people in the world, casts serious and perhaps fatal doubt on the efficacy of the market as a long-term solution. Thus, while the percentage of the world's population who try to survive on less than $1 per day has decreased, the total number of people living in absolute poverty has continued to rise. Given the failure of global capitalism over the past 200 years to fulfill its promise of prosperity for most people under its domination, it takes a monumental leap of faith to believe that the future will bring a profound change for the better. More importantly, one might question whether it is right for those of us who are relatively well off to expect today's victims of structural violence to wait patiently in the hope that, decades from now, prosperity might at long last trickle down to them, that their grandchildren might not die from malnutrition or preventable disease, and might live long enough to enjoy the privileges, safe and sufficient food, medical care, education, that only a minority now enjoys. James Laxer has pointed out that the defenders of today's predatory capitalism have to contort themselves to make the claim that the system they advocate is the best way to meet the needs and aspirations of humanity. Capitalism works best for a small minority of the world's people, condemns hundreds of millions to exploitation and a stunted existence, and leaves billions, particularly in the Third World, in a state of poverty or near poverty. Laxer, 1998, 249. The capitalist imperative to reap profit at almost any cost is reinforced by the necessity to grow or die. Any business that cannot expand and compete will eventually succumb to other corporate sharks that are more single-minded and powerful. These twin imperatives of profit and competition are constant and essential features of the private sector, and account for the growing inequality in the world. Businesses that ignore the market imperatives of putting competition and growth ahead of all social and environmental considerations will not survive. Milton Friedman, for instance, denounced concern for any social responsibility other than to make as much money as possible. Winter, 1992, 106. As Frank Stronach, CEO of Magna International, admitted, profit means money. Money has no heart, no soul, no conscience, no homeland. Herdig, 1991, 196. Canadian philosopher John McMurtry sums up this central contradiction of neoliberal capitalism as follows. However many millions or billions of societies or the world's human population are misemployed, underemployed, or starvation waged with not enough to live on, and however life-destructive and chronically debilitating their hours and conditions of work are, a majority of the world altogether, there is no principle, norm, or standard in neoclassical market theory or global market practice which recognizes or can recognize any of these depredations of human life as an issue or a problem. This is because only humans with sufficient money demand to purchase corporate products are recognized by this global system as possessing any right to access any good, from food to water to housing, healthcare, or whatever else. McMurtry, 2002, 2-3. It is obvious that structural violence could be significantly reduced if production were primarily oriented towards products and services that met human needs. As mentioned, the potential to establish the conditions for a more humane and egalitarian society has existed for a long time. Almost 100 years ago, Bertrand Russell observed that, with the help of science, and by the elimination of the vast amount of unproductive work involved in internal and international competition, the whole community could be kept in comfort by means of 4 hours work a day. We may assume that there would no longer be unproductive labor spent on armaments, advertisements, and costly luxuries for the very rich. Russell, 1977, 143, 152. In other words, poverty, the loss of opportunity for individual development, and the lack of free time, in both richer and poorer countries, are utterly unnecessary. The problem of global hunger exemplifies the paradox: food production is not determined necessarily by the global need for food, it is determined by the market for food, that is how many people have the means to pay for it, in the words of Richard Robbins. He concludes that the poverty that causes hunger is a consequence of global economic forces, such as the financial debt that peripheral countries accumulated. Robbins, 2002, 172, 193. Hunger and poverty, then, result from the choices that some people have the power to make. They are neither natural nor necessary. Instead, as Murray Bookchin pointed out in 1971, we have the potential to become a post-scarcity global community. Until very recently, human society developed around the brute issues posed by unavoidable material scarcity. The great historic splits that destroyed early organic societies had their origins in the problems of survival, in problems that involved the mere maintenance of human existence. Material scarcity provided the historic rationale for the development of the patriarchal family, private property, class domination, and the state. We in this century have finally opened the prospect of material abundance for all to enjoy, sufficiency in the means of life without the need for grinding, day-to-day toil. However, the word post-scarcity means fundamentally more than a mere abundance of the means of life, it decidedly includes the kind of life these means support. The human relationships and psyche of the individual in a post-scarcity society must fully reflect the freedom, security, and self-expression that this abundance makes possible. Bookchin, 1977, 9-10. Such a social reconstruction will not happen, in Bookchin's view, as long as the great majority of people have little or no power, political, social, and economic, to ensure that their needs are met. As long as political and economic elites are allowed to set priorities that protect and enhance their own profits and power, significant change to remedy problems with both the global political economy and the environment will be impossible. The alternative to elite domination is authentic democracy embracing all aspects of social, political, and economic life. I stress economic democracy because, without control of the means of production, of their own labor power, and of the means to sustain themselves and their communities, a majority of citizens will find it difficult to resist those who do control the means of life. The power that flows directly from this wealth, such as backing for friendly politicians and political parties and control over the mass media, gives the power elite an undemocratic advantage in ensuring that their ambitions for even greater wealth and power receive priority. That is why the struggle for democracy has always been a struggle against the power of wealth. Looked at in another way, democracy is the most powerful tool for social change history has ever seen. Rebick, 2000, 43. The same lack of substantial democracy confronts those seeking to protect our natural environment. Is there a fundamental flaw in an economic system, the only goal of which is the accumulation of private profit, while objectives like protecting the biosphere must always be secondary and derivative? Is it a coincidence that those interests that most strongly oppose meaningful attempts to reduce global warming through the reduction of greenhouse gases are the very same businesses that profit the most from the wasteful burning of fossil fuels? The global water supply is the next major target of transnationals. This essential resource, according to Fortune magazine, promises to be to the 21st century what oil was to the 20th century, the precious commodity that determines the wealth of nations. Barlow and Clark, 2002, 104. Seizing control of water supplies in both industrial countries, e.g. Britain, and poor countries, e.g. Bolivia, is already causing massive problems and even deaths, as residents fight to preserve their access to water. Palust, 2002. Meanwhile, the accelerating destruction of the Earth's natural habitat is one reason why one in 8 of the world's bird species and 1 in 4 of its mammals are threatened with extinction. Red, 2002. In particular, every single species and subspecies of great ape on the planet now teeters on the edge of dying out, part of the acceleration of the dinosaur-style mass extinction now underway. Mitchell, 2002. The major sources of these problems, once again, are the neoliberal dogmas that now dominate the global economy. Peter Victor of York University writes, "Conventional economics either ignores the environment or treats it as an appendage to the economy. In ecological economics, the economy is seen as a subsystem of society, which, in turn, is a subsystem of the biosphere. Climate change is just one example of what happens when economies operate as if the other systems to which they are related do not matter." Victor, 2002. Dr. William Rees of the University of British Columbia argues that 2 unsustainable economic myths are driving us towards social and environmental disaster. One is the belief that we can achieve unlimited economic expansion through liberalized trade without irrevocably damaging the biosphere. Rees contends that it is logically impossible to have infinite economic growth in a finite environment, and that orthodox neoliberal economic theory fails to factor in both the economic contribution to economies that derive from the natural world, on the one hand, and the harm being inflicted upon the environment, on the other. Capitalism treats nature as an infinite resource and an infinite garbage dump. Its only value, as Locke wrote, is as a source of economic utility. The late Ralph Miliband summed up the reasons for capitalism's obsession with profit and lack of concern for any other values. Capitalism is above all about private profit, and this is not compatible with a good life for all. For capitalism is essentially driven by the micro-rationality of the firm, not by the macro-rationality required by society. Miliband, 1994, 12-13. Paradoxically, the micro-rationality of the firm and of the market can only be sustained by its supposed nemesis, the state. For instance, the Earth Council recently estimated that in 4 sectors alone, water, energy, transport, and agriculture, more than $700 billion a year is spent on subsidizing practices that are environmentally and socially damaging. Strong, 2000. Merely ending such illiberal practices would benefit humanity and the environment, while a fraction of that wealth, redirected to human needs, could fuel progress that would border on the miraculous. Rees also takes issue with the liberal notion that maximizing one's utilities, that is, owning more things and acquiring more wealth, is the only measure of personal well-being. In his view, once a certain point of material satisfaction is reached, the focus on amassing greater wealth results in diminishing returns. In addition, the pathological drive to have more and more stuff undermines other values that contribute significantly to one's well-being, such as clean air, time for family and friends, safe streets, lower stress, learning, enjoying the natural world, and so on. For Bookchin, the idea of dominating nature is not inherent in the human species but springs largely from the domination of human by human, which developed in conditions of economic scarcity even before the rise of distinct economic classes. Bookchin, 1999, Overview. Specifically, he believes that any attempt to solve the environmental crisis within a bourgeois framework must be dismissed as chimerical. Capitalism is inherently anti-ecological. Competition and accumulation constitute its very law of life, a law which Marx pungently summarized in the phrase, production for the sake of production. Bookchin, 1971, 16. James O'Connor is a socialist who has written extensively on the connections between the global political economy and the environment, and the intimate connections between crises in both spheres. He points out that the vitality of Western capitalism since World War II has been based on the massive externalization of the social and ecological costs of production. Since the slowdown of world economic growth in the mid-1970s, the concerns of both socialism and ecology have become more pressing than ever before. The accumulation of global capital has produced ever more devastating effects, not only on wealth and income distribution, but also on the environment. Given the relatively slow rate of growth of worldwide market demand since the mid-1970s, capitalist enterprises have been less able to defend or restore profits by expanding their markets and selling more commodities. Instead, global capitalism has attempted to rescue itself from its deepening crisis by cutting costs, raising the rate of exploitation of labor, and depleting and exhausting resources. O'Connor, 1993, 20-21. While Adam Smith could not foresee, in the late 1700s, the degree to which the natural world would be threatened by industrial capitalism, he did object to the negative effects that unrestrained economic greed, and especially the division of labor, were already having on most workers. The understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments, so that the man whose life is spent performing a few simple operations, has no occasion to exert his understanding, and generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to be. But in every improved and civilized society this is the state into which the laboring poor, that is, the great body of the people, must necessarily fall unless government takes pains to prevent it. Cited in Chomsky, 1993. Smith had it right, even for poor countries. For instance, in 2001, Kofi Annan praised the Cuban model, saying that it demonstrates how much nations can do with the resources they have if they focus on the right priorities: health, education, and literacy, quoted in Dean, 2000. Looking north, a study in the British Medical Journal that compared death rates in Canada and the US found that income inequality was a significant explanatory variable, that leads to lower mortality rates in Canada than in the United States. Cook, 2000. A more recent report by Statistics Canada confirmed this important conclusion, finding that the difference in lifespan between low-income and high-income Canadians has declined significantly since 1971, the year universal Medicare was put into place across the country. Analysts said other programs aimed at creating income equity and improving early childhood development have also helped. Interestingly, one of the authors pointed out that the life expectancy in our poorest neighborhoods is still higher than the average life expectancy in the US. Michaelberg, 2002, emphasis added. In the wake of September 11, 2001, we have read and heard a great deal about the supposed root causes of terrorism. Several points need to be stressed. First, the self-serving position of the Bush administration, that the source of terror is simply evildoers who hate freedom and democracy, is too farcical to merit serious comment. Second, religious fanaticism, inequality, poverty, and misery are not the only sources of terror. The frequent and bloody use of military force by the United States not only outrages many throughout the world. Washington's resort to force is seen as a model, a way for terrorists to justify their own depredations. As unrealistic as it sounds, suppose that the United States, and the other G7 nations, in the aftermath of September 11, had honestly pledged to provide additional billions of dollars in real development aid to the world's poor, to open up their markets, and to take other steps to tackle poverty, instead of increasing military spending and attacking other countries. Which course would most likely reduce future terrorist atrocities and needless killings? Which course would be more ethical? Third, as many of the case studies in this book demonstrate, the United States itself has been one of the most significant perpetrators of terrorism, from the crimes against native peoples in the Republic's early days, through to more contemporary actions, such as its ardent support for a host of brutal client states and allies, including, until 1990, Saddam Hussein, its terrorist attacks and economic embargo against Cuba, economic genocide, according to Pope John Paul II, the slaughter of over 3 million people in Vietnam, the bombing of Yugoslavia, and so on. Such policies, along with the Bush doctrine of permanent U.S. global military dominance and unilateral preventive war, more than justify Nelson Mandela's claim that the attitude of the United States of America is a threat to world peace, Globe and Mail, 2002. As U.S. policy towards Iran, Guatemala, Vietnam, Chile, Nicaragua, and many other nations has demonstrated, Washington will not tolerate independent governments which put the needs of their own citizens ahead of U.S. corporate and political interests. Globalizing greed. Today, globalization is largely about establishing global rules that act as a constitution for investor rights, and which are beyond any parliamentary challenges. Jinden, 2002, 1. These rules are embodied in the neoliberal institutions of the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and scores of similar bodies. They are, in the opinion of Greg Palast, interchangeable masks of a single governance system. Palast, 2002, 53. While other rich nations exert influence in these forums, it is indisputable that the United States dominates them, and uses them to proclaim and reinforce the ideology appropriately known as the Washington Consensus. The result has been the fortifying of a global economic system that is in essence an international casino, wherein a relative handful of gamblers, investors, undermine economies and destroy environments in their ceaseless quest for profit. For all the talk about democracy and human rights, there is only one right that is sacred to global investors. To put it crudely but accurately, the primary concern of U.S. foreign policy is to guarantee the freedom to rob and to exploit. Chomsky, 1987, 7. Workers are robbed of the value that they have created with their own time and sweat and talent in order to enrich foreign, and sometimes domestic, investors. Thus, every dollar that goes to a Nike stockholder is a dollar not paid to a Nike worker in Indonesia or China, and this zero-sum relationship dooms the worker to a life with little opportunity or hope. This sort of economic relationship, that of appropriating the wealth produced by the labor of others, is elemental to the concept of imperialism, a term the use of which appears to be undergoing a revival these days. Parenti defines imperialism as the process whereby the dominant politico-economic interests of one nation expropriate for their own enrichment the land, labor, raw materials, and markets of another people. Parenti, 1995, 1. Two central techniques of extracting wealth from poor countries should be stressed. One is the system of global debt, which has two particularly deleterious effects. First and most obviously, it drains tens of billions of dollars from poor countries every year, so that money is unavailable for health and education, food subsidies, or even encouraging economic growth and development. Thus, Tanzania's debt service payments are 9 times what it spends on primary health care and 4 times what it spends on primary education, UNDP, 1999. As Palust has documented, when the IMF/World Bank ordered Tanzania to charge fees for school attendance, enrollment dropped from 80% to 66%. Even worse. In that African state, 1.3 million people are getting ready to die of AIDS. The IMF and World Bank have come to the rescue with a brilliant neoliberal solution: require Tanzania to charge for hospital appointments, previously free. Since the bank imposed this requirement, the number of patients treated in Dar es Salaam's 3 big public hospitals has dropped by 53%. The bank's cure must be working. Palust, 2002, 47. Overall, 15 years of IMF/World Bank management of Tanzania's economy saw its per capita GDP drop from $309 to $210, and the rate of abject poverty jumped to 51% of the population, 47. The second major effect of debt is that the rich states, operating through the international financial institutions, use the need for loans to service debt to force underdeveloped nations to adopt policies that favor transnational corporations over the needs of their own populations. This often seriously exacerbates domestic problems, as is widely acknowledged even by advocates. Structural adjustment policies, SAPs, are imposed as a condition for loans and/or renegotiating debts, and on condition that the recipient country accepts privatization, capital market liberalization, market-based pricing, i.e. higher prices, a reduction in subsidies for public services, water, food, utilities, and increased liberalization of capital for foreign trade and investment. Palust, 2002, 51-2. The results are often disastrous. The collapse of the Argentine economy is only the most recent spectacular failure. Con Hallinan, a journalist and lecturer at the University of California, wrote that Latin America's third-largest economy has been derailed by IMF policies that were made right here in the USA, and that resulted in devastation to Argentina's industrial base, skyrocketing unemployment, higher prices, and an unsupportable debt, while foreign speculators made windfall profits. Hallinan, 2002. The Argentine case is hardly unique. The situation in the former Soviet bloc nations is, in general, even worse under the austerity regime that has ruled since 1991. Poverty has skyrocketed and life expectancy, especially for men, has plunged. One of the leading architects of the introduction of a market system in those countries is Harvard economist Jeffrey Sachs, who acknowledged in 2002, "We have squeezed these countries to the point where their health systems are absolutely unable to function. Education systems are broken down, and there's a lot of death associated with the collapse of public health and the lack of access to medicine," quoted in THIRD-WORLDISM, 2002, emphasis added. It appears that the toll in foreshortened lives may number in the tens of millions in Russia alone. In a scathing indictment of the policies of savage capitalism imposed on Russia by the nihilistic zealotry of reformers, both domestic and in the United States, Stephen Cohen notes that the lives lost of perhaps 100 million Russians seem not to matter, only American investments, loans, and reputations. So great is Russia's economic and thus social catastrophe that we must now speak of another unprecedented development, the literal demodernization of a 20th century country. When the infrastructures of production, distribution, technology, science, transportation, heating, and sewage disposal disintegrate, when tens of millions of people do not receive their salaries, some 75% of society lives below or again barely above the subsistence level, and millions of them are actually starving, when male life expectancy has plunged as low as 58 years, malnutrition has become the norm among school children, once eradicated diseases are again becoming epidemics. And basic welfare provisions are disappearing, when even highly educated professionals must grow their own food in order to survive, and well over half the nation's economic transactions are barter, All this, and more, is indisputable evidence of a tragic transition backward to a pre-modern era. Cohen, 2000, 38, 50, 159. After a detailed study of World Bank policies, Bruce Rich concluded that the poor in most of its borrowing countries are in worse shape than they were a decade and a half before. The poorest fifth of the world's population has seen its share of global income fall from 2.3% to 1.4% over the past 30 years, CCPA Monitor, 2002a, 19. Unequal economic and political power explain this outcome. Hallinan points out that the United States and its allies make all the decisions. The Netherlands has more voting power than China and India, whose populations include over one-third of all humanity. Hallinan, 2002. The situation is much the same at the International Monetary Fund. Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz, who served as chief economist at the World Bank, recently specified the interests represented by the IMF. Finance ministers and central bank governors have seats at the table, not labor unions, so they push policies that reflect the interests of the financial community. When it comes to the beneficiaries of structural adjustment, Stiglitz is clear that the bailouts are designed for rich investors. These policies protect foreign creditors, not workers, the poor, or the general population. Commissar, 2000, 35, 36. Moreover, every day, over $1.5 trillion changes hands in international financial transactions, the vast majority of which, between 90 and 95%, is pure speculation, gambling on currencies, stocks, and bonds, rather than productive investment. These capital flows not only undermine the ability of all governments to control their own economies and currencies, but the capital flight from poor countries robs them of desperately needed funds for productive investment, healthcare, and so on. With this increased capital mobility, and as corporations move their operations around the world, they pit workers, communities, and entire countries off against each other to see who will provide the lowest wages and cheapest environmental and social costs, resulting in a race to the bottom for the majority of people. Smith and Brecker, 2000. Rees points out that the neoliberal terms of trade and of the structural adjustment programs forced on third world countries are exactly opposite to the policies under which the wealthy nations developed. All of them, including Britain, the US, and Japan, initially followed mercantile, protectionist policies, and only accepted free trade, in certain sectors, see below, when they were developed enough to benefit from such liberal policies. Rees says that the power brokers of developed countries know exactly what they are doing, and quotes economist J.W. Smith. Their grand strategy is to impose unequal trades upon the world so as to lay claim to the natural wealth and labors of the weak nations. This strategy is remarkably consistent with Parenti's definition of imperialism, cited above. The effect, in Rees's view, is that the poor countries are actually financing the rich through low pay for equally productive labor, investment in commodity production for the wealthy world, and other dimensions of unequal trade. In the 1960s only $3 flowed north for every dollar flowing south. By the late 1990s, the ratio was 7-to-1, Rees, 2002. Ironically, too, for states that claim free trade as their ideal, the G7 nations use high tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, such as agricultural subsidies, depriving poor states of tens of billions of dollars in income every year. The industrialized countries spend $350 billion every year subsidizing their agricultural sectors, more than the economic output for all of Africa. Reducing agricultural subsidies is the single most important area where rich countries can do something, according to the World Bank. These subsidies cost poor countries billions of dollars per year. McGregor, 2002. And even IMF Director Horst Kohler has condemned rich industrialized countries which refuse to drop selfish trade protectionist policies that hurt poorer nations. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, 2002. The underdeveloped world is rarely allowed to compete when it has a comparative advantage. Rich states promote neoliberalism because it works, for the rich. Consider that, in the 2 decades before neoliberalism was put into practice on a global scale, per capita income grew 73% in Latin America and 34% in Africa between 1960 and 1980, while in the ensuing 20 years, Latin American growth was only 6% and African incomes have declined by 23%, Palust, 2002, 48. If the government of an underdeveloped country does try to improve the life of its people rather than the profits of transnational corporations, the market will make it as difficult as possible to succeed. When Luiz Ignacio Lula da Silva, the socialist leader of the Workers' Party in Brazil, was leading in the race for the Brazilian presidency in 2002, investors drove down the value of Brazil's currency, stocks, and bonds. After Lula still received a landslide 61% of the vote, investors were again threatening to hammer Brazil's economy over his unrealistic priority, to end hunger among the country's 170 million people, in a nation blessed with abundant natural wealth, Knox, 2002. What such neoliberal practices primarily accomplish, unsurprisingly, is the transfer of more wealth to the rich at the expense of everyone else, especially the poor. One result is that the combined wealth of the world's 200 richest people hit $1 trillion in 1999, the combined income of the 582 million people living in the 43 least developed countries is $146 billion, according to the United Nations, UNDP, 2082. Again, the phenomenon of appropriating surplus labor value is not limited to the working class of poor nations. In the United States, rising productivity in the manufacturing sector has not resulted in proportionately better wages for workers. While productivity has continued its increase since the early 1980s, hourly compensation per worker has fallen behind. Hence, almost the entire gain from increasing productivity since 1980 has been appropriated as surplus by capital. Monthly Review, 2002, 7.5. With extreme inequalities in wealth go extreme inequalities in power. This concentration of economic and political power in the hands of a few is inevitably in inverse proportion to the poverty and powerlessness of the majority, especially on a global scale. Those who have such economic power seek not only to hold on to it at almost any cost, but to increase their domination, driven by the imperatives of competition and profit maximization. Their hold on political power is one key element in maintaining their domination. These dynamics are the most important underlying causes of structural violence, and the most powerful obstacles to significant amelioration of the phenomenon. Conclusion. Ultimately, the only way in which structural violence will be significantly reduced is if the political economy of each nation, and of the world as a whole, is effectively democratized. This will be difficult, especially if McMurtry is correct in his view that the ultimate subject and sovereign ruler of the world is the transnational corporation, McMurtry, 2002, 1, and as meaningful, decision-making is vested in private institutions and the quasi-governmental structures that are coalescing into what the Financial Times calls a de facto world government that operates in secret and without accountability, cited in Chomsky, 1994, 17. Rather, the economy, and the rest of society, must be democratized through a movement of the great majority, in the interests of the great majority, rather than in the interests of a few. Such a transformation is impossible within the parameters of the present system, as Takis Fotopoulos has pointed out in framing his vision of inclusive democracy. Within the present institutional framework, the policy options of the elites, either of the neoliberal or social democratic variety, are severely restricted. Within an internationalized market economy, the introduction of effective social controls to protect the underclass and the marginalized, or to preserve the environment, will create serious comparative disadvantages for the nation-state or economic bloc that will embark on such policies. In other words, within the constraints imposed by the institutional framework of the international market economy, the elites are right in stressing that there is no alternative. Fotopoulos, 1997, 358, Emphasis in original. Dryzek elaborates on the institutional framework that constrains any attempt to make meaningful changes within a corporate-dominated society. In an insightful and nuanced examination of the possibility of democracy in capitalist times, he argues that, once in place, the market is a constraining mechanism of remarkable power and persistence. Governments in market systems are constrained by the need to induce enterprises to invest. In other words, business domination of the economy, hence control of the means of life, employment, and so on, can check most challenges to its rule by its threat to damage or at least limit the production and distribution of essentials. Dryzek explains that governments typically do not dare pursue policies with a significant negative impact on business profitability, for fear of precipitating a capital strike. In such cases, it is not Parliament or public opinion that constitutes the most important sounding board for government policy but, rather, markets, and especially financial ones. Dryzek, 1996, 25-6. Is there any realistic alternative to such elite domination, the entrenched structural violence that it oversees, and the eco-catastrophe that looms on the horizon? Perhaps. In discussing the global movement for democracy, mistakenly termed anti-globalization, Naomi Klein points out that while neoliberalism is the common target, there is also an emerging consensus that participatory democracy at the local level, whether through unions, neighborhoods, farms, villages, anarchist collectives, or aboriginal self-government, lies at the heart of the new vision of development. Freedom, empowerment, capacity building, democracy, respect, and solidarity are among this model's other features. Klein, 2002, 442. Many forms of local democracy have been proposed, and some are in the process of being implemented. Some are informal and ad hoc, while some, like inclusive democracy and the libertarian municipalism outlined by Bookchin, have a more extensive theoretical underpinning. What they tend to have in common, as Klein notes, is a focus on broad citizen participation. This emphasis on participatory democracy has recently been summarized by the eminent U.S. economic historian Robert Heilbroner, who contends that it might be possible to construct a society whose mode of cooperation is neither custom and tradition, nor centralized command, nor subservient to market pressures and incentives. Its integrating principle would be participation, the engagement of all citizens in the mutual determination of every phase of their economic lives through discussion and voting. This principle would touch on the determination of the tasks each person performs, the goods and services produced in the enterprise in which each person works, the share that each is entitled to take from the common flow of goods. Participation thus envisages a world in which widely shared decision-making by discussion and vote displaces decision-making by self-interest alone, or by persons privileged by wealth or position to make unilateral determinations. It assumes that social and economic equality has replaced social and economic inequality as the widely endorsed norm of the society, because equality seems best suited to enable individuals to lead the most rewarding lives they can. Heilbroner, 1992, 116-17. Heilbroner does not expect his vision to be realized for decades, if ever. However, should such a political and economic system eventually come into being, it could well spell the end of the worst forms of structural violence. The democratic and egalitarian aspects of a participatory social order would act to promote a just outcome. They are also the most likely paths to achieving an ecologically sustainable economy, since the capitalist imperative of putting profit before all other values would cease to be the operative principle. Ultimately, people of all countries will need to unite and work towards common goals. Perhaps Chomsky best sums up the role that can be played by those living in the privileged countries of the West. The struggle for freedom is never over. The people of the Third World need our sympathetic understanding and, much more than that, they need our help. Whether they can succeed against the kind of brutality we impose on them depends in large part on what happens here. And that's just part of the task that lies before us. There's a growing Third World at home. There are systems of illegitimate authority in every corner of the social, political, economic, and cultural worlds. For the first time in human history, we have to face the problem of protecting an environment that can sustain a decent human existence. We don't know that honest and dedicated effort will be enough to solve or even mitigate such problems as these. We can be quite confident, however, that the lack of such efforts will spell disaster. Chomsky, 1997, 100-101. Part 3. Truth and Restitution. 18. Institutional Responses to Genocide and Mass Atrocity. Eco Beto Vertigia. The 20th century enjoys the macabre distinction of having experienced the highest number of state-sponsored murders and mass killings in the history of humanity. The numbers are sobering: nearly 170 million dead by genocide, massacres, extrajudicial killings, and other state actions not including warfare, and about 40 million directly through war. Rummel, 1997. Perhaps in response, during the last century a global human rights discourse has developed and matured, espousing fundamental ideals of human dignity and respect not subject to the whims of state actors. Yet its development has been neither even nor incremental. The Nuremberg and Tokyo trials and the UN Genocide Convention established the principle that perpetrators of crimes against humanity should be tried and punished for their actions, but the Cold War put human rights concerns in a deep freeze for nearly 40 years. In the Soviet, American bipolar world, human rights rhetoric was manipulated for political purposes, and was rarely if ever the motivating force behind foreign policy. Ball, 1999. Human rights law is today the weakest component of international jurisprudence, certainly much weaker than international business or trade law. Still, there is no doubt that with the end of the Cold War, human rights discourse has gained strength. The 1990s witnessed the establishment of two international war crimes tribunals, for Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia, followed by tribunals for Sierra Leone, Congo, East Timor, and an international criminal court. Retributive justice has become a guiding norm for human rights supporters around the world. Yet tribunals have not been the only institutional response offered by human rights advocates. Over the past 20 years there have been increasing calls for the establishment of truth commissions to compile official histories of oppression and to offer forums for survivors to recount their personal stories. Nations in South America, Asia, Africa, and Eastern Europe have adopted truth commissions as a way of coming to terms with painful pasts. Generally eschewing formal trials, because of political constraints, commissions have focused on restoring the dignity of victims and survivors and producing a definitive account of the past, espousing what advocates call restorative justice. This chapter will consider how nations moving in a positive normative direction, that is, from a repressive to a more democratic state of affairs, have attempted to come to terms with their violent history. Specifically, it will consider the viability of tribunals and truth commissions, TCS. The chapter is divided into two sections. The first part, Theoretical Issues, briefly discusses the normative underpinnings of tribunals and truth commissions, retributive and restorative justice, respectively. I will consider the justifications, promises and limits of both models. The second part, Empirical Considerations, identifies factors that affect the viability of commissions and tribunals, and emphasizes the importance of contextual constraints on their implementation and use. Theoretical issues. There are at least 4 normative criteria that any complete theory of post-atrocity justice must address. 1. How are perpetrators held accountable? 2. How are the needs of victims addressed? 3. How much emphasis does each theory place on constructing an accurate report of past crimes? 4. How does each theory further the rule of law, democratic politics, and reconciliation? These 4 normative criteria will guide my assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of restorative and retributive justice, and commissions and tribunals. I will refer to these criteria throughout this initial section, using them as a measuring stick to evaluate the viability of both forms of justice. Retributive justice and tribunals. Proponents of retributive justice privilege the importance of trying and punishing perpetrators. This approach, rooted in classical notions of justice, is the moving force behind criminal prosecution in domestic courts and the establishment of international tribunals. Nevertheless, retributive justice is sometimes considered no more than an excuse for vengeance. Vengeance may imply proportionality in punishment, but runs the risk of degenerating into reciprocal and unending violence. Retributive justice distances itself from vengeance by tempering the demand for swift retaliation with substantive and procedural protections for the accused, and replacing the victim's desire for immediate reprisal with the rule of law. Retribution in this chapter will be used in this sense, as a type of institutionalized, punitive response based on the rule of law. This formulation serves as an important heuristic device and moral ideal to orient our discussion of post-atrocity justice. Following Minnow, 1998, 25, there are at least 3 criteria that retribution must satisfy if it is to remain within the bounds of the rule of law and not degenerate into vengeance. I. A commitment to redress past abuses using generalized, codified, pre-existing standards. 2. The use of a formal system characterized by impartiality and transparency with due process protections, and 3. The power to impose a binding sentence on the defendant which amounts to more than public censure lacking. Coercive force. Advocates of retributive justice offer several justifications for trials, ranging from non-consequentialist to fully consequentialist. I will address each of these in turn. Following severe social trauma, basic notions of justice demand that violators be punished for their actions. This notion of retribution is non-consequentialist. It places no emphasis on the social consequences of its actualization and appeals instead to notions of just deserts. Nozick, 1981, 363-99, Kant, 1980, 102-18. Victims regain self-esteem and dignity by seeing their violators punished publicly for their crimes. Trials acknowledge victims by showing the world that their demands for justice are legitimate and compelling. Nair, 1998. Identifying and punishing leaders of crimes against humanity places individual guilt on key actors, organizers, and institutions. By identifying individual leaders as perpetrators, claims of collective guilt that associate crimes with an entire ethnic or national group are avoided. Pruner, 1997, 342. Trials may also temper and reroute demands for vengeance into institutionalized and fair proceedings for assessing guilt, reducing the likelihood that victims will take justice into their own hands and engage in vigilantism. Schkler, 1986, 158. A public record of crimes is established by amassing and interrogating evidence in a procedurally fair setting. Base, 2000, 302-304. Tribunals foster the domestic rule of law, the basis for a democratically stable and peaceful society. Robertson, 2000, 243-285. There exists a duty deriving from international law, both treaty-based and customary, to prosecute grave breaches of fundamental human rights. Orent-Leiker, 1991. Tribunals deter future tyrants, serving as a warning about what may befall leaders who terrorize their populations. Roth, 1999. Employing the 4 normative criteria listed above, we can identify the strengths and weaknesses of tribunals and their justifications. Accountability trials are created first and foremost to assess and assign culpability. Tribunals focus on punishing perpetrators rather than recognizing victims, and thus are driven by the importance of establishing accountability. They achieve a decision of culpability based on higher standards of evidence and due process protections for defendants than TCS, which are not, after all, judicial organs. Furthermore, by identifying specific persons and agencies as violators, tribunals avoid indicting an entire ethnic group, for example, all Serbs or Germans. Nevertheless, tribunals suffer from the opposite problem, the issue of selectivity. At best, they can prosecute only a select number of violators, a significant problem in the face of massive human rights violations like genocide, crimes against humanity, and similar abuses that depend on the participation of a large number of perpetrators and coordinated efforts by the state. Confronted by this limitation, they are best used to prosecute high-level intellectual authors of crimes and their immediate subordinates. Victim recognition. Though powerful agents of accountability, trials are not as successful as commissions when it comes to acknowledging the suffering of victims. Certainly, trials provide a public forum for victims to recount their stories, and following a successful prosecution it becomes more difficult to dismiss past crimes as hyperbole or fabrication. Nonetheless, victim recognition is not the primary goal of tribunals, and most tribunals allow testimony only as a means of furthering prosecution, not of directly acknowledging victims. To the extent that victims may regain their dignity through the trial of their tormentors, this is achieved through the satisfaction of seeing them punished, but trials do not directly address the psychological and material needs of victims. In this sense, a public truth commission designed specifically with their interests in mind becomes an invaluable complement to the work of trials. Truth trial records also serve as a public record of past atrocity. The Eichmann trial produced a wealth of information on the organization of the final solution, and the Auschwitz trials identified the gruesome process of extermination that was paradigmatic of the Holocaust. Douglas, 2001. More recently, the Rabateau trial in Haiti unearthed significant information on the internal organization and operation of the Usbach-Frafe death squad. Concannon, 2001. Prosecutions of intellectual authors of crimes must include investigations of the bureaucracies and agencies they head, and this, in turn, provides a window into the hierarchical organization of state terror. In this way, tribunals contribute to the larger project of creating a factual account of the past. Still, it is important to note that tribunals, ideally, seek evidence to prosecute individuals, not entire collectives or institutions. Thus, it is not categorically the case that tribunals will identify the systemic dimension of repression and terror. Because truth commissions are not procedurally limited to individual prosecutions, their capacity to investigate past atrocities may be broader in scope, offering another important complement to trials. Rule of law trials offer a means of publicly condemning past violence and, consequently, promoting the rule of law and consolidation of democracy. Transitional regimes that fail to prosecute or purge human rights abusers inherit a political arrangement with potentially dangerous authoritarian enclaves which may undermine a fragile transitional democracy. Holding perpetrators accountable for their actions eliminates these enclaves of impunity, a crucial goal if societies are to rebuild on solidly democratic grounds. Nevertheless, transitional regimes are often constrained by amnesties. Consequently, the ideal of the rule of law is best expressed in international human rights law, where amnesties are not recognized and the retributive impulse is most clearly articulated. The UN tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda and the International Criminal Court are the best expressions of this. With a mandate to prosecute the most heinous violations of human rights law, these courts are not shackled by the exigencies of domestic politics, and can focus on holding perpetrators accountable for genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Deschaines, 2000. In general, then, we can say that retributive justice, as actualized in trials, focuses on accountability and creating an accurate and credible record of past violations, as well as contributing to the rule of law through a fundamental rejection of impunity. Restorative justice, articulated through truth commissions, shifts the focus to victims and offers a broader account of the past than that found in trials, providing an important complement to the retributive impulse driving prosecutions. Restorative justice and truth commissions. In the past 3 decades, outgoing elites have sought amnesties to protect themselves from prosecution for human rights violations. In Latin America alone, numerous amnesties have been enacted: Chile, 1978, Brazil, 1979, Guatemala, 1982, 1996, Argentina, 1983, Uruguay, 1986, El Salvador, 1993, Nicaragua, 1990, and Peru, 1995. Where amnesties were passed, truth commissions have been established as viable moral alternatives to prosecutions. Commissions construct an official account of past abuses over a certain period of time in a specific country or in a particular conflict. They encourage victims, relatives, bystanders, and perpetrators to participate, and in some instances offer them a public forum to do so. Furthermore, commissions may include a series of institutional reform and reparations recommendations. Behind all of these measures is a commitment to acknowledging victims and restoring their sense of dignity and moral worth. Thus, truth commissions are seen as paradigmatic examples of restorative justice. There are several differences between truth commissions and tribunals. First, truth commissions generally, though not always, lack subpoena powers. Second, commissions do not follow proof of guilt with a sentence for the guilty. In this sense, justice understood as state-authored punishment is eschewed for the production of an accurate account of the past, seeking to explain human rights violations against the backdrop of broader social and political processes. Third, truth commissions operate for a specific period of time, normally 6 months to 2.5 years, at the end of which they produce a report of their findings for public dissemination. The commission is then dissolved. Over the past 2 decades, truth commissions have become respected alternatives to traditional criminal trials. Over 20 commissions have been established. The more successful commissions are composed of prestigious citizens, authors, public intellectuals, lawyers, and so forth, not holding public office and representing a wide range of the political spectrum. Truth commissions occupy a unique space between the state and civil society. Although they are sponsored by the state, the inclusion of non-governmental members as well as broad relations with the NGO community result in a body that, optimally, is open to greater input from civil society actors than tribunals. Supporters offer several justifications for assembling truth commissions and pursuing restorative justice. The primary purpose of such commissions is to produce an accurate public record of a country's past crimes, through archival and forensic truth-seeking complemented by interviewing survivors and perpetrators. Borain, 2000. Advocates also point to the therapeutic benefits of truth commissions. By providing victims with a sympathetic public platform to present their stories, commissions contribute to their personal healing, and offer a phenomenological or experiential truth that complements archival and forensic truth. Krog, 1998. Concomitantly, the public airing of survivors' stories incriminates perpetrators, offering a kind of punishment akin to that found in a trial and achieving a powerful symbolic punishment through the shaming and public stigmatization of violators. Kiss, 2001. Public testimonies contribute to societal reflection and, ideally, healing in society itself, helping restore and affirm the democratic values of respect and tolerance, and repair the torn social fabric. Tutu, 1999. Lastly, because of their unique position in cataloging and analyzing systemic abuse and violence, commissions are well situated to provide policy recommendations for institutional reform and restructuring, and reparations programs for victims. Crocker, 2000. Truth commissions aim at constructing an accurate report of past crimes. Argentina's Truth Commission documented the disappearances of nearly 9,000 persons, providing a fuller picture of the atrocities committed during that country's dirty war. Argentine National Commission on the Disappeared, 1986. These reports complement tribunal records by identifying broader patterns of violence and abuse that may fall outside the purview of prosecutions. In some instances, commissions do not uncover crimes so much as publicize what is known but considered taboo for public discussion, and thus play a critical role in breaking the discourse of denial, contributing to the public's knowledge of human rights abuses and helping undermine the culture of impunity, itself based on secrecy, of the armed forces. Accountability. Because truth commissions are not juridical bodies with the capacity to formally punish human rights violators, they use symbolic forms of punishment, namely shaming and humiliating perpetrators publicly by identifying them in the course of the Commission's work. Shaming, particularly in conjunction with a report which identifies actual violations, thus implicitly connecting the individual to specific actions, rather than merely to a political ideology, should not be underestimated. South Africa's final report not only gave incontrovertible evidence of the state's machinations to protect apartheid, it also morally condemned those persons associated with the abuses, providing a kind of accountability that resonated deeply with the public. Moreover, commissions can contribute to accountability by forwarding their files to tribunals, international or domestic, and recommending prosecution. Victim recognition. Recent scholarship emphasizes the social healing dimension of victim testimony, both for victims and for society as a whole. A key component of the South African Commission's work, advocates argue that testimony achieves restorative justice, the restoration of personal dignity to survivors by publicly acknowledging their suffering, and contributes to general societal reconciliation by reviving social bonds that were destroyed during the period the violence. Krog, 1998. Commissions may also recommend reparations for victims and their dependents, including personal and familial rehabilitation through access to medical, psychological, and legal services, compensation for financially calculable losses, restitution of lost or stolen property, and remedies aimed at the prevention of future violations. Van Boven, 1990. Though reparations cannot return lost loved ones or erase the traumas of torture, they can have a positive impact on destitute victims, and, more broadly, serve as an acknowledgement by the state of its responsibility for past crimes. In Argentina and Chile, reparations were provided with precisely these goals in mind. Hainer, 2001, 170-83, Kritz, 1995, Volume 3, 683-95, Loveman and Lira, 2000, 525-8. Nevertheless, to be considered legitimate, reparations must be tailored and put forth as truly moral responses to the past, and must find some resonance with the psychological and material needs of victims in order to contribute to their recognition. Rule of law, democracy, and reconciliation commissions can contribute to the rule of law through policy recommendations on institutional reform of the armed forces, national police, judiciary, and other state actors. They may recommend prosecution, domestic or even international, for perpetrators, removal of military, police or judges from active duty, social and educational programs fostering human rights principles, and constitutional safeguards against impunity. More broadly, truth commissions seek to foster reconciliation. Advocates argue that unearthing the past is the initial step to social reconciliation, for erstwhile enemies cannot repair broken bonds without first knowing what happened to whom and at whose hands. The past must be openly discussed before a nation can move on, lest resentments and tensions continue to poison social relations. The strength of this argument is difficult to gauge, since reconciliation is a long, uneven process that may benefit from a truth commission, but also requires reconciliatory efforts at political, social, and personal levels. Nevertheless, the position between the state and civil society that most commissions enjoy may allow them to function as facilitators for long-term reconciliation. Tribunals and truth commissions, and retributive and restorative justice more generally, share a number of goals. They seek to uncover past atrocities, hold perpetrators accountable, acknowledge victims, and promote the rule of law and reconciliation. They differ, however, in emphasis. The retributive approach promotes accountability over victim acknowledgement, while restorative justice endorses the importance of recognizing victims rather than prosecuting perpetrators. This difference is also manifested in empirical terms, as discussed below. The following section highlights a number of factors that constrain the use of commissions and tribunals. Empirical considerations. The previous section identified the theoretical issues at stake in employing truth commissions and tribunals in post-atrocity societies. But the options available to transition architects are not so extensive. they must work within specific political, social, and economic parameters that constrain their choices. Zalak et. 1992. In this section, I discuss 7 factors that play a critical role in assessing the viability of commissions and tribunals. 1. Degree of institutionalization and legitimacy of previous regime. The degree of institutionalization and legitimacy of the perpetrating regime affects the likely success of efforts to seek legal recourse for political crimes. Institutionalization means at least 3 things: the regime rules through the use of formal and bureaucratic mechanisms, so that different aspects of governance are managed and coordinated by various departments. It has penetrated civil and political society systematically and deeply, and it seems stable and durable. 1. Institutionalized perpetrator regimes are essentially Janus-faced. They assemble complex legal justifications for their actions, bureaucratize violence, and generally rationalize all forms of repression, yet also engage in extra-legal terror against political opponents and the broader population, particularly through the use of secret police, death squads, disappearances, and massacres. Institutionalization is normally accompanied by an increase in legal justifications for crimes through the emergence of a large body of state security law, and in this sense we can say that a perverted rule of law exists. Here, rules, edicts, statutes, executive orders, administrative decrees and legislation all work to justify what is essentially a terroristic regime, giving a kind of legal patina to an otherwise despotic state. Concomitantly, the state employs its military and security apparatus to violent ends, often working outside, but in harmony with, the established legal framework. The upshot is a large body of law and archival evidence identifying the organization and systematization of state-sponsored violence. The more institutionalized and centralized the terror, the more likely it is that a significant body of documentation delineating the coordination of bureaucracies and security forces will exist. Of course, the peculiarities of a negotiated transition may make acquiring this information difficult, particularly if the perpetrating institutions manage to retain some degree of autonomy. In Chile and Argentina, the armed forces were fairly successful at retaining control of records on their dirty wars, though what has emerged indicates that in both instances the state's violence was highly rationalized and bureaucratized. In South Africa, the armed forces and national police destroyed many of their records of death squad activity, and the militaries of Central America have simply refused to hand over damning internal documents. Nevertheless, systematized state terror complemented by a robust body of documentation can facilitate the truth-seeking and prosecutorial goals of tribunals, and thus institutionalized regimes make good candidates for trials of lead perpetrators. The more rigorous a link that can be made between superiors and material authors of crimes, the greater the likelihood of successful prosecution, because a strong hierarchy of legal and moral responsibility can be identified. Ojal, 1999. Yet institutionalization poses obstacles as well. Where a regime has promulgated a wide array of laws condoning state violence, prosecution of perpetrators must deal with ex post facto considerations. Hart, 1958, Fuller, 1958, Rosenberg, 1996. Following the collapse of communism, Hungary passed legislation allowing prosecutions for crimes related to the brutal Soviet suppression of the 1956 uprising, extending the statute of limitations for serious crimes and treason and thus justifying its investigation of the past. The Constitutional Court, however, ruled that the treason law was unconstitutional because it violated retroactivity protections. Only after Parliament passed legislation permitting the prosecution of war crimes, not subject to retroactivity claims because of the Nuremberg precedent, did trials begin. Titel, 2001, 35-51. Retroactivity poses a problem in a strictly legal sense, since prosecuting someone for an abuse that was technically legal when committed is a violation of due process. Nevertheless, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide are all violations of international law and thus non-derogable, so the salience of the retroactivity problem is somewhat dulled. Though domestic legislation may have existed permitting, or at least not condemning, certain forms of violations, under a state security doctrine, for example, retroactivity will become less of an issue as international human rights norms gain greater traction, trumping its legitimacy. Robertson, 2000, 243-84. An additional difficulty arises with complex, multilayered systems of repression, which complicate the criminal legal understanding of responsibility, normally understood as predicated on individuals, not institutions. If the perpetrator regime was highly institutionalized, with a wide web of repression implicating numerous bureaucracies and agencies, as in South Africa and Eastern Europe, and enjoying widespread support or at least acquiescence, and thus arguably legitimacy, then prosecution of individuals can be vulnerable to charges of selectivity. Only some violators face prosecution, while the majority, normally the higher echelon violators, will escape justice. Where these considerations hold, truth commissions offer an important complement to prosecutions by illuminating how repression entails the cooperation of numerous institutional actors coordinated and directed from above. 2. Independence and fairness of the judiciary. In some transitions, the judiciary remains an enclave of the past regime, significantly limiting the ability of victims to obtain redress. In these instances, trials are unfeasible, and truth commissions may be the only viable domestic institutional response. Nevertheless, there are alternatives, regional or international fora, such as the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the Permanent International Criminal Court, ICC, and, under certain conditions, case-specific tribunals assembled by the United Nations. This latter approach requires UN Security Council support, which in turn poses numerous practical obstacles. The apprehension of some major powers, particularly the US, towards the expansion of universal criminal jurisdiction impedes the proliferation of UN tribunals. Victims may also turn to foreign national courts to seek redress. The U.S. Torture Victim Protection Act, 1991, has served as a vehicle to prosecute foreigners domestically for violations of the law of nations, and this manner of tort redress is gaining popularity as universal jurisdiction becomes more widely accepted in national jurisprudence. Filer Tiga v. Pina Ilara, 1980, Kadik v. Karadzik, 1995, Doe v. Karadzik, 1995. Criminal trials in foreign courts are also gaining acceptance. Belgium recently sentenced 4 Rwandans, including 2 nuns, for their role in genocidal killings. Nevertheless, the reconstruction of the national judiciary remains the best hope for domestic accountability and a crucial prophylactic against future impunity. 3. Extent of perpetrator population. In some instances, there exist relatively few overt perpetrators and many beneficiaries, or persons who benefit from the political circumstances without actively participating politically. In South Africa, for example, apartheid benefited all white South Africans, regardless of their political affiliations or relations to the state. The apartheid government enjoyed the tacit support of much of the Afrikaner white population, but many were not active oppressors. Other cases are markedly different. The political terror of the Hutu power regime in Rwanda included the active participation of many Hutu civilians, thus, the perpetrator population was high relative to the number of beneficiaries. The same can be said of Cambodia. Although the Khmer Rouge ruled through terror and did not enjoy wide-ranging support outside its own ranks, there were few beneficiaries of the regime who were not implicated directly in gross human rights violations. In all of these cases, tribunals can offer an important, though limited, contribution to accountability. Where there are relatively few overt perpetrators and many beneficiaries, the latter cannot be held legally accountable. However, it would be misguided to simply ignore their moral responsibility. A truth commission can serve as an important complement to trials by highlighting that complicity and responsibility go well beyond the narrowly understood notions of criminal liability characteristic of criminal prosecutions. In South Africa, the commission investigated the role that business, legal, medical, religious and other professional communities played in supporting the apartheid regime. Investigations of this sort underscore the wide support that some terroristic states enjoy, morally implicating beneficiaries and countering claims that the latter were ignorant of the state's violence. Where the perpetrator population is large, resource restrictions make it unlikely that every violator can be tried. Rwanda holds upward of 110,000 alleged genocidaires in its prisons, but does not have the resources to try them all fairly. A useful institutional complement to the prosecution of elites, such as a truth commission, would help to clarify the broader issues of responsibility and collaboration that are characteristic of large-scale political violence. Truth commissions can also identify key accomplices and collaborators abroad, delineating the role foreign governments play in supporting oppressive regimes. The Guatemalan Commission for Historical Clarification, 1999, obtained numerous documents from the U.S. government through Freedom of Information Act requests, in conjunction with the National Security Archive, an American NGO. The declassified documents helped identify U.S. support for the military regime, highlighting the otherwise obscure connections between the two governments. The 1992 Commission of Inquiry in Chad provided detailed assessments of the U.S. role in training and funding dictator Hijan Habra's security forces, who murdered at least 40,000 civilians and tortured countless others. An Angolan Truth Commission, called for after the death of rebel leader Jonas Savimbi, could supply valuable information on the role played by the Soviet Union, Cuba, the United States and South Africa in that country's brutal civil war. These are all broad, systemic issues surrounding perpetrator populations which cannot be addressed solely in trials. Of course, such processes can similarly be constrained by a foreign power's failure to turn over relevant documents and individuals. The U.S. withholding of documents seized from Haitian FRAFE headquarters and its refusal to extradite FRAFE paramilitary leader Emmanuel Constant for trial, as well as Russia's refusal to open its files on its war in Afghanistan, are illustrative of the myriad ways in which foreign powers can undermine domestic efforts at obtaining justice. For mode of transition, a key element in assessing what type of institutional response to pursue is the mode of political transition between regimes. Where the transition is achieved through a victory in war or other sharp break with the past, the new government has the political capital to punish defeated elites through trials, with little concern for the opposition's power. The Tokyo and Nuremberg tribunals, as well as the domestic successor trials in Rwanda, underscore the wide latitude that victors have in pursuing retribution. However, where the transition is tightly packed, or negotiated, trials are rarely politically feasible. Previous elites may still enjoy significant political or military power, and can threaten to undermine the new political order if they feel their privileges are in jeopardy. Here, truth commissions may offer an alternative response to the past, investigating elites' actions and shaming them through publication of a truth report identifying their crimes. Even this, however, can prove difficult. Often, elites will demand severe and debilitating restrictions on the operation of commissions. In Chile, the military maintained sufficient political clout after the transition to demand that the commission's final report not name perpetrators, and the 1978 amnesty, covering violations from 1973 through to the time of its passage, effectively ensured that the most egregious abuses would be protected from prosecution. The greater the power of entrenched elites, the greater the political constraints on the moral response. Nevertheless, the gradual expansion of democratic values and practices, combined with the erosion of the authoritarian enclave's power, may allow for future prosecutions. Chile is currently undergoing a reappraisal of the Pinochet era, and there is now more support for trials than there was only a few years ago. A large part of this can be traced to the 1998 detention of General Pinochet in London, an example of how international events can redefine domestic political contours and permit a reconsideration of what negotiated pacts portend for the future. The UNBAC Sierra Leone Truth and Reconciliation Commission must negotiate its way around the 1999 Lomé Peace Agreement, which granted a blanket amnesty for all human rights violations committed during the 9-year civil war leading up to the peace accord. At the time of signing, government forces fighting Foday Sanko's Revolutionary United Front, infamous for butchering and mutilating civilians, were in a weak bargaining position, and amnesty was seen as the only way of ending hostilities. The Commission is nevertheless faced with a difficult task, identifying and possibly recommending for prosecution major war criminals against the backdrop of a legal system that already recognizes protection for crimes committed before 1999. The UN has indicated that it will ignore the amnesty for genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, and has established a tribunal to deal with these cases. This is the proper course to take. International law does not recognize amnesties for grave human rights violations, so amnesties are essentially void and the crimes subject to prosecution in international fora or, through the emerging principle of universal jurisdiction, in foreign national courts. Tightly packed transitions which include some form of amnesty may be necessary to remove a despotic regime. But international courts are under no obligation to recognize them. Furthermore, amnesties do not in principle protect major foreign accomplices and co-perpetrators from prosecution. 5. Material, financial, and personnel resources. The financial resources that commissions and tribunals require make it unlikely that a poor nation undergoing substantial political transformation could provide the necessary funding without significant outside assistance. Tribunals, in particular, are especially costly. A fair trial of a high-level perpetrator can cost millions of dollars, making numerous trials difficult to justify from a strictly budgetary perspective, particularly when a country is faced with myriad other pressing humanitarian concerns, and some of those funds could be used to alleviate the plight of victims and others. International funding is often difficult to secure, and qualified personnel such as lawyers, judges, and legal experts may be in short supply. The Rwandan genocide left only a handful of lawyers in the country, creating a seemingly insurmountable obstacle to formal domestic prosecutions. With hardly any attorneys to prosecute, much less defend, suspects, the likelihood of fair trials is seriously diminished. It would be a mistake, of course, to choose a commission over widespread trials simply on budgetary grounds. To do so would make a mockery of the principle of a moral response, delegating the moral calculus to the rather profane level of bean counting and penny pinching. Nevertheless, budgetary constraints are constraints. South Africa spent approximately $18 million a year on its commission, a sum unmatched by any other similar body, and commissioners nevertheless felt their work was underfunded. So, too, with the unsponsored truth commissions in El Salvador and Guatemala. Lester, 2000. 78 to 110. Closely related to the above resource factors is political will. Does the successor regime have the will and commitment actually to pursue and sustain a rigorous, institutional response? Human rights advocates have often found a great deal of rhetorical governmental support for their ambitious projects, only to realize later that the regime has no interest whatsoever in matching its words with deeds. The lack of interest is, unsurprisingly, reflected in the lack of money and resources available for commissions and tribunals. Uganda assembled two commissions, in 1974 and 1986, that were duly ignored by the state, and Ecuador's 1996 commission folded after 5 months, producing no final report on police and military abuses. Zimbabwe's 1985 state-sanctioned commission, investigating state repression in Matabeleland, never released its report. The government quashed its publication, claiming the findings would unleash ethnic conflict. Hainer, 2001, 55. Similarly, post-World War I trials to prosecute Turkish perpetrators quickly foundered after the Allies lost interest, and the architects of the Armenian genocide were thus never held accountable. Political will and sufficient resources are crucial if institutional responses to the past are to succeed. Otherwise, they will remain token gestures and a further insult to the victims. 6. Salience of specific domestic, cultural, political, and religious discourses available for furthering the causes of justice and reconciliation. Truth commissions and tribunals should draw from domestic discourses that can strengthen their legitimacy. Archbishop Tutu, chairman of the South African Commission, has often turned to Christian notions of forgiveness as an important virtue in dealing with perpetrators, an admittedly controversial proposition, and local leaders have called for Ubuntu, roughly translated from Zulu as humanus, to underscore the importance of rebuilding interpersonal relationships in the construction of a new moral and political order. These notions and others offer a rich discursive fund which can feed broader efforts at reconciliation and coming to terms with the past. Prosecutions have also taken a decidedly autochthonous turn. In Rwanda, the state has supplemented formal trials with gacacaas, essentially popular tribunals rooted in local customs, for lower-level perpetrators. Though the state has outlined formal criteria for their operation, gacacaas gain much of their legitimacy from their identification with tradition and their basis on customary notions of responsibility and accountability. Vandegan Saint, 2001. This and similar cases point to the salience of local and national discourses on justice and reconciliation, for only if the population at large can identify with these institutions will they have any deep and transformative impact. 7. Possibility of future social unrest through the use of truth commissions and trials. Finally, there exists the very subjective factor of predicting, reckoning may be a more appropriate term, whether commissions or tribunals will contribute to the resumption of violence, be it through coup, civil war, or revolution. Political elites must engage in a delicate calculus to ascertain whether certain kinds of institutional responses may lead to a renewal of violence. An assessment of factors 2, 3, and 4 above offers some direction in ascertaining whether and what type of institutional responses should be employed. Highly packed transitions leave authoritarian enclaves in politics, the economy, and occasionally the armed forces, creating significant obstacles to the use of trials. This was the case in El Salvador, Guatemala, and South Africa, though in the last instance the government employed a novel form of selective prosecution. In general, truth commissions may offer the only possibility of moral response without resulting in renewed conflict, and retributive efforts will have to be pursued in the international arena, with all of the great power pitfalls that entails. Conclusion. Institutional responses are an important, though by no means sufficient, element of larger societal efforts to confront the past. Political elites must discuss past violence publicly and frankly by acknowledging injustices and responsibility as a step toward the reconstruction of society, and civil society actors should contribute to reconciliation by providing critical interpretations of past violence more nuanced than elite historical narratives. Individuals, too, must find ways of addressing complex personal issues of responsibility, revenge, forgiveness, and moral transformation. All of these concerns point to the fundamentally disjunctured and uneven nature of reconciliation. Nevertheless, institutional mechanisms can make a difference, particularly when the retributive elements of tribunals are paired with the restorative dimension of truth commissions. Rather than seeing them as separate, incompatible bodies, they should be understood as complementing one another. The emphasis in retribution satisfies moral demands for accountability, and through reparations and public survivor testimony commissions acknowledge victims in ways tribunals cannot. Both institutional responses, moreover, help unearth the truth about atrocities. Though a transition to a more just society will always be fraught with difficulty and pain, institutional responses can serve as important first steps by helping mend a tattered social fabric. Additionally, we should not lose sight of foreign complicity in human rights abuses. Most modern cases of state-sponsored human rights violations have occurred with the support of foreign governments, often the United States or the Soviet Union. Current international law makes it difficult to prosecute leaders for actions committed in other states, though as the ongoing trial of Milosevic indicates, this may be changing. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that political power often trumps law, and justice will not be achieved if foreign accomplices remain unaccountable. Domestic justice will remain stunted if only national actors are investigated and prosecuted. Because of the crucial element of foreign involvement in modern civil wars and domestic atrocities, a phenomenon best captured in the Cold War term proxy war, robust international justice mechanisms are required as well. UN ad hoc tribunals and the ICC, as well as regional human rights courts, point in this direction, though all are hampered to differing degrees by the machinations of realpolitik. The balance, then, between domestic imperatives for justice and the international reluctance toward universal jurisdiction will remain the fundamental cleavage in future human rights discourse. 19. International Citizens Tribunals on Human Rights. Arthur J. Klinghoffer. International Citizens Tribunals, often labeled Commissions of Inquiry or International People's Tribunals, attempt to rally public opinion in order to effect governmental policy changes or influence the judicial process while human rights violations are still being committed. The aim is to apply moral standards to the internationalization of justice, but these tribunals are composed of public intellectuals rather than representatives of the state, so their decisions are extrajudicial and have no legal standing. Perhaps this is why such tribunals have been largely neglected in the literature on international law. Nevertheless, it is evident that their emphasis on the role of concerned citizens is striking an increasingly responsive chord among publics attuned to current trends in the advancement of human rights. 1 Furthermore, international citizens' tribunals often confront major world powers, such as the United States and Russia, which have been able to avoid prosecution under the existing legal regime for their alleged human rights abuses. Unfortunately, international citizens' tribunals are not as effective as they should be, because of their overly aggressive procedures and their biased ideological slant. Too often they adopt the trappings of formal legal structures by issuing verdicts rather than concentrating on the gathering of evidence. Their saliency would be enhanced were they to emulate grand juries rather than courts, and use their inquiries to arrive at indictments. In addition, these tribunals should strive for greater ideological diversity when selecting panelists. They tend to lose credibility with the media when they are seen to act only as agents of the left, and when their verdicts are unanimous. Inclusion of dissenting opinions would therefore be beneficial to their public image. Conceptual foundations. If the absence of permanent legal structures prepared to condemn the powerful is the problem, then international citizens' tribunals are proposed as the solution. They are intrinsic to transnational democracy and globalization from below, and are an integral component of an emerging global society. As explained by international law specialist Richard Falk, law belongs to all of us, and we must reclaim it from the destructive forces that are crystallized in imperial power politics at this time. See International People's Tribunal, 1994, 4-5, Dixon, ed., 1985, 20. Most tribunal proponents contend that citizens have the secondary responsibility to act against injustice if states and international organizations neglect to carry out their primary responsibility. Falk writes that the peoples of the world enjoy ultimate sovereignty, including the right to appropriate legal forms, and to establish legitimate institutions and procedures as needed, while Nobel Peace Prize laureate José Ramos Horta of East Timor declares that if governments do not defend the people's rights, we will have to find new forms of action that will. International People's Tribunal, 1994, 4, 1997 People's Summit on APEC, ND. International citizens' tribunals cannot impose their decisions upon transgressing states, but this apparent weakness may be turned into an advantage, at least in theory. Such tribunals are not indebted to states, and are not influenced by them. Powerlessness may thus prove to be a virtue, and contribute to tribunals' legitimacy. Tribunals are assembled by self-appointed organizing committees, thereby tainting their impartiality. However, preconceived opinions could possibly be altered once confronted with evidence and, as philosopher Bertrand Russell argued, panelists of solid character may be just despite their strong convictions. You don't have to be indifferent, noted Russell, to be impartial, nor have an empty mind in order to assure an open mind. Russell, 1967, 126. Moral equivalence is often problematic at tribunals, and is usually rejected because of an aversion to giving equal status to the crimes of those identified as victims. Tribunal advocates maintain that those who are weak may resort to sporadic acts of resistance, but any war crimes committed in so doing are not deemed morally equivalent to the acts of those with superior force who violate international legal norms systematically. Untitled Document, 1967. Tribunals are not formal legal bodies, and defendants are not necessarily present. The latter are often invited, but choose not to appear before what they consider to be a biased forum. Sometimes the tribunal appoints an expert to present testimony on behalf of the defense, but surely the prosecution side of the case predominates. In absentia, defendants thus tend to be the norm rather than the exception. Tribunals are proliferating, and their scope is broadening to include women's rights, indigenous rights, and workers' rights. Miscarriages of justice against specific individuals are to a great extent being replaced by indictments of the system, generally labeled global capitalism. Defects and inequities are portrayed as institutional, and a movement from below generated by the people is advanced as the antidote. The prime aim is to transform international law so that justice will be based on giving voice to those considered weak and oppressed. According to Richard Falk's interpretation of international law, sovereignty of the people has gradually been expanded to include collective group rights of peoples. Falk further maintains that law is a progressive weapon, a political tool used to facilitate change. It incorporates undertones of class warfare, and should be used as a means of empowerment. International People's Tribunal, 1994, 4, Falk, 2001. The Martens Clause in the 1907 Hague Conventions, according to which states are bound by usages deriving from the laws of humanity and the dictates of the public conscience, is an important precedent justifying citizens' power. Also pertinent are Articles 1 and 55 of the Union Charter and General Assembly Resolution 1514, 1960, which declares that all peoples are entitled to self-determination. The key document setting forth the counter-traditional position in international law is the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Peoples, formulated in Algiers in 1976, Louis, 1978, 224-5, Basso, 1975, 5, Boring, N.D. 2. Note that international citizens' tribunals differ from truth commissions. Whereas the former are unofficial and have no state sponsorship, the latter are state-funded, panelists are appointed by their governments, and monetary reparations are sometimes assessed. The Reichstag fire trial case. After World War I, the new Wilsonian order featured an upsurge in attention paid to international law, ethics, public opinion, and the role of public intellectuals. See Lippmann, 1925, 55, 69-70, 197. On the ideological front, a struggle developed between Bolshevism and Nazism, and it is this confrontation that set the stage for the world's first international citizens' tribunal. Adolf Hitler became the Chancellor of Germany on January 30, 1933. On February 27, a Dutchman named Marinus van der Lubbe caused considerable damage to the Reichstag building through an act of arson. He was quickly arrested, but so were 3 Bulgarian communists and the leader of the communist delegation in the Reichstag, Ernst Torgeler. They were not perpetrators of the crime, but had been detained as part of a scenario in which the Nazis blamed the communists for the blaze and depicted it as the first phase of a communist insurrection. Most civil liberties were suspended on February 28 as the Nazi government began a roundup of thousands of communists. The communists claimed, in turn, that the Nazis were using the pretext of a supposed plot to increase their votes in the March 5 Reichstag election. In fact, the Nazis did greatly enhance their parliamentary representation, and then proceeded on March 29 to pass a retroactive death penalty law that included a crime of revolutionary arson. On April 1, the Communist Party was banned. Willy Muenzenberg, an important tactician in the Communist International, orchestrated a campaign to counter the Nazis. One element was preparation of the Brown Book of the Hitler Terror, which accused the Nazis of being van der Lubbe's accomplices. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror, 1933. Another was to campaign against the German indictment of 4 communists and use public relations as a counterweight to the planned Reichstag fire trial. This resulted in the establishment of an international citizens' tribunal, organized in the form of a commission of inquiry. With the support of many British Labourites, the tribunal convened in London on September 14. This was 1 week before the scheduled German trial, and was an intentional effort to turn world opinion against the Nazi court process. The tribunal panel was composed of lawyers from several countries, including the noted American civil libertarian Arthur Garfield Hayes and the British Labour parliamentarian and King's Counsel Denis Noel, D.N. Pritt. Although communists worked behind the scenes to create the tribunal, they were careful not to select any communists as panelists. Stafford Cripps, a former Solicitor General and future Chancellor of the Exchequer, gave the opening address. Basically, supporters maintained that the tribunal was justified because the German trial would be politically influenced by the Nazis, the defendants would not be permitted to use the services of foreign lawyers, and refugee witnesses would not be able to testify due to the lack of a German guarantee for their security. On September 20, the day before the official trial was to begin in Leipzig, the tribunal issued final conclusions asserting the innocence of the 4 communist defendants and strongly suggesting that the Nazis had conspired with van der Lubbe. Copies of the tribunal transcript were forwarded to the judges and prosecutor in Leipzig, but not placed into evidence. However, the materials were well publicized, and had an impact through the international media. In addition, Hayes received approval from the German judiciary to serve as an assistant to Torgler's attorney, Alphonse Sack. The New York Times correctly predicted that the tribunal in London would force the court to respond to its findings, Tolle Schuss, 1933. Indeed, the Nazis were on the defensive at Leipzig, attempting to refute transcript evidence and the Brown Book. The courtroom tactics of Bulgarian defendant Georgy Dimitrov were crucial in this regard, as he constantly accused the Nazis of the arson. Eventually, even Chief Prosecutor Karl Werner called for the acquittal of the 3 Bulgarians, but not of Torgler, who was a German, on the grounds that the evidence was insufficient to convict them. On the other hand, he continued to deny Nazi guilt for the fire. The International Citizens Tribunal helped to organize rallies calling for the acquittal of the 4 communists, heard additional witnesses in Paris on 4 to 5 October while the Leipzig trial was in progress, and convened in London on 18 to 20 December once Werner had withdrawn his request for the conviction of the Bulgarians. At this latter session, the emphasis was on pressing for the acquittal of Torgler. Arthur Garfield Hayes encouraged the Leipzig court by declaring, "If these men are acquitted, the world will realize that at best one court in Germany is objective and independent and that even in the midst of terror instituted by the Nazis, you judges have shown the courage of your convictions." Hayes, 1942, 386. On December 23, the Leipzig court proclaimed the Nazis innocent of arson, and cited a purported communist plan for insurrection. But it also acquitted the 4 communists. Van der Lubbe was sentenced to death, and guillotined on January 10. Despite their victory in court, the communist defendants were not released. The German media clamored for a new trial, and the defendants were placed in protective custody. Minister of the Interior Hermann Göring had threatened precisely this in his testimony at Leipzig, claiming that the 4 communists had reason to be afraid should they be freed after the trial, quoted in New York Times, November 5, 1933. The International Citizens Tribunal again generated publicity over the plight of the detained communists, and a deal was soon worked out between Germany and the Soviet Union in which Moscow would grant citizenship to the 3 Bulgarians, who had been stripped of citizenship by their own homeland. Germany would then repatriate them to the Soviet Union. On February 27, the anniversary of the Reichstag fire, the Bulgarians arrived in the Soviet capital. Torgler remained in jail until June 1935. Göring had opposed the release of the Bulgarians, claiming that had the communists triumphed over the Nazis they would have hung us up. He declared, "I see no reason why we should be more considerate," quoted in the Times, February 21, 1934. Nonetheless, Göring was forced to acquiesce to Hitler's deal with Stalin. The First International Citizens Tribunal had taken on Nazi Germany, and had won. Without its efforts, it is unlikely that the German court would have acquitted the 4 communists. Intellectuals had confronted a totalitarian state, and had successfully used public opinion as a weapon to further their cause. Contributing to the tribunal's efficacy was its ability to project a moderate image by hiding the Communist International's role in its formation. At the same time, the non-communist lawyers who served as panelists were indeed upholders of liberal democracy. Hayes, who was neither a Marxist nor a Leninist, endeavored to limit communist influence over the proceedings. In fact, he soon became involved with the organization of the Second International Citizens Tribunal, which was directed against the Soviet Union. The Moscow show trials case. At the first Moscow show trial of August 1936, prominent leaders of the Communist Party were charged with counter-revolutionary acts purportedly carried out in collusion with the exiled former Commissar of both War and Foreign Affairs, Leon Trotsky. Tellingly, the Soviet Union did not attempt to extradite the fiery anti-Stalinist from exile in Norway, because he would then have had an opportunity to challenge the Soviet system in court, as Dimitrov had challenged Nazism at Leipzig. Trotsky was willing to testify in Moscow, but as this was not possible, he called for the establishment of an international citizens tribunal where he could defend himself from Soviet charges and expose the Moscow show trial as a sham. In October, proponents of Trotsky's right to a fair hearing began to organize in New York. Many were surely Trotskyists, but socialists and liberals were also included. The Trotskyist role was not hidden, but there were also supporters who did not proclaim Trotsky's innocence, and whose main concern was the application of democratic procedures. All agreed that there should be a tribunal, and that a new place of asylum would have to be found for Trotsky because Norway would not permit him to participate in a tribunal as long as he was in exile in that country. In December, a somewhat misnamed defense committee was founded in New York, and similar committees were formed in Britain, France, and Czechoslovakia. Efforts to relocate Trotsky were successful, and he settled into Mexican exile in January 1937. That same month featured a second Moscow show trial, and another call by Trotsky for a tribunal where he could defend himself against Soviet charges. In February and March, the Defense Committee in New York put together a commission to investigate the show trials, and called upon noted pragmatist philosopher John Dewey to serve as its chairman. The commission accordingly came to be known as the Dewey Commission. Members of the Defense Committee were included, but there was a careful effort to project an image of impartiality by excluding committed Trotskyists. In contrast to the Reichstag Fire Tribunal, hardly any of the members were lawyers, since it was maintained that the main issue was not Trotsky's guilt or innocence but the show trials themselves, and members should therefore be able to place them in appropriate historical and social context. The Defense Committee financed the Dewey Commission, and even provided a lawyer for Trotsky, but it did gradually gain public acceptance as not strictly partisan through John Dewey's considerable efforts. Dewey, a Defense Committee member, had retired as a professor at Columbia University in 1930. He was not a Trotskyist, but had become active on the Defense Committee because he sought justice for Trotsky and believed that the exiled revolutionary had a right to defend himself against Soviet charges. Dewey was deeply concerned about democratic modes of inquiry, and warned that many Americans were becoming attracted to a Soviet model that he believed was excessively based on ends rather than means. For him, democracy was a process, not an end in itself. It was an educational means of arriving at truth. Dewey, 1922, 223, 229, 236-7, Boulert, 1983, 135, Meyer, 1938, 53, 55, Farrell, 1965, Zeldin, 1991, 388-9, 392-3. Dewey was likewise highly critical of Trotskyism, which he saw as based on absolutes, and he disagreed with Trotsky on the essence of Stalinism. From Dewey's perspective, Stalinism had evolved out of Bolshevism. From Trotsky's, it was a perversion of the Leninist course. The Dewey Commission planned hearings in Mexico, with Trotsky as the star witness. Presiding over these sessions was to be a subcommission drawn from the membership of the larger commission. It turned out that none of the 5 panelists was a lawyer. Arthur Garfield Hayes was invited to serve, but he preferred to serve as counsel to the subcommission rather than as a member. He tried to establish a legal framework that included the presentation of evidence by Stalinists. Dewey agreed, but Hayes had to drop out due to a scheduled court date in the United States. Rather belatedly, invitations to participate in the hearings were sent to prominent communists, including the Soviet ambassador to the U.S., Alexander Troyanovsky, but all failed to respond owing to their expectation that the International Citizens Tribunal would be biased in favor of Trotsky. The April 1937 tribunal that convened in Coyoacan, just outside Mexico City, provided a forum for the eloquent Trotsky to refute Soviet charges against him and to expose the trumped-up nature of the Moscow show trial process. Point 3 At the conclusion of the testimony, the subcommission declined to issue any findings or verdict. As had been arranged in advance, all testimony and documents were to be submitted to the full Dewey Commission in New York. The latter was then to compile the hearings transcript, take evidence from additional witnesses, add documents supplied by other defense committees in Europe, and then issue a final report. In the meantime, the tribunal in Coyoacan still managed to exert an influence on public opinion, as Trotsky's presentation of evidence encouraged public skepticism about the validity of confessions made by the defendants in Moscow. Nevertheless, many liberal Democrats and partisans of the left were still reluctant to criticize the Soviet Union, believing that its role in a united front against fascism was crucial. Dewey would have none of this. After the tribunal, he described purported Soviet democracy as a farce, and maintained that we must stop looking to the Soviet Union as a model for solving our own economic difficulties and as a source of defense for democracy against fascism. At the same time, he declared that he had come to disagree with Trotsky even more than previously. Meyer, 1938, 55-9. In September 1937, the Dewey Commission released the full transcript of the Coyoacan hearings, along with a summary of findings. The final report and verdict, labeling the Moscow show trials as frame ups and concluding that Trotsky was not party to a conspiracy with the defendants, was issued in December. Commission of Inquiry, 1972. By this time, the Dewey Commission had significantly influenced the world's media, which were now more prepared to accept Trotsky's innocence. The Dewey Commission's success was tempered by the fact that its hearings in Mexico could not attract media attention similar to that garnered in London by the Reichstag Fire International Citizens Tribunal. Furthermore, a third Moscow show trial took place in March 1938, after the publication of the Commission's final report. The Commission therefore had not influenced the tragic course of Soviet injustice. It had helped secure a form of exoneration for Trotsky, but had not saved any show trial defendants from execution. Although the original impetus for the International Citizens Tribunal had come from Trotskyists, liberals had seized control of the process, and had demonstrated the centrality of a focus on means as fundamental to democracy. The Vietnam War Crimes Case. Bertrand Russell, exploiting his prestige as a leading philosopher, was the guiding force behind the creation of the International War Crimes Tribunal, which came to be known as the Russell Tribunal. He did not attend the hearings, but provided logistical assistance and funding through his Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation in London, and attracted many prominent intellectuals to the cause. He was instrumental in planning the sessions held in Stockholm in May 1967 and in Roskilde, Denmark, in November 1967 to consider alleged American crimes in Vietnam, including aggression, usage of banned weapons, bombing of civilian targets, inhumane treatment of prisoners, resort to forced labor and deportation, and genocide. Among the panelists were French philosophers Jean-Paul Sartre, see Document 1, and Simone de Beauvoir, Yugoslav international law expert Vladimir Didiger, and American peace activists Dave Dellinger and Carl Oglesby. Stokely Carmichael was also a member, but he rarely attended, and did not participate in the final verdict. Many potential tribunal panelists rejected invitations to participate in what they viewed as a stacked procedure. One concern was that the defendants would not be present. Lyndon Johnson, Dean Rusk, Robert McNamara, and other U.S. officials were invited, but refused to attend. Another was that no defense would be presented. The U.S. would not defend itself before what it saw as a kangaroo court, and tribunal organizers would not accept any defense not authorized by the U.S. government. Most damaging to the tribunal was the objection voiced by Yale history professor Stoughton Lynd, who had actually gone to North Vietnam on the tribunal's behalf to investigate American war crimes. He argued that there must be equal readiness to condemn all crimes, whether committed by the U.S. or its enemies. No double standard could be tolerated. Lynd, 1967-68, 76, Lynd, 1967. Organizational difficulties marred preparations for the tribunal. The headquarters were in London, and tribunal members in France such as Sartre and de Beauvoir were left out of the loop on many matters. Rivalry set in between London and Paris, in part caused by friction between Russell's private secretary Ralph Schoenman and the Paris group. Contrasting procedural methodologies were also evident. Russell and Schoenman publicly declared American guilt. The Paris group was more legalistic, wanting to judge American actions on the basis of international law, and seeking to avoid issuing a verdict prior to presentation of evidence. The Stockholm hearings focused on the use of fragmentation bombs, the targeting of civilians, and the destruction of dikes. Medical, scientific and legal evidence was introduced. Cross-examination was carried out mainly by Sartre and de Diger. Delegates from North Vietnam and the Viet Cong were in attendance, and Ho Chi Minh sent a telegram of support. The verdict was that the U.S. was guilty of violating international law through acts of aggression. The argument that it was defending South Vietnam from the North was rejected because Vietnam was one country and could not aggress against itself. South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand were found to be accomplices, and the U.S., Thailand and South Vietnam were found guilty, with one abstention, of aggression against Cambodia. The U.S. was also found guilty on the charge of war crimes through its targeting of civilians and usage of prohibited weapons. Overall, the tribunal failed to capture the media's imagination. Attention was diverted by the Arab-Israeli crisis in the Middle East, and Western states were disturbed by the tribunal's partisanship. The Soviet Union and its allies paid little heed to proceedings, considering many of the tribunal organizers to be Trotskyists. U.S. National Security Advisor Walt Rostow and the Consul General in Stockholm, Turner Cameron, Jr., informed Washington that world press reaction was negative, and that there was no need for the U.S. to consider a counter-trial or economic sanctions against Sweden. Rostow, 1967, Lojval, 1993, 430. The Roskilde hearings concentrated on napalm and chemical warfare, the treatment of prisoners and civilians, military action against Laos, the roles of Thailand, the Philippines, and Japan, and, most importantly, the allegation of genocide. At first de Beauvoir, Oglesby, and some other panelists were skeptical about applying the Genocide Convention, while de Diger led the charge to condemn the U.S. for such behavior. Eventually, de Diger won out as the panel was swayed by evidence of chemical defoliation, the bombing of civilian targets, especially with cluster bombs, and the forcing of Vietnamese into strategic hamlets where sanitary conditions were poor and health problems rife. The Roskilde verdict was unanimous in finding the U.S. guilty for using illegal weapons, maltreating prisoners of war and civilians, and aggressing against Laos. There were also unanimous decisions on Thai and Filipino complicity in American aggression, but 3 negative votes were registered in regard to Japanese responsibility on the grounds that while Japan provided assistance, it did not directly participate in the aggression. There was a unanimous vote of guilty on the genocide charge. As at Stockholm, the North Vietnamese viewed the verdict as encouraging their military struggle. Their delegates gave tribunal members rings made from downed American aircraft, and the chief Viet Cong delegate presented his movement's flag. Simone de Beauvoir expressed displeasure about the public relations impact of Roskilde, commenting, The distressing side of it all was that because of the negligence of the press there were so few of us to profit from this impressive collection of documents, evidence, and explanations. De Beauvoir, 1993, 363. This assessment was indeed accurate. The tribunal had shot itself in the foot due to excessive stridency and partisanship, and had undermined its excellent accumulation of crucial evidence. The tribunal movement. The number of international citizens' tribunals proliferated after the Russell Tribunal, as the Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation and several panelists tried to establish an ongoing institutionalized process. Vladimir Didiger and the Italian socialist lawyer and parliamentarian Lelio Basso played major roles in a series of hearings known as Russell II, and Basso was also a guiding force in the formulation of the July 1976 Universal Declaration of the Rights of Peoples. That same year, Basso established the Lelio Basso International Foundation for the Rights and Liberation of Peoples, and in June 1979 he founded the Permanent People's Tribunal, PPT. He recognized that the term peoples had communist connotations that could negatively affect the public image of the PPT, but rejected use of the word citizens because it was too bourgeois. Falk, 2001. The PPT asserts that it serves the dispossessed and provides a forum for marginalized voices. It seeks to expose injustices not addressed by governments or the United Nations, and accentuates international human rights laws, portrayed as superseding state sovereignty. 4 Exploring the causes of crimes is deemed as appropriate as gathering evidence about their perpetration. The PPT maintains an institutional home in Italy, and has a roster of panelists willing to serve on tribunals. Potential plaintiffs approach the PPT with requests, and sometimes agree to cover the costs involved. 27 hearings have been completed, and many non-PPT tribunals select experienced panelists from the PPT roster. One area covered by international citizens' tribunals is group rights pertaining to women, indigenous peoples, psychiatric patients, asylum seekers, and immigrants. A December 2000 Tokyo tribunal on the Japanese military's use of comfort women during World War II was particularly effective in focusing world attention on a neglected issue. The Japanese government had stonewalled on an apology, and was unwilling to pay financial compensation. Both North and South Korea pressed for the tribunal, which concluded that former Japanese military leaders and the late Emperor Hirohito were guilty of crimes against humanity. Cho, 2000. 5. Tribunals on internal political repression have covered cases as diverse as Guatemala, Chile, Tibet, and the retroactive 1915-16 Turkish genocide against the Armenians. A 1980 Antwerp tribunal on the Philippines is particularly noteworthy for its attempt to apply the 1976 Algiers Declaration's interpretation of self-determination. Armed struggle aimed at toppling the Marcos government was justified in accordance with the collective rights of peoples, and the Filipino government was delegitimized on the basis of alleged fraudulent elections, the imposition of martial law, neocolonial dominance by the United States, and economic subservience to the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. The tribunal was highly publicized in the Philippines, and may have contributed to the People's Power Revolution of 1986. Permanent People's Tribunal, 1981, 4, 275-9, and 290-91. Tribunals dealing with external aggression, such as those on Nicaragua, Panama, and the Gulf War, have tended to focus on the United States as the perpetrator. Once the Cold War ended, critics of the U.S. switched their emphasis to global capitalism. The first major hearings were in Tokyo in 1993, where structural adjustment programs, SAPs, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund were lambasted for their roles in extending American economic hegemony. Pointedly, the sessions were held just prior to a Group of Seven, G7, summit, and called for the exercise of transnational democracy to counter oppressive patterns and practices emanating from the geopolitical centers of power in the North. Basically, the tribunal was portrayed as an effort by non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to challenge the G7 structure established by the industrialized states. International People's Tribunal, 1994, 3, 7, 121-5, 151. Later tribunals on specific aspects of global capitalism covered workers' rights, consumers' rights, environmental damage, safety standards, and industrial hazards. 6. Justice for specific individuals, as in the case of Trotsky and the fire trial defendants, has not been the purpose of most recent tribunals. The main exception was the 1997 tribunal for Mumia Abu-Jamal, a black radical convicted of the 1981 murder of Philadelphia police officer Daniel Faulkner. The Mumia tribunal called for his immediate release, exoneration, and compensation, and found many government officials and prosecutors guilty of criminal conspiracy to deny Mumia Abu-Jamal's human rights. Although the pro-Mumia movement has been successful in delaying application of the death penalty, the tribunal was not effective in its immediate aim, overturning the verdict passed by the Philadelphia Common Pleas Court. In 1998, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court denied Mumia's request for a new trial. See People's International Tribunal for Justice for Mumia Abu-Jamal, NDA, B, C. 7. Tribunals have investigated many important cases, and uncovered much pertinent evidence. Nevertheless, they have undercut their effectiveness and limited media attention through their questionable procedures. One problem is that verdicts are almost always unanimous, creating the impression that the tribunals are kangaroo courts. Second, concern for the Third World is not mirrored in the venue selected or the composition of panels. Tribunals are generally held in Europe, even if their subject matter pertains to the Third World, and the panelists tend to be Europeans or Americans. Third, tribunals are often viewed by the media as partisan toward the political left. This concern has been addressed to some extent with Sessions criticizing the Soviet role in Afghanistan and Chinese policy in Tibet. At the time of writing, sessions are underway in Lithuania to investigate abuses perpetrated during the Soviet period. Lastly, tribunals have failed to attract the involvement of major public intellectuals of the caliber of Dewey and Russell, further limiting media interest in their proceedings. Suggestions for reform. International citizens' tribunals help to enhance participatory democracy and universal jurisdiction, and are an effective means of holding major powers to account. Tribunals established by the United Nations, such as those for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, are unlikely to take on members of the Big Five countries, which can also protect themselves under an International Criminal Court, ICC, regime via the dilatory authority granted to the Security Council. In particular, the United States has been working hard to exclude itself from ICC jurisdiction. Tribunals should have a permanent institutional base, a common set of procedures, and a pool of qualified panelists available to serve. In addition, transcripts of hearings and documentary material should be placed on the Internet. Using the existing Permanent People's Tribunal as a base, with some important modifications, would be a practical solution. Tribunals should convene in major media centers in order to garner attention, and they should be better timed to coincide with pending court deliberations or governmental policy decisions. Panels should be given ample time to arrive at their findings. Too often, verdicts are issued very quickly, and sometimes have even been written prior to the presentation of testimony. Such practices undermine the legitimacy of tribunals in the eyes of the public. Activist groups, often NGOs, play a crucial role in organizing tribunals, but their participation should be separated from the hearings they sponsor. Members of the organizing committee should not be panelists. Additionally, ideological rhetoric should be eschewed, because it vastly reduces media coverage and public support. Democratic techniques of jurisprudence should take precedence over ideological ends. There should also be less fear of perceived moral equivalence, a problem that can be remedied by including a representative for the defense even if actual defendants refuse to take part in the tribunal. Admitting that crimes may be committed by both sides in conflict situations would surely help to refute charges of excessive partisanship. International citizens' tribunals should operate less like quasi-legal courts, and more like grand juries. They should determine whether an indictment should be issued, not render a verdict. Further, They should incorporate a mechanism to challenge the composition of the panel, and institute a process by which an enlarged majority, perhaps 3/4, is needed to sustain an indictment. As with a grand jury, the defense must be represented. There should, however, be one significant departure from grand jury practice, namely, open hearings. Secrecy is certainly not compatible with public relations, and revealing the votes of individual panelists may also be publicly instructive. In such cases, dissenting panelists would be able to issue their own findings. An image of fairness would thus be projected, as freedom to arrive at countervailing opinions would buttress a tribunal's democratic credentials. International citizens' tribunals demonstrate that non-official actors may perform crucial roles in confronting criminal behavior and furthering the cause of human rights. Sovereignty should not be the sole preserve of the state, and justice should at least in part emanate from the people. Effective tribunals are critical here, but reforms must be implemented if tribunals are to realize their full potential. 20. Coming to terms with the past, the case for a Truth and Reparations Commission on Slavery, Segregation, and Colonialism. Francis Njebe Nesbitt. Today we lay claim to our right to redress from the banks and businesses that enabled gross violations of our human rights. This is the only route left open to us to ensure that the truth is known about the extent of corporate complicity in apartheid abuses and that justice is delivered to those who suffered. The victims cannot be left to pay for their own suffering. Multinational corporations must be put on notice that complicity in crimes against humanity does not pay. Kolemani Support Group, November 12, 2002. Does the West owe reparations to Africans and people of African descent for 500 years of slavery, colonialism, Jim Crow laws, and apartheid? This is a question that places most black and white people on opposite sides of a familiar divide. Yet, like the anti-apartheid movement of the 1980s, which forced the West to acknowledge that apartheid was a crime against humanity, the reparations campaign is gaining momentum and transforming human rights discourse in the global public sphere. Western recalcitrance was demonstrated once again at the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, WCAR, held in Durban, South Africa from August 31 to September 7, 2001, Ankara, 2002, see document 4 following this chapter. At the conference, delegates from Africa and the diaspora came together to demand that the West acknowledge that slavery and colonialism were crimes against humanity with serious contemporary effects that require reparatory compensation. The United States walked out of the conference, refusing to acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade were crimes. The U.S. argued that the atrocities were legal at the time, and that accepting responsibility would open the door to lawsuits. Nevertheless, on September 8, 2001, the conference adopted a declaration acknowledging that slavery and the slave trade were crimes against humanity and should always have been so. The resolution also acknowledged the wrongs of slavery and colonialism, and recommended that the international community take measures to alleviate the impact of these crimes. Yet the declaration fell far short of the African demand for an explicit apology and reparations for the enslavement of millions of Africans and the bloody colonization of the continent, for a cancellation of illegitimate debt, and for the return of Africa's material and cultural treasures. Nevertheless, the acknowledgement that slavery and colonialism are crimes provides the international reparations movement with a foundation on which to build its case. 3 strategies: legal, political, and mass movement. Since the WCAR, the Black reparations movement has gained considerable momentum. Activists have adopted legal, political, and mass movement strategies. A follow-up conference, the African and African Descendants World Conference Against Racism, held in Barbados in October 2002, demonstrates the strength of the mass movement strategy. The conference, which attracted over 500 participants, discussed a plethora of issues including lawsuits against France, England, Portugal, and Germany, AIDS and affirmative action. The conference resulted in the formation of a Pan-African movement to deal with issues ranging from racial profiling to poverty and reparations for slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Wilkinson, 2002. Participants agreed to initiate lawsuits against Britain, Germany, France, and Belgium, to be followed by suits against Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands. The movement showed both its strengths and weaknesses at the Bridgetown Conference. On the plus side was its mobilization of hundreds of participants from all parts of the world to discuss the issue of reparations. This mobilization and formation of a Pan-African organization to facilitate communication and collaboration among activists in different parts of the world demonstrates the growing maturity of the movement. On the minus side was the tendency of activists to indulge in tangential gestures that had little practical value. This was evident in the majority floor vote calling for the expulsion of non-Africans from the conference. The vocal and organized Afro-British and African-American delegations demanded the vote, but the motion was carried at an unacceptable cost, resulting in the loss of delegates from Cuba, South Africa, and Colombia, who could not accept the decision despite their African heritage. Given the minuscule presence of non-Africans at the conference, this vote was self-indulgent at best. The legal strategy has been the most successful in obtaining reparations for people of African descent in the short run. These lawsuits have spread from the United States to Haiti, Kenya, and Jamaica. In 1999, lawyer Alexander Pires won $1 billion for 24,000 black families who charged discrimination by the Department of Agriculture. The U.S. Department of Agriculture provided no loans to African American farmers until 1997. 95% of all farm loans went to white farmers. And until the 1960s, the USDA had a special section called Negro loans, which ensured that black applicants were rejected. It's amazing. Harper's, 2000. In March 2002, a reparations lawsuit was filed against Aetna, CSI, and Providence Bank, along with 100 other companies, charging that they had profited from slavery. Cox, 2002. Also planning class action lawsuits is a group of high-powered lawyers led by civil rights attorney Johnny Cochran and Harvard University law professor Charles Ogletree. The precedent for these lawsuits is the $6 billion settlement won by the World Jewish Congress on behalf of Holocaust slave laborers. In Kenya, survivors of the War of Independence and concentration camps established by the British have sued the British government for war crimes. Among incidents likely to be at the top of the agenda are the Ola massacre, where 70 detainees were beaten to death, caste rations at Nyangwethu screening camp, and the Lari massacre, in which civilians, mostly women and children, were allegedly killed by colonial and loyalist forces. Colonial officials estimated that 10,527 LFA fighters were killed and 2,633 captured by the British forces between 1952 and 1956, when the insurgency against colonialism peaked. About 1,826 loyal African soldiers were killed and 918 wounded. At least 2,000 innocent black people were also killed. After failing to track down the freedom fighters effectively, the colonial government turned on the African population, arresting thousands and detaining about 77,000 in what was called Operation Anvil. When the state of emergency was lifted, about 38,449 Kenyans were still in detention, convicted of either being Mau Mau or their sympathizers. In Jamaica, lawyers served a writ on Queen Elizabeth II when she visited Kingston in February 2002, Wilkinson, 2002. France is also being targeted because it forced Haiti to pay 150 million francs as compensation for French property lost during the slave uprising that led to the first Black Republic in the West. Although these reparations lawsuits are critical components of the movement, they need to be placed in perspective. Single-issue class action lawsuits only benefit the parties affected by the particular crime against humanity. While it is critical that the Kenyan victims of detention, torture, castration and confiscation receive compensation, their case would be immeasurably strengthened by a formal association with similar suits in Jamaica, the United States and Namibia. This collaboration would allow the aggrieved to share experiences and collaborate on the broader challenge of restoring Africa to its rightful place as an equal in global affairs. A third strategy is the political campaign for reparations that seeks to convince governments to acknowledge their role in human rights violations and provide compensation for property and lives lost. The role of government has been prominent during periods of reconstruction after major wars, genocide, and other mass human rights violations. Union Army General William Tecumseh Sherman's Field Order No. 15, for instance, required military officers to provide black families with 40-acre plots on former slave plantations as compensation for unpaid labor. On March 11, 1867, Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania introduced H.R. 29, which called for redistribution of former slave plantations among the freed slaves. President Andrew Johnson reversed Sherman's field order and vetoed H.R. 29. 119 years later, Representative John Conyers of Michigan introduced H.R. 891 in the 104th Congress, calling for a commission to be established to study the question of reparations. Despite the conservative tenor of its request, by contrast with Stevens's call for redistribution of property, Conyers's mild proposal received little support, and as a result has yet to make it out of committee. On May 4, 1994, the state of Florida passed the Rosewood Compensation Act, acknowledging the state's responsibility for failing to prevent a massacre of the town's black residents in a white rampage in 1923, Brooks, 1999. The pogrom lasted for days, leading to charges that the state of Florida could have intervened and saved lives and property. The act provided compensation of up to $150,000 for victims and their families, a total of $7 million, and established scholarships for minority students with preference given to Rosewood residents. Brooks, 1999. Reconstruction after colonial rule in Africa sometimes involved land redistribution schemes that resemble General Sherman's field order. In Kenya, British settlers were forced to vacate Kikuyu land after a 10-year guerrilla war, but not before they had been compensated for land taken by force from African peasants. The British also secured a promise from Kenya's first African president, Jomo Kenyatta, that he would not pursue compensation claims for war crimes. A similar agreement between Zimbabwe's Robert Mugabe and the British in 1980 failed to materialize, leading to the current crisis as war veterans attempt to take back their lands from settlers. In Brazil and Colombia, people of African descent continue to seek title to lands they have occupied for hundreds of years. In 2000, Brazil's Congress voted that residents of Quilombos in northeastern Brazil should receive title deeds to lands they had occupied, in some cases since the 15th century, when Africans created independent communities of fugitive slaves. Afro-Colombians also received title to lands occupied by former slaves, but have been displaced by right-wing paramilitary gangs linked to the Colombian military. The Afro-Colombians had the misfortune to occupy land near oilfields and mineral deposits. Massacres and forced displacement are pulling the population out by the roots. According to Mary Jo McConaughey, the Choco province on the Pacific, home to 400,000 people, has been hard hit by the Colombian War. The area is the source of mineral deposits critical to the aerospace and nuclear industries, of oil, gold, and silver, and of most of the timber felled in Colombia. In 1998, Afro-Colombian Governor Luis Murillo declared Choco off-limits to all armed groups, including the army. Within months, courts stripped him of office, and he was kidnapped and held by a death squad in Bogotá. He escaped, and is now living in exile in Washington, D.C., McConaughey, 2002. The biggest challenge for the growing movement is to develop a global structure that will bring together different parts of the movement for dialogue and development of a global vision and strategy for reparations. There is no doubt, for instance, that the mass kidnapping and deportation of millions from the African continent is at the core of the reparations claims of all parties, be they from the Caribbean, South America, the United States, or even the African continent itself. This global trade in Africans and the products of their labor also underpins the second pillar of the reparations campaign, which is the claim that the West received unjust riches from the centuries of unpaid labor of Africans and their descendants in the diaspora. Africans and people of African descent in the diaspora were and continue to be targeted as a racial group, not as individuals. Slavery, Jim Crow laws, apartheid, and colonialism created a racial caste system that continues to determine the life chances of people of African descent, based primarily on their color. Thus a Pan-African effort is imperative if the campaign is to encompass the global implications of slavery and its legacies of segregation, colonialism, and global apartheid. To meet this challenge, this chapter proposes the formation of a Truth and Reparations Commission that would provide a global vision and a forum for the coordination of the movement's different parts. The Truth Commission model would provide the movement with a structure to coordinate the activities of regional tribunals and case-specific committees to be charged with establishing as clear a picture as possible of the impact of slavery, colonialism, and segregation. The regional tribunals would identify the perpetrators of these crimes, assess damages, and make specific recommendations on compensatory measures. Accordingly, the remainder of this chapter examines the emergence of truth commissions as tools of conflict resolution, before making detailed recommendations for the establishment of a Pan-African Truth and Reparations Commission. Truth Commissions. Since the mid-1970s, 19 truth commissions have been established in 16 countries to investigate human rights violations. These commissions have explored the disappearances and assassinations of individuals, massacres, and the activities of specific leaders and regimes. They have become significant tools of conflict resolution in societies racked by communal, racial, and ethnic violence. They reflect a commitment to reconciliation and the development of cultural values stressing the rule of law and a culture of human rights. The commissions have generally been successful in establishing facts about the disappearance, torture and death of thousands of persons, allowing families the consolation of at least knowing how their relatives met their fate. Borain and Levy, 1995, Ignatieff, 1995, Esmail and Roberts, 1996. They are also linked by their examination of human rights abuses by government officials and other public and private institutions. Truth commissions explore the circumstances under which crimes against humanity were committed, and recommend measures to restore material and human resources taken from the victims. Some, like the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, are authorized to recommend reparations and compensatory damages. The Truth Commissions examined in this study have the following characteristics. They focus on the past. Investigate violations that occurred in the midst of racial, ethnic, or other civil strife. Examine human rights violations perpetrated by government officials. Exist only for a brief period of time, and dissolve after issuing their reports. Secure access to information held by both the regime under investigation and the new government. Have the power to subpoena sensitive documents. Publish the names of perpetrators. Are open to the public and media. Have the authority to call for reparations or compensatory damages. The commissions have had mixed results. In some cases, like that of Chile's 1990 National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation, they have met their limited goal of investigating disappearances. The Chilean Commission provided details of 2,920 cases of disappearance, but was criticized for providing truth without justice. Human Rights Watch, 1993. General amnesty has marred many of the Latin American commissions. Critics say the amnesty provisions allow the perpetrators to continue to hold public office with impunity. The Truth Commission for El Salvador, for instance, investigated a 12-year civil war in 1993, naming those it deemed responsible for wartime atrocities. Human Rights Watch, 1993. After the report was issued, however, the government passed legislation granting general amnesty to perpetrators, some of whom retained powerful positions in the regime. The South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, which drew on the experiences on El Salvador, Chile, and Argentina, is notable for granting amnesty only to individuals, that is, not a general amnesty. These individuals had to convince the committee that their crimes were politically motivated. The TRC also decided to give the media and public full access to the hearings, and to publish the names of the perpetrators of atrocities. As Dr. Alexander Borain, co-chair of the TRC, put it at an international conference on mass violence in Belgium in 1996. South Africa's experience is very similar to many other countries in that witness after witness at the Human Rights Violations Committee hearings have emphasized their deep fundamental need to know the truth surrounding the loss of their loved one. Over and over again people have pleaded to know what happened to the father or the mother, the sister, the brother, the son, or the daughter. Where is he or she buried? Why did they do this? This is a common refrain at almost every public hearing. In other words, knowing the details and circumstances of the human rights violation in itself is part of the healing process. Borain and Levy, 1995. This need to know the truth about human rights violations and the fate of family and community members is universal. In the case considered in this chapter, we are talking about the mass kidnapping of African men, women, and children, their forced deportation to a foreign land, with millions killed en route, followed by enslavement for 444 years and an ensuing century of segregation, colonialism, and apartheid. The descendants need to know the truth about the circumstances of this horrific crime, and the desire for justice and restitution is not only understandable, but involves a fundamental right. The truth about the impact of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid on people of African descent today is also critical if the West is to come to terms with its past. The experience of the last 30 years has shown that the quest for truth cannot raise the dead. But it can provide compensation and dignified closure for survivors and solidify the democratic process by making perpetrators accountable for their actions. The South African TRC was established by the country's interim constitution, which stated that, in order to advance such reconciliation and reconstruction, amnesty shall be granted in respect of acts, omissions, and offenses associated with political objectives and committed in the course of conflicts of the past. To this end, Parliament under this Constitution shall adopt a law determining, and providing for mechanisms, criteria, and procedures, including tribunals, if any, through which such amnesty shall be dealt with. According to Mr. Duller Omar, South Africa's Minister of Justice, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established to help South Africans come to terms with the past on a morally acceptable basis while advancing the cause of reconciliation. Omar argues that the commission is based on the belief that the truth concerning human rights violations in our country cannot be suppressed or simply forgotten. They ought to be investigated, recorded and made known. The victims of the apartheid system need to know the truth as a part of the healing process. It is the search for truth which can create a moral climate in which reconciliation and peace will flourish. The TRC produced a mountain of evidence on the complicity of the apartheid regime in human rights violations. The National Party, police, and military voluntarily released secret documents to avoid subpoena, and the amnesty provision encouraged former police and army officials to detail their roles in the harassment, torture and assassination of anti-apartheid activists. In its December 1996 report, issued 1 year into the TRC sessions, Pumlagodo Bomatikizela, a member of the Human Rights Violations Committee, argued that survivors and families of victims of past atrocities reclaimed their stories from apartheid politicians. She contended that the TRC had effectively investigated the facts about the torture and death of many individuals, including the student leader Steve Biko. Through its investigations, it had debunked the myth of black-on-black violence and exposed the existence of a third force within the state that carried out the assassinations and massacres in the black townships. Although the TRC has been criticized for its amnesty provisions, Alexander Borain argues that its mandate was limited, and that it was never designed as a substitute for criminal justice. Borain and Levy, 1995. Like the Latin American commissions, the South African TRC proved effective in investigating crimes against humanity. But it did not take the next logical step and recommend reparations in the form of compensation from the government and the beneficiaries of the violations. The South African TRC also suffered from a number of well-known missteps. One was the focus on gross human rights violations that were illegal under apartheid laws, but not on the victims of forced removals and the millions who suffered under racial laws. Another was the lack of accountability displayed by the National Party and corporations that profited from apartheid. Also controversial are the TRC's measures regarding reconciliation. While some argue that the objective of the TRC was to promote reconciliation, not to achieve it, and that significant strides had been made in that direction, others contend that it failed dismally to achieve that mandate. The Pan-African Truth and Reparations Commission. The greatest weakness of the Truth Commission model to this point is its failure to focus on economic and social rights, and to recommend reparations for groups dispossessed of their land and resources. Thus, the South African model is useful both for its structure and, in part, its outcome. But the model must be transformed to accommodate the needs of the 21st century reparations movement. A Pan-African Truth and Reparations Commission, therefore, should seek to replicate the South African experience in discussing and documenting the truth about slavery, colonialism, and apartheid, while also recommending reparations and the restoration of natural and cultural resources as necessary. The Truth Commission structure would allow Africans and African Americans from the Caribbean, the United States, and South America to seek collective redress for 500 years of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism. The model also provides an opportunity for people of African descent to learn the truth about human rights violations from perpetrators and governments and corporations responsible for such acts. The need for a united Pan-Africanist reparations movement is critical to avoid divide-and-rule tactics that are already evident in the anti-reparations campaign, Horowitz et al., 2002. These forces have revived the 19th-century myth of African and Arab involvement in the slave trade, as though this absolves Europeans from responsibility for 500 years of involvement in the enslaving, colonizing, and dehumanizing of people of African descent. Only a united Pan-African movement can counter such tactics. The precedent for such a global analysis is found in Pan-Africanist scholarship, which has long argued that slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism are part of the same capitalist system that enriched the West at the expense of Africans. In Capitalism and Slavery, Eric Williams, 1961, argued that Africans provided the unpaid labor that made it possible for the West to accumulate the financial resources that fueled the emergence of the global capitalist system, a system that has enriched the West, at the expense of the rest, for the last half-millennium. Williams also claimed that the ideology of white supremacy and black inferiority emerged to justify the enslavement of millions of African people. Williams's intervention in the slavery debate was followed by Walter Rodney's detailed analysis of Europe's role in the underdevelopment of Africa. In How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1974, Rodney argued that the slave trade and colonialism were responsible for the poverty and underdevelopment of post-colonial African countries. His analysis of the role of slavery in the development of European corporations and of port cities like Liverpool would be critical in identifying those companies and governments that benefited from slavery and colonialism. Rodney, 1974. Rodney's analysis was extended and refined by Kwame Nkrumah in Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, 1966, which argued that the global corporations, along with international financial institutions like the World Bank, were built on the backs of African slaves and forced labor camps in the colonies. More recently, Ali Mazrui, 2001, has argued that the global capitalist system has evolved into a caste system that resembles the South African system of apartheid, with its gross racial inequalities based on exploitation of African labor. Randall Robinson's The Debt, What America Owes Blacks, 2000, builds on this tradition, arguing that the prosperity of the United States is based on the equity amassed through 246 years of unpaid labor coerced from African Americans. Robinson argues that the reparations movement is the logical extension of the Pan-Africanist impulse in the African diaspora. Robinson has deep roots in the Pan-Africanist movement. As president of Trans-Africa, the African American Lobby for Africa, he led a highly successful campaign urging Congress to pass economic sanctions against South Africa. He has now taken on a leading role in the reparations campaign, joining forces with Charles Ogletree, Johnny Cochran, and Alexander Pires in a reparations coordinating committee charged with preparing lawsuits against governments and corporations that benefited from slavery. These efforts at the national and international levels are commendable, but they require a more developed critique of capitalism, and thus a strategy to tie the campaigns to the global anti-capitalist movements. These movements would be natural allies of the reparations movement, if the issue were framed as part of a multifaceted attack on race and class oppression, instead of centering itself on calls for an apology and a paycheck. Reparations must be seen not as an end, but as a means to achieve a more equitable distribution of wealth and power, the creation of a democratic culture, and the dismantling of structures of global apartheid. As Robin Kelly puts it, the reparations campaign, despite its potential contribution to eliminating racism and remaking the world, can never be an end in itself. Money and resources are always important, but a new vision and new values cannot be bought. And without at least a rudimentary criticism of the capitalist culture that consumes us, even reparations can have disastrous consequences. Kelly, 2002, 133. Progressive Pan-Africanists' goal of reparations in addition to structural transformation can best be achieved by adopting a modified Truth Commission model, one that would expose the ways in which slavery, colonialism, and globalization have produced the obscene inequalities known aptly as global apartheid. The Truth Commission model also provides an opportunity for scholars and other experts to document and publish credible information on age-old questions about the impact of slavery and colonialism on African, European, and American societies, and its legacy in current social, political and interracial relations. The 2001 Durban Conference designation of slavery and colonialism as crimes against humanity settled one of the most contentious points in the reparations debate. This international consensus, adopted by 168 countries, provides the legal basis for a claim under international law. This can be combined with the findings of the Nuremberg Tribunal, which defined crimes against humanity as murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, and other inhumane acts committed against any civilian population, whether or not in violation of the domestic law of the country here perpetrated. It is also a tenet of international law that those who commit crimes against humanity must pay reparations, including compensation for lives and property. They must also acknowledge that a crime was committed and pledge to end ongoing abuses. Human Rights Watch, 2001. After World War II, the Allies agreed to provide the Jewish people with reparations in the form of a homeland, now the State of Israel, and compensation for lives lost and property destroyed. The Federal Republic of Germany reached an agreement with the State of Israel in which Germany agreed to pay the costs of resettling 500,000 Jews who had fled from Europe. Since then, Germany has paid more than $50 billion in reparations for the Holocaust. More recently, corporations involved in the enslavement of Jews during World War II paid over $5 billion to establish the Holocaust Slave Fund. The United States and Canada, for their part, have paid monetary compensation and returned land to numerous Native American groups. In 1998, the United States Congress passed the Civil Liberties Act to make reparation to Japanese Americans interned in concentration camps during World War II, Maki et al., 1999. A total of $1.2 billion was dispersed in $20,000 portions to victims and descendants of Japanese internees in the United States, Maki et al., 1999. Regional panels. Our proposed commission should be divided into regional panels and subdivided into thematic groups that will discuss specific types of violations, such as slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism, and their impact on both victims and perpetrators. The regional panels should be charged with 1. Establishing as complete a picture as possible of the causes, nature, and extent of the gross violations of human rights committed during the period, including the perspectives of the victims and the motives and perspectives of the persons responsible for committing the violations. to be accomplished through investigations and public hearings. 2. Establishing and publicizing the fate or whereabouts of victims, and restoring the human and civil dignity of such victims. 3. Compiling reports that will provide as comprehensive an account as possible of the Commission's activities and findings, and containing recommendations for the prevention of future human rights violations. 4. Recommending reparations for unpaid labor, damages, and restitution of stolen resources such as land and cultural artifacts, based on the evidence collected. The Commission as a whole should recommend measures to counter the effect of global inequalities engendered by a system of white supremacy. Accordingly, the first task of the Truth Commission's regional panels should be to determine the extent of the crimes committed, and how they contributed to the destitution of specific groups of Africans and their latter-day descendants. It should not be difficult to show that 500 years of systematic depopulation of the African continent, its colonization by European powers, and the continued exploitation of African resources by Western corporations have exacerbated the poverty, instability, and destitution of African peoples today. In addition to the destitution of the continent, people of African descent in the diaspora have historically faced genocide, racial pogroms, and lynching, and continue to grapple with systematic discrimination in employment, healthcare, and government services throughout Europe and the Americas. The enduring impact of these crimes against the African peoples is thus amply evident in their political, economic, and social marginalization the world over. In addition to determining the extent of the crime, the panels would need to identify the claimants and defendants. On the African continent, for instance, claimants could range from countries to specific ethnic groups, like the Herero of Namibia, who are currently making the case for genocide against the Germans, see Jan Bart Gewald's chapter in this volume, or the Kikuyu of Kenya, who are planning to sue the British government for war crimes. If, for example, it is found that Afro-Brazilians continue to suffer from discrimination and structural exclusions established during the era of slavery, the present-day leaders of those governments responsible for the original crimes must make reparations. In the Afro-Brazilian case, this would mean both the Portuguese, who were deeply involved in the slave trade, and the Brazilian government, which is responsible for the perpetuation of subsequent racist structures and practices. Among the most contentious issues that the commissions will have to deal with is the form that reparations should take. Lawsuits seeking compensation for specific acts of violence or loss of property focus on direct payment of cash settlements to individuals and groups. This is the precedent set in the Jewish and Japanese cases, in which cash settlements formed the bulk of reparations, but were accompanied by official acknowledgement of atrocities and explicit apologies. In the case of Native Americans, both the United States and Canada have paid reparations in the form of land, cash, and legal autonomy, for example in allowing Native groups special rights to run casinos in the United States. To avoid reparations being seen as just a paycheck or apologetic rhetoric, the movement needs to build on the last 3 decades of transformation of human rights norms, in particular the increasing focus on economic and social rights. The movement must also seek allies outside African communities, particularly in the emerging anti-capitalist and anti-globalization movements of both South and North. The structure for discussion of a global reparations and transformation movement exists. The recommendations advanced in the 1993 Abuja Declaration of the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union, for instance, provide an excellent foundation. The declaration argued that reparations should include the transfer of capital, skills, and power to African communities. This transfer of power could be effected through the cancellation of odious debt carried by African and Caribbean countries, the equitable provision of health services, including AIDS medication, and the end of racial discrimination in the United States, Europe, and North and South America. The Abuja Declaration has become a reference point for activists across the globe. The WCAR follow-up conference in Barbados contended that reparations should seek to rebuild black communities through the reconstruction of key development institutions, education, healthcare, the economy, and the environment. Clark, 2002, 2. This focus on the political and economic infrastructure in black communities around the world provides a transformative vision that would make reparations a catalyst for the redistribution of power in the global financial and political system. Afterward, as I write, it is reported that the Apartheid Debt and Reparations Campaign has filed suit in New York Eastern District Court against banks and other companies in 6 Western countries, seeking redress for aiding and abetting a crime against humanity, Apartheid Debt, 2002. 8 Western banks and 12 oil, transport, communications technology, and armaments companies are named, and called upon to contribute to healing the damage caused by their profiteering from apartheid. The contribution would take the form of compensation to the victims, and reparations to be used for reconstruction and development programs. The class action suit, Colimani et.al. Barclays et.al., was filed on behalf of 32,000 members of an apartheid victims' rights organization called the Colimani Support Group, KSG. Lawyers for KSG argued the suit based on common law principles of liability and the Alien Tort Claim Act, 28 U.S.C. 1350, which grants U.S. courts jurisdiction over some violations of international law, regardless of where the violations occur. Thus the claim argues that US-based manufacturers of arms, computers, and vehicles provided the computers that enabled South African whites to create the hated passbook system, the armored cars that patrolled black townships, and the weapons used to maim and kill Africans. Arms manufacturers and oil companies continued to reap profits from sales to South Africa, despite international sanctions. Meanwhile, the banks provided the funding for South Africa's military and police infrastructure. The Colimani Support Group's lawsuit displays the strength of the legal strategy in the broad reparations movement. It has served notice to the global financial and political elite in New York and Washington that they will be held to account for their rapacious profiteering. The KSG's class action suit in New York builds brilliantly on the precedent set by the Holocaust Slave Reparations Fund by using the Alien Tort Claim Act to seek compensation for crimes against humanity. The HSRF suit set the ball rolling by winning $6 billion for victims and descendants of Holocaust slave laborers. Yet the KSG's strategy, like the Kenyan Independence War victim suits against Britain, would benefit greatly from association with a unified Pan-African reparations movement, one whose agenda would extend beyond one-time compensation to include transformation of the global political economy and international human rights norms. Without this critical normative perspective, the reparations movement will likely go the way of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the civil rights movement in the United States, affirmative action, and the highly indebted Poor Countries Initiative. The limited goals of these poverty alleviation strategies were laudable in themselves, but failed to take into account the systemic nature of global apartheid. Dramatic court victories are important, but they need to be linked to efforts to eliminate the crushing debt burden on African and Caribbean countries, to secure equal access to health care and life-saving drugs, to gain equal access to education and information technology, and to achieve the democratization of the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, and the World Trade Organization. Document 4. The World Conference Against Racism, Declarations on the Transatlantic Slave Trade. From the final declaration of the Unsponsored World Conference Against Racism, Durban, September 2002. Paragraph 10. We acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade, including the transatlantic slave trade, were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity not only because of their abhorrent barbarism but also in terms of their magnitude, organized nature, and especially their negation of the essence of victims, and further acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade are a crime against humanity and should always have been so, especially the transatlantic slave trade, and are among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia and related intolerance, and that Africans and people of African descent, Asians, and people of Asian descent and indigenous peoples were victims of these acts and continue to be victims of their consequences. 11. The World Conference recognizes that colonialism has led to racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia and related intolerance, and that Africans and people of African descent, and people of Asian descent and indigenous peoples were victims of colonialism and continue to be victims of its consequences. We acknowledge the suffering caused by colonialism and affirm that, whatever and wherever it occurred, it must be condemned and its recurrence prevented. We further regret that the effects and persistence of these structures and practices have been among the factors contributing to lasting social and economic inequalities in many parts of the world today. 119 The World Conference, aware of the moral obligation on the part of all concerned states, calls on these states to take appropriate and effective measures to halt and reverse the lasting consequences of those practices. 124 The World Conference recognizes the efforts of developing countries, in particular, the commitment and the determination of the African leaders to seriously address the challenges of poverty, underdevelopment, marginalization, social exclusion, economic disparities, instability, and insecurity, through initiatives such as the New African Initiative and other innovative mechanisms such as the World Solidarity Fund for the Eradication of Poverty, and calls upon developed countries, the United Nations, and its specialized agencies as well as international financial institutions to provide, through their operational programs, new and additional financial resources as appropriate to support these initiatives. 125 The World Conference recognizes that these historical injustices have undeniably contributed to poverty, underdevelopment, marginalization, social exclusion, economic disparities, instability, and insecurity that affect many people in different parts of the world, in particular in developing countries. The World Conference recognizes the need to develop programs for the social and economic development of these societies and the diaspora within the framework of a new partnership based on the spirit of solidarity and mutual respect in the following areas: debt relief, poverty eradication, building or strengthening democratic institutions, promotion of foreign direct investment, market access. Intensify efforts to meet the internationally agreed targets for official development assistance, ODA, transfers to developing countries. New information and communication technologies, ICT, bridging the digital divide. Agriculture and food security. Transfer of technology. Transparent and accountable governance. Investment in health infrastructure in tackling HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria, including among others through the Global AIDS and Health Fund. Infrastructure development. Human resource development including capacity building. Education, training, and cultural development. Mutual legal assistance in the repatriation of illegally obtained and illegally transferred, stashed, funds in accordance with national and international instruments. Illicit traffic in arms and light weapons. Restitution of art objects. Historical artifacts and documents to their countries of origin in accordance with bilateral agreements or international instruments. Trafficking in persons, particularly, women and children. Facilitation of welcomed return and resettlement of the descendants of enslaved Africans. Part 4. Closing observations. 21. Afghanistan and beyond. Adam Jones. An accounting of the sheer scale and continuity and consequences of American imperial violence is our elite's most enduring taboo. John Pilger, 2001. On September 11, 2001, terrorism and mass murder struck the West as never before. The destruction of the World Trade Center and the attack on the Pentagon constituted a symbolic as well as substantive assault on U.S. power and Western-dominated global capitalism. This chapter argues that the attacks came as a boon to the Bush administration, permitting the most uninhibited campaign of geopolitical expansion and military build-up in decades. The goal, according to Breidenbach, is obvious: subjugating the world to U.S. power for the sake of America's interests. Breidenbach, 2002. Anatole Levin of Washington's Carnegie Endowment is equally blunt: the Bush administration's goal is nothing short of unilateral domination through absolute military superiority, cited in Chomsky, 2002. 1. William Pfaff points to the attempt to impose a new order on international society through military force and political and economic pressures. Pfaff, 2002. For Susan Sontag, the war against terror has no foreseeable end. That is one sign that it is not a war but, rather, a mandate for expanding the use of American power indefinitely. Sontag, 2002, point 2. An early step along the path to the new Pax Americana was the ferocious assault, in October and November 2001, upon the ramshackle, almost defenseless country of Afghanistan, its armed forces, and its civilian population. Thousands of civilians were likely killed directly by U.S. forces during the extensive bombing campaign. Those same forces may also have been complicit, or at the very least criminally negligent, in one of the worst genocidal massacres of recent years, that of Taliban, mostly non-Afghan, prisoners captured by the Northern Alliance after the fall of Mazar-i-Sharif. In addition, many thousands, possibly tens of thousands, of Afghans died unknown and unrecorded during the winter of 2001-02. A focus on humanitarian assistance, such as aid organizations were pleading for, might well have saved them. The fighting and massive population movements further disrupted harvests in 2002, leading aid agencies to warn of a renewed crisis for the winter of 2002-03, as this book went into production. Post-war reports from Afghanistan speak of fragile or non-existent security for the vast majority of the population, with only Kabul an island of relative calm. Even the lot of that sector of the Afghan population used above all others to justify the humanitarian intervention, Afghan women, has hardly changed for the overwhelming majority. Constable, 2002. Politically, the brutal and reactionary centralized rule of the Taliban has been replaced by the brutal and reactionary decentralized rule of the warlords, with the US taking sides and sending in B-52s as deemed necessary. Back to the future we may be headed. The last time the warlords were in charge the country slipped into a horrid civil war to which the head-chopping Taliban were the puritanical solution. So noted Peter Moss in the New York Times Magazine, Moss, 2002, adding that while the destruction of the Taliban has made the United States a safer country, the same cannot be said for Afghanistan. Whether even the security of ordinary Americans has benefited, as Moss claims, is highly questionable. Americans now must concern themselves not just with Al-Qaeda's machinations, but with the ardent desire of their own government to strip them of constitutional protections and expose them to an apparatus of surveillance and snooping that makes Orwell's 1984 read more and more like today's news dispatches. Targeting Afghanistan. It is unfortunate but probably true that we will never know the full scale of the deaths from starvation and disease that have occurred in Afghanistan since the Allied attack was launched. What evidence there is, though, suggests deaths almost certainly in the thousands, and very likely the tens of thousands. From the BBC, tens of thousands of people face starvation this winter in western Afghanistan, despite a huge international aid effort. About 7 million people depend on aid in Afghanistan, but the disruption to supplies during last year's fighting broke a vulnerable food chain. The worst affected area is the mountainous province of Baghuz, in western Afghanistan. Some villagers have died of hunger or related diseases. Families have resorted to selling their own daughters for grain. The only answer for Oxfam is to pump in more food to fill the backlog. They lost 3 months during the fighting and in that vacuum people died. Leon, 2002. While the West celebrates the surrender of Kandahar and the collapse of the Taliban, here in Maslak camp in western Afghanistan there is no celebratory slaughtering of goats or distribution of sweets, but only weeping and funerals. Every night as the temperature dips well below zero, as many as 40 people die from cold and starvation. About the death toll of the World Trade Center attacks every 2.5 months, other media sources claimed up to 100 a day were dying. In the 6 cemeteries scattered through the camp, many of the piles of stones marking graves are so tiny that it is clear most victims are children and babies. The world made us lots of promises, Ismail Khan, the governor of Herat, told the Telegraph. Now people are dying and it has no excuse not to act. Lamb, 2001, see also The Economist, 2001, Fasahi, 2001, Waldman, 2001. Starvation was no longer a threat, it was a daily reality. Every week, through the month of November 2001 and into December, more than 100 people in the district of Abdulgan died of malnutrition. They died because they were trapped by nature and politics and war. Eventually, through a massive effort that included some 400 donkeys, several of whom froze to death during the journey, the International Relief Sick Rescue Committee brought supplies of wheat to the people of Abdulgan. When the relief workers arrived, they found a scene of complete devastation, village after village filled with the dead and dying. The total number of dead over the last few months in Abdulgan district alone has to run into the thousands. Finkel, 2002. A recent assessment of the population in the Saripol camp in Afghanistan shows a dramatic situation. There are more children in feeding centers than ever before. The number of severely malnourished have increased. Mortality rates have doubled. The food crisis in northern Afghanistan is reaching alarming proportions. February 2002. A concerted effort is needed from the international community to avert a disaster. We are getting increasingly frustrated with the promises of the international community, concludes MSF's Médecins Sans Frontières' Christopher Stokes. All the talk of world leaders, donor countries, and international organizations of their commitment to the Afghan people, translate into little for many people in remote areas. In northern Afghanistan, a new disaster is in the making and can only be averted by immediate and unrestrained action. Médecins Sans Frontières, 2002. The link between the problems of aid supply and the bombing campaign against Afghanistan is a truism. As early as October 8, 2001, leading British aid agencies warned that the launching of military attacks on Afghanistan will worsen the humanitarian crisis in the country. A representative of Christian Aid, Dilip Mukherjee, noted that any offensive military action or threat of military action makes it impossible to deliver the necessary security conditions for aid supplies. A spokesperson for the Catholic charity CAFOD emphasized, in the reporter's paraphrase, that launching airstrikes, while the borders were still closed, would leave people who were already starving stranded without access to aid. Steele and Lawrence, 2001. Point 3. On October 12, 2001, The Guardian reported that aid agencies face a race against time to get sufficient stockpiles of food into the country. It is a race they look almost certain to lose as long as the bombing continues, Kelso and McCarthy, 2001, emphasis added. A few days later, a representative of Oxfam stated that it is now evident that we cannot, in reasonable safety, get food to hungry Afghan people. We've reached the point where it is simply unrealistic for us to do our job in Afghanistan. We've run out of food, the borders are closed, we can't reach our staff, and time's running out. Oxfam, 2001. One of the most cynical assaults on the humanitarian well-being of the Afghan population was the U.S. decision, a scant 5 days after the September 11 attacks, to demand that Pakistan eliminate truck convoys that provide much of the food and other supplies to Afghanistan's civilian population. Meanwhile, the threat of military strikes forced the removal of international aid workers that crippled the assistance program. This according to Noam Chomsky, who added that it looks like what's happening is some sort of silent genocide. Chomsky, 2001. Point 4. A key additional factor in the suffering was the willful destruction of what political stability existed in Afghanistan under the Taliban, a grim and repressive stability, to be sure, but one that in key respects was preferable to the chaotic situation that ensued during and after the Taliban's fall from power. With the central government destroyed and the writ of its interim replacement barely extending beyond Kabul, the ancient phenomenon of warlordism reasserted itself, with allied acquiescence and often enthusiastic assistance. According to Nora Nyland, a worker at the UN Coordinating Office for Afghanistan, continuing volatility and insecurity have drastically curtailed aid agency plans to redeploy international staff and scale up outreach programs before winter generates its own set of problems, quoted in Karaks, 2001. Mark Bartolini of the International Rescue Committee claimed that we're probably operating at 20% of what we could be, due to security problems, quoted in Bowman and Gamerman, 2001. Typical was the situation in the predominantly Pashtun areas of Afghanistan seized by the victorious Northern Alliance, which proceeded to inflict serious abuse, including beatings, killings, rapes, and widespread looting on the civilian population without any known efforts by the Allies to restrain their surrogates. The Baltimore Sun quoted Kenneth Bacon of Refugees International as saying that the Taliban didn't interfere with efforts to deliver food to the neediest people. In a strange way, food delivery to parts of the country is more difficult now than it was under the Taliban, and there's no excuse for that, quoted in Bowman and Gamerman, 2001. A story in the Denver Post stated that since the warlords took over Jalalabad, many homes are being raided by mysterious gunmen who grab every penny and every scrap of food. At least under the Taliban there was no robbery, an Afghan told the Post's reporter. People were feeling hopeful when the US bombed, another commented. But it's gotten even worse. If Bush wants to remove terrorists, why does he not remove them from this place? Quoted in Cybert, 2001. Aside from the intentional exacerbation of the humanitarian crisis, a range of criminal actions, either direct or indirect, can be imputed to Allied, notably U.S., forces in the Afghanistan campaign. State terrorism. The U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation defines terrorism as the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government, the civilian population, or any segment thereof, in furtherance of political or social objectives, cited in Cryan, 2001. In this light, what is one to make of the following report, issued prior to the fall of Kandahar to Northern Alliance forces? Around-the-clock bombing raids designed to shatter the nerves and morale of the people of Kandahar have produced a kind of mass nervous breakdown, according to refugees fleeing the besieged Taliban stronghold. It was like being inside a nightmare, said a man who arrived at the Pakistan border yesterday. Everyone was crying. There were dead people everywhere. Most terrifying of all, have been the daisy cutter bombs, which produce colossal, bone-shaking explosions and level everything around with a lethal hail of explosive shrapnel. The refugees said they had no idea how many people have been killed in the raids, except that the number was extremely high. The relentless bombing raids have had a devastating psychological effect. Many refugees said people in Kandahar were reduced to a state of panic, frantically trying to find a place where they would be safe, or fleeing to the Pakistan border. Cheney, 2001, emphases added. Mark Harold's accounting of civilian victims of the assault on Afghanistan, see below, also notes that the bombing campaign contributed to wholesale panic amongst residents of villages and cities, leading to floods of refugees seeking to escape, up to 80% of the population of Kabul and Kandahar, for example, Harold, 2001. It is hard not to agree with Mahajan, who calls the protracted bombing of Afghanistan one of the most shameful spectacles in modern history, as the richest and most powerful nation on earth pounded one of the poorest, most desolate nations on earth for months while proclaiming its virtue to the world. Mahajan, 2002, 98. Large-scale killing of civilians. There is little doubt, at the time of writing, that more, perhaps many more, civilians have been directly killed in the War on Terror than died in the World Trade Center and Pentagon attacks combined. The most substantial single exploration of the issue is the dossier on civilian victims of United States aerial bombing of Afghanistan prepared by Professor Mark Harold of the Whitmore School of Business and Economics at the University of New Hampshire. Harold at first documented a total of 3,767 civilians' deaths in the first 2.5 months of the U.S. air campaign against Afghanistan, later revising his total slightly downwards, to 3,000 to 3,600, Mahajan, 2002, 48. The toll could be ascribed, according to Harold, to the apparent willingness of U.S. military strategists to fire missiles into, and drop bombs upon, heavily populated areas of Afghanistan. The critical element remains the very low value put upon Afghan civilian lives by US military planners and the political elite. In Harold's view, there is no difference between the attacks upon the WTC, whose primary goal was the destruction of a symbol, and the US-UK Revenge Coalition bombing of military targets located in populated urban areas. Both are criminal. Slaughter is slaughter, Harold, 2001.6. Attempts to establish accurately the scale of civilian deaths in the campaign have been hampered by the deliberate obstruction of the US government, which decided, in October 2001, to spend millions of dollars to prevent Western media from seeing highly accurate civilian satellite pictures of the effects of bombing in Afghanistan. The decision was taken after reports of heavy civilian casualties from the overnight bombing of training camps near Daranta, northwest of Jalalabad, Campbell, 2001. Attacks on civilian infrastructure. In November 2001, the UK Independent reported UN warnings of a disaster of tremendous proportions following the US bombing, in 7 separate raids, of a hydroelectric plant near the Kajakai Dam in South Afghanistan. UN officials say that the loss of electricity will increase the suffering of civilians in southern Afghanistan, which has already suffered massive damage from American air raids. They fear that further air raids risk destroying the dam itself, with catastrophic consequences for the region. According to a UN report, if the dam collapses, the whole Helmand Valley would be flooded, risking the life of tens of thousands of people in addition to destroying the lands benefiting around 500,000 people, and feeding around 1 million people. Perry 2001. Fortunately for the civilian population, the dam was never breached, but unless total incompetence reigned, the repeated attacks close to the barrier were carried out in the knowledge that they could, and perhaps in the expectation that they would, lead to a humanitarian disaster, which in a domestic setting would qualify as criminal negligence, if not attempted murder, and that the obliteration of electrical power for an entire region would cause large-scale civilian suffering. It is worth remembering that the Nazi stooge Arthur Seyss-Inquart was tried and executed after World War II for atrocities that included breaching dikes in the Netherlands. Other examples of attacks on civilian infrastructure are cited by Harold in his accounting of civilian deaths in Afghanistan. Certain U.S. bombing target hits are impossible to explain in terms other than the U.S. seeking to inflict maximum pain upon Afghan society and perceived enemies. These include the Kabul telephone exchange, the Al Jazeera Kabul office, trucks and buses filled with fleeing refugees, and the numerous attacks upon civilian trucks carrying fuel oil. Indeed, the bombing of Afghan civilian infrastructure parallels that of the Afghan civilian. Harold, 2001. Mistreatment of prisoners of war. Reports of abuses against prisoners of war, including mass killings, discussed further below, circulated in the final days of the war and continued to emerge in 2002. In late December 2001, The Guardian reported that Afghanistan's new authorities are brutalizing Taliban and Al-Qaeda prisoners to soften them up before handing them to American forces. Guards admitted that they routinely tortured inmates during interrogations to extract information, which was given to American officials trying to identify suspects to be prosecuted in the US. Carroll, 2001. Almost exactly a year later, evidence surfaced that prisoners held at the Bagram Air Base for transfer to detention facilities at the U.S. Naval Base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, were being exposed to CIA stress and duress techniques similar to the techniques inflicted upon Irish detainees and prisoners in the UK during the torture controversy of the 1970s. See Conroy, 2001. In a letter to President Bush, Kenneth Roth, Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, described prisoners kept standing or kneeling for hours, held in awkward, painful positions and deprived of sleep, methods that in the view of Roth's organization would place the United States in violation of some of the most fundamental prohibitions of international human rights law. The U.S. was also accused of turning prisoners over to the intelligence services of countries notorious for their routine use of torture, another violation of international law, this time complicit in torture committed by other governments, according to Roth. C. Cooperman, 2002. At the Afghan jail of Shabargan, meanwhile, the US was accused of openly flouting the Geneva Conventions by washing its hands of responsibility for conditions at the jail, which the US originally helped to operate and then turned over to one of its favorite warlords, General Abdul Rashid Dostum. The US was now expressing hopes that humanitarian groups and charities will step in and improve the conditions at the jail, where 3,300 prisoners are squeezed together in grossly overcrowded, unsanitary cells, and where many have already died from disease. Leonard Rubinstein, a representative of a Physicians for Human Rights, PHR, delegation that toured the prison, stated, "The information is that the Pentagon is doing nothing for the conditions at the prison. That is a decision that has been taken at four-star general level." Under the Geneva Convention, the PHR claimed, the US was still responsible for the appalling conditions. This obligation exists irrespective of whether the US physically captured the prisoners, whether it currently has custody of them, or whether the detained individuals are considered prisoners of war of the US. Another member of the delegation, Dr. Jennifer Leaning, said, "We are dealing with a quiet atrocity. These men are ordinary Taliban soldiers. The US has led, controlled, and organized this war. It understands the situation and is responsible," quoted in Buncombe, 2002.7. Srebrenica in Afghanistan? Only subsequently, however, did it become clear that those who survived to endure the horrors of Shabargan were the lucky ones, at least temporarily. There is now little doubt that massive atrocities occurred against prisoners who were supposedly being transferred to the prison. A combination of murder through asphyxiation and extrajudicial execution seems to have resulted in a slaughter of defenseless detainees that, if it did not match the 7,000 Bosnian men and boys exterminated at Srebrenica in July 1995, was of a similar order of magnitude. According to Jamie Doran, producer of a shocking documentary titled Massacre at Mazar, thousands of Taliban prisoners, young men who had expected the protection of the Geneva Conventions after surrendering to US and US-backed forces, had instead died horribly, either from suffocation in container trucks or by summary execution. Thousands more were missing after the surrender of the fortress of Kunduz. Over 5,000 are missing. A few may have escaped, others may have bought their freedom, while more may have been sold to the security agencies of their countries, to return to a terrible fate. But according to a number of eyewitnesses found during a 6-month investigation, most lie in the sand at Dasht Lila, a site only 10 minutes drive from Shabargan's gates. Doran, 2002. Doran goes further still, claiming that US soldiers were present when the death containers were opened, and ordered the destruction of the ghastly evidence. When the containers were finally opened, a mess of urine, blood, faces, vomit and rotting flesh was all that remained. As the containers were lined up outside the prison, a soldier accompanying the convoy was present when the prison commanders received orders to dispose of the evidence quickly. Most of the containers had bullet holes. In each container maybe 150 to 160 had been killed. Some were still breathing, but most were dead. The Americans told the Shabargan people to get them outside the city before they were filmed by satellite. Doran, 2002, emphasis added. As Doran notes, this accusation about US involvement will be crucial to any inquiry. International and national, civil and military law relies on establishing the chain of command under which crimes took place. It is a matter of determining who was running the show at Shabargan. Doran, 2002, emphasis added. There is strong prima facie evidence that the US was in fact running the show, at least in the sense that Israeli forces were directing events when they ushered their Christian Falangist allies into the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in 1982, with consequences that are both widely known and still emerging. See Fisk, 2001. Newsweek's detailed investigation of the death convoy of Afghanistan stated straightforwardly that American forces were working intimately with allies who committed what could well qualify as war crimes. Deganpisha et al., 2002. Witness testimony has also alleged that 600 Taliban POWs who survived the container's shipment to the Shabargan prison, were taken to a spot in the desert and executed in the presence of about 30 to 40 U.S. Special Forces soldiers. Kirschbaum, 2002, emphasis added, while others involved themselves enthusiastically and directly in the dirty work of prisoner torture and disposal of corpses. Even for those who survived the journey to Shabargan prison, their fate at the hands of American soldiers was hardly more merciful than death in the desert, according to eyewitnesses. One soldier recounted an incident when a U.S. soldier murdered a Taliban prisoner in order to frighten the others into talking. When I was a soldier at Shabargan, I saw an American soldier breaking a prisoner's neck. Another time, they poured acid or something on them. The Americans did whatever they wanted, we had no power to stop them. Everything was under the control of the American commander. A general in the Northern Alliance, also stationed at Shabargan at the time, claimed, "I was a witness. I saw them U.S. soldiers stab their legs, cut their tongues, cut their hair and cut their beards. Sometimes it looked as if they were doing it for pleasure. They would take a prisoner outside, beat him up and return him to the jail. But sometimes they were never returned and they disappeared, the prisoner disappeared." Doran, 2002, emphasis added. An integral part of any investigation into these mass killings and other atrocities ought to be the contemporaneous statements of U.S. officials, notably Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who in the waning days of the war appeared to be cheerleading for the slaughter of prisoners. Rumsfeld originally announced that the U.S. was not inclined to negotiate surrenders, later clarifying his statement by claiming that while Afghan Taliban should be allowed out of the net that was closing around Kunduz, no such treatment could be accorded to foreign fighters. "My hope is that they will either be killed or taken prisoner," quoted in Mahajan, 2002, 51. In the end, Rumsfeld had the best of both worlds. Thousands of men were first taken prisoner and then killed. Something similar appears to have held for the hundreds killed in the alleged uprising at Kala-i-Jangi Fort near Mazar-i-Sharif. Some reports indicated that hundreds of the dead had their hands tied behind their backs, while indiscriminate aerial bombing claimed many more lives. Mahajan, 2002, 52. Operation Endless Deployment. For the Bush administration, the terrorist attacks on American soil were a godsend. They bolstered the president's legitimacy in the wake of the chaotic 2000 elections, pushed his approval ratings to unheard-of levels, fueled Republican success in the 2002 congressional elections, masked the usual massive tax cuts for the rich, and spurred $600 billion in added military spending. Read, subsidies for high-tech and security-related industries. Over the next 10 years, the U.S. increase in military spending in 2002 was greater than the total military spending of any other state. In global perspective, the September 11 attacks permitted the most ambitious expansion of U.S. imperial power since at least the early 1980s, and perhaps since the 1950s. 8 Hartung et al. Refer to it as Operation Endless Deployment. Since September 2001, U.S. forces have built, upgraded, or expanded military facilities in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Turkey, Bulgaria, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, authorized extended training missions or open-ended troop deployments in Djibouti, the Philippines, and the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, negotiated access to airfields in Kazakhstan, and engaged in major military exercises, involving thousands of U.S. personnel in Jordan, Kuwait, and India. These forward bases, many of which have been arranged through secretive, ad hoc arrangements, currently house an estimated 60,000 personnel as of October 2002. Funds for training and military aid, which are often used to grease the wheels of U.S. access to overseas military facilities, have been increased substantially since the start of the administration's war on terrorism. The budget request for training foreign military personnel is up by 27% in the fiscal year 2003 budget, while funding for the government's largest military aid program, foreign military financing, is slated to top $4 billion. The bulk of this additional funding is going to countries like Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and India and Colombia, which had previously been under restrictions on what they could receive from the United States because of records of systematic human rights abuses, anti-democratic practices, or development of nuclear weapons. Now these same nations are viewed as indispensable allies in the administration's war on terrorism. In a mid-August 2002 briefing, Gen. Tommy Franks, the head of the Central Command, suggested that the length of the U.S. military presence in Afghanistan could end up rivaling the 50-year U.S. presence in South Korea. And if the Bush administration is not dissuaded from moving full speed ahead with its plans to invade Iraq, several independent military experts have suggested that an occupying force of 75,000 to 100,000 troops may be needed to stabilize that country, giving rise to the need for additional formal or informal bases to house U.S. troops. Hartung et al., 2002. Who, a decade ago, would have imagined U.S. and Allied troops on the territory of the republics of former Soviet Central Asia? What other pretext than the war on terror could have been found to extend weaponry and training to countries as diverse as the Philippines, Georgia, Yemen, Indonesia, and Colombia? In fact, just about any country that asks for such aid or can be pressured into accepting it. It seems every week brings news of a fresh element in the equation. In December 2002, the United States announced a beefed-up alliance with Algeria, consistently one of the world's leading purveyors of domestic terrorism over the last 2 decades, 100 to 150,000 killed in its civil war, very likely 2/3 of them by the state. Washington has much to learn from Algeria on ways to fight terrorism, William Burns, the Assistant Secretary of State for Near East Affairs, announced sagely. Thus, we are putting the finishing touches to an agreement to sell Algeria military equipment to fight terrorism. These steps aim at intensifying the security cooperation between the two countries. The aid will go primarily to an army which one prominent defector charges with killing indiscriminately and exterminating anyone who supports the Islamists, not just terrorists, Tremlett, 2002. Once again, then, a Western power has become a supporter of state terrorism in Algeria, reminding us of an earlier generation of battles against rebels and terrorists, detailed in this volume by Raphael Branch. 9 And another country receives a blank check for any future repression, so long as it can be justified by the fight against terror, and what cannot be. Although it is secondary to this volume's focus, the domestic implications of the post-September 11 period are central to the overall U.S. project of domination. In the wake of the collapse of the Soviet bogey, what but a devastating terrorist attack could have allowed a demented Caesarism to take hold in the American Republic, such as one would once have found among the Soviets, or as one finds today in places like Zimbabwe, North Korea, Cuba, and Iraq? Miller, 2002. 10 What could have permitted truly astonishing assertions of presidential authority like President Bush's claim of a right to hold any American citizen whom he designates as an enemy combatant in military prison indefinitely, without trial and without the right to speak with a lawyer? Lewis, 2002. What could have justified the creation and introduction, with no public notice or debate, of the world's largest computer system and database, one with the ability to track every credit card purchase, travel reservation, medical treatment, and common transaction by every citizen in the United States? This last reference is to the Total Information Awareness System, which Professor of Constitutional Law Jonathan Turley describes as the realization of the dream of every petty despot in history, the ability to track citizens in real time and to reconstruct their associations and interests. The system is to be run by an Information Awareness Office, a masterpiece of Newspeak, who could be against greater awareness of information, asks Turley, headed by none other than John Poindexter, a key figure in the 1980s conspiracy to ship arms to Iran, a designated terrorist state. Poindexter is the perfect Orwellian figure for the perfect Orwellian project. As a man convicted of falsifying and destroying information about the Iran-Contra conspiracy, he now will be put in charge of gathering information on every citizen. Turley, 2002. Poindexter joined an almost surreal procession of disreputable figures from the Reagan era: Elliott Abrams, John Negroponte, Otto Reich, revived for a new era whose imperial swagger and contempt for the rule of law was doubtless familiar to them. Welch, 2002, point 11. Targeting Iraq and Cuba. The September 11 attacks were followed by a tightening of the regime of economic sanctions against Iraq, which, as Dennis Halliday argues in this volume, have probably been genocidal in their character and in their impact on the Iraqi population. The Conservative Economist reported in January 2002 that America's prickly mood has already led to a surge in the number of holds put on contracts under the UN's Oil for Food program. Some $5 billion in orders, all but a fraction of them intended for humanitarian purposes, now languish undelivered due to American fears that they may serve some military purpose. Meantime, oil prices have fallen 30% since September, and the stringent new mechanism the UN now imposes, whereby prices for Iraqi oil are set retroactively every 15 days, is frightening off customers. The Iraqis' meager income, already less than a quarter of pre-Gulf War levels, looks set to shrink even further. The Economist 2002a, emphasis added. The San Francisco Chronicle notes that U.N. sources who would not speak for attribution complain that the United States has stood by the strict sanctions in the hope that the Iraqi people will one day rise up against Hussein for causing their suffering. Did Mars, 2002. Article 54 of the 1949 Geneva Convention states that starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is prohibited. As work on this chapter was completed, Washington appeared poised to invade Iraq regardless of the outcome of investigations by the UN inspectors ushered back into Iraq in November 2002. It was even possible that the war, or a subsequent campaign against North Korea, could feature the first use of nuclear weapons since 1945. A report by Michael Gordon of the New York Times described the Pentagon's new blueprint on nuclear forces as citing the need for new nuclear arms that could have a lower yield and produce less nuclear fallout. The targets might be situated in Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, or North Korea. Critics fear that by calling for the development of more effective nuclear weapons, the Pentagon is making the unthinkable thinkable, blurring the distinction between nuclear weapons and conventional arms. Gordon, 2002, point 12. It can at least be said that if nuclear weapons are used in the war on terror, there will be no shortage of pundits in the United States willing to praise the decision. In a hair-raising compendium of media commentary after the September 11 attacks, Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, cited statements like the following. The response to this unimaginable 21st century Pearl Harbor should be as simple as it is swift: kill the bastards. A gunshot between the eyes, blow them to smithereens, poison them if you have to. As for cities or countries that host these worms, bomb them into basketball courts. Steve Dunleavy of the New York Post. If we flatten part of Damascus or Tehran or whatever it takes, that is part of the solution. Rich Lowry, editor of the National Review. Time to take names and nuke Afghanistan. Caption to Gary Brookin's cartoon in the Richmond Times-Dispatch. At a bare minimum, tactical nuclear capabilities should be used against the bin Laden camps in the desert of Afghanistan. To do less would be rightly seen by the poisoned minds that orchestrated these attacks as cowardice on the part of the United States and the current administration. Thomas Woodrow, formerly of the Defense Intelligence Agency. This is no time to be precious about locating the exact individuals directly involved in this particular terrorist attack. We should invade their countries, kill their leaders and convert them to Christianity. We weren't punctilious about locating and punishing only Hitler and his top officers. We carpet-bombed German cities, we killed civilians. That's war. And Coulter, syndicated columnist, see Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting 2002. Other countries were in the gun sights, including most obviously Iraq, as well as North Korea, Iran, and another longtime U.S. irritant, Fidel Castro's Cuba. In a blinding flash of hypocrisy, Cuba was added to the U.S. list of states supporting terrorism, after decades in which Cuba was on the receiving end of probably the most sustained international terrorist campaign of the 20th century, at U.S. hands. In a March 2002 speech, President Castro stated, "The government of the United States should ask Cuba for forgiveness for the thousands of acts of aggression, sabotage, and terrorism committed against our country for 43 years. The U.S. government will never have the moral authority to combat terrorism while it continues to use such practices against nations like Cuba, when thousands of Cubans have died as victims of terrorism from the U.S. and not one U.S. citizen has suffered the least scratch nor has one screw even been affected by any action of such a nature by Cuba." The ban on shipments of food and medicine under the economic embargo constituted, Castro argued, acts of genocide against the Cuban people. The U.S., he added, should renounce its policy of world domination, stop intervening in other countries, respect the United Nations authority and comply with international treaties it signed. The Associated Press dispatch from which these quotations are drawn was headlined, "Castro Uses Anti-US Rhetoric, Cawthorne, 2002. Oozes like a slug, perhaps." A more apt title would have been, "Castro Makes Some Telling Points." While the propaganda campaign against Cuba swelled, a more practical campaign of many years' standing was further expanded. It aimed to secure the release from prison and/or the pardon of a host of militant Cuban exiles convicted of terrorist offenses. As detailed in Cuba Confidential by Anne-Louise Bardake, 2002, George W., his brother Jeb, and George Bush Sr. have all played roles in releasing notorious terrorist individuals. For example, at the request of Jeb, Mr. Bush Sr. intervened to release the convicted Cuban terrorist Orlando Bosch from prison and then granted him U.S. residency. According to the Justice Department in George Bush Sr.'s administration, Bosch had participated in more than 30 terrorist acts. He was convicted of firing a rocket into a Polish ship which was on passage to Cuba. He was also implicated in the 1976 blowing up of a Cubana plane flying to Havana from Venezuela in which all 73 civilians on board were killed. George W., for his part, supplemented his sweep of terrorist suspects by approving the freeing from jail of other convicted terrorists, Campbell, 2001. They were released into a South Florida society that surely counts as one of the world's leading terrorist states within a state. "There is no war on terrorism," John Pilger wrote contemptuously. "If there was, the Royal Marines and the SAS would be storming the beaches of Florida, where more CIA-funded terrorists, ex-Latin American dictators and torturers, are given refuge than anywhere on earth." Pilger, N.D. Conclusion. This chapter has argued that the U.S. campaign against Afghanistan, far from being motivated by a desire to fight terror, was conducted for the principal purpose of expanding U.S. geostrategic and economic power. Despite claims that the interests of Afghan civilians were paramount, they were killed directly and indirectly in their thousands or tens of thousands. Post-war Afghanistan has been left shattered and fragmented, with no indication that the U.S. and its allies are interested in bringing meaningful security to the mass of the population. The campaign will likely serve as a rough guide to its successors. As the gun sights turn to Iraq, for example, there is no hint that negotiations will be preferred to war, or that multilateral mechanisms will exercise effective constraints on U.S. and British policy, or that the consequences for the Iraqi population will be any less devastating than for their Afghan counterparts. Afterward, censored on genocide. On purely moral grounds, the scale of the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and the possible destructive impact of the Allied bombing campaign on attempts to ameliorate it, should have been the leading story in the news media, and the primary policy consideration for Allied governments. No one not clinically deranged would have expected this to be the case, however. Indeed, the humanitarian equation was shunted to the realm of public relations operations, such as the ostensible dropping of food packets in Northern Alliance-controlled areas as a storm of bombs rained down on Taliban positions and civilian areas. Coverage of the humanitarian crisis was minimal in the U.S. press, though far more extensive in British media. And critics who raised the idea that conditions were grave and the bombing a serious impediment to aid efforts were prone to be ridiculed or silenced outright, as I discovered in October 2001, when I sought on 3 separate occasions to post messages about the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan to the genocide academic mailing list. In the first post, October 12, 2001, I cited testimony from humanitarian organizations and United Nations staffers to the effect that the bombing campaign against Afghanistan was the major obstacle to the delivery of desperately needed food aid to the Afghan civilian population. I asked if coalition leaders are aware of the present situation, as most of the major humanitarian agencies and international media appear to be, and choose to continue the bombing in coming weeks. Could any resulting large-scale mortality legitimately be termed genocidal? 13. I did not myself offer an answer to the question, but no matter, all 3 posts were rejected by the genocide editorial board. As the list editor stated in response to the second attempted post, October 22, the overwhelming opinion of the board was that we were not going to publish a message that escalated the human tragedy that is developing to the status of genocide. This was seen as a rather large error, despite the mandate of the mailing list to make every effort to encourage a free exchange of ideas, and the fact that the state's role in committing genocide through famine has been a regular theme of the recent genocide literature, in the context of Stalin's USSR, Mao's China, and Mengistu's Ethiopia. See, Example Conquest, 1986, Dolat, 1985. There seems to me a fundamental question to be asked here, I wrote in the third and last of the rejected posts. Is it up to the list editors to decide what can legitimately be considered a genocide and which interpretations are erroneous, and to accept or reject posts on this basis? Is not the appropriate place to discuss and debate this issue the list itself? Apparently not. In my third post, I explicitly requested that the genocide board provide me with their reasons for rejecting the posts. Excerpts from correspondence from the board members to the list editor were subsequently forwarded to me. In them, board members referred to me as a loose cannon whose writings were libelous and disgraceful and evoked anger and revulsion, and as someone who taught at a hotbed of anti-American and anti-Western thought, a patently absurd description of my current institution, CIDE, in Mexico City. One board member accused me of terrorist apologism of the type that is unfortunately becoming popular among the enemies of this great country, i.e. the United States, where 8 out of 9 members of the editorial board were based. Another claimed that I was simply sophomoric or intentionally manipulative. The extraordinary venom and ad hominem character of these responses, I wrote at the time, testified to the politically inspired censorship of alternative views and the chill that has descended over political discussion and debate in the United States, and elsewhere, since the atrocities of September 11. In my case, the chill only deepened. In February 2002, I was banned from posting to the genocide list, an editorial board decision that was formalized, and made permanent, in September of the same year. Subsequently, even my right to receive postings by other list members was withdrawn. In the introduction to this book, I suggested that the genocide studies community has generally been more willing than others in the social sciences to acknowledge, or at least explore, the Western role in genocide and crimes against humanity. The actions of the genocide editorial board, however, to the limited but not insignificant extent that they can be considered representative of the genocide studies community as a whole, suggest that constraints remain, and may in fact have increased in the wake of September 11. The community may still be less prone than others to substitute unthinking patriotism or outright jingoism for reasoned analysis. But it is hardly immune to the temptation. 22. Letter to America. Bryden Buck. Dear Jack. This is an extraordinarily difficult letter to write, and it may even be a perilous exercise. Dangerous because your present administration and its specialized agencies by all accounts know no restraint in hitting out at any perceived enemy of America, and nobody or nothing can protect one from their vindictiveness. Not even American courts are any longer a bulwark against arbitrary exactions. Take the people being kept in that concentration camp in Guantanamo, they are literally extraterritorial, by force made anonymous and stateless so that no law, domestic or international, is habilitated to protect them. It may be an extreme example brought about by abnormal circumstances, but the criteria of human rights kick in, surely, precisely when the conditions are extreme and the situation is abnormal. The predominant yardstick of your government is not human rights but national interests. Your president keeps repeating the mantra. In what way is this order of priorities any different from those of the defunct Soviet Union or other totalitarian regimes? The war against terror is an all-purpose fig leaf for violating or ignoring local laws and international agreements and treaties. So, talking to America is like dealing with a very aggressive beast. One must do so softly, not make any brusque moves or run off at the mouth if you wish to survive. In dancing with the enemy one follows his steps even if counting under one's breath. But do be careful not to dance too close to containers intended for transporting war prisoners in Afghanistan. One risks finding one's face blackened by a premature death. Why is it difficult? Because the United States is a complex entity despite the gung-ho slogans and simplistic posturing in moments of national hysteria. Your political system is resilient and well tested, it has always harbored counterforces, it allows quite effectively for alternation, for a swingback of the pendulum whenever policies have strayed too far from middle-class interests, with the result that you have a large middle ground of acceptable political practices. Why, through the role of elected representatives, the people who vote even have a rudimentary democratic control over public affairs. Except maybe in Florida. Better still, your history has shown how powerful a moral catharsis expressed through popular resistance to injustice can sometimes be. I have in mind the grassroots opposition to the Vietnam War. And all along there was no dearth of strong voices speaking firm convictions and enunciating sure ethical standards. Where are they now? What happened to the influential intellectuals and the trustworthy journalists explaining the ineluctable consequences of your present policies? Where are the clergy calling for humility and some compassion for the rest of the world? Are there no ordinary folk pointing out that the president and his cronies are naked, cynical, morally reprehensible, and very, very dangerous not only for the world but also for American interests, and by now probably out of control? Are these voices stifled? Has the public arena of freely debated expressions of concern been sapped of all influence? Are people indifferent to the havoc wreaked all over the world by America's diktat policies, destroying the underpinnings of decent international coexistence? Or are they perhaps secretly and shamefully gleeful, as closet supporters of this showdown at OK Corral approach? They, and you and I, are most likely hunkered down, waiting for the storm of imbecility to pass. How deadened we have become. In reality the workings of your governing system are opaque and covered, while hiding in the chattering spotlight of an ostensible transparency, even though the ultimate objective is clear. Who really makes the policy decisions? Sure, the respective functions are well identified, the elected representatives bluster and raise money, the lobbyists buy and sell favors, the media spin and purr patriotically, the intellectuals wring their soft hands, the minorities duck and dive and hang out flags. But who and what are the forces shaping America's role in the world? The goal, I submit, is obvious: subjugating the world, which is barbarian, dangerous, envious and ungrateful, to U.S. power for the sake of America's interests. That is, to the benefit of America's rich. It's as simple as that. Oh, there was a moment of high camp when it was suggested that the aim was to make the world safe for democracy. That particular fig leaf went up in cigar smoke and now all the other excuses are just so much bullshit, even the charlatan pretense of being a nation under siege. This last one, I further submit, was a sustained Orson Wellesian campaign to stampede the nation in order to better facilitate what was in effect a right-wing coup carried out by cracker fundamentalists, desk warriors proposing to terminate the states that they don't like, warmed-up Dr. Strangeloves and oil-greedy conservative capitalists. I do not want to equate your glorious nation with the deplorable image of a president who, at best, appears to be a barroom braggart smirking and winking to his mates as he holds forth his hand-me-down platitudes and insights and naive solutions. Because I know you have many faces and I realize how rich you are in diversity. Would I be writing this way if I had in mind a Black or Hispanic or Asian American, members of those vastly silent components of your society? It would be a tragic mistake for us out here to imagine that Bush represents the hearts and the minds of the majority of your countrymen. Many of your Black and other compatriots must be just as anguished as we are. Still, Jack, certain things need to be said and repeated. I realize it is difficult for you to know what's happening in the world, since your entertainment media have by now totally blurred the distinctions between information and propaganda, and banal psychological and commercial manipulation must be the least effective way of disseminating understanding. You need to know that your country has made the world a much more dangerous place for the rest of us. International treaties to limit the destruction of our shared natural environment, to stop the manufacture of maiming personnel mines, to outlaw torture, to bring war criminals to international justice, to do something about the murderous and growing gulf between rich and poor, to guarantee natural food for the humble of the earth, to allow for local economic solutions to specific conditions of injustice, for that matter to permit local products to have access to American markets, to mobilize the world against hunger, have all been gutted by the USA. Your government is blackmailing every single miserable and corrupt mother's son in power in the world to do things your way. It has forced itself on the rest of us in its support and abetment of corrupt and tyrannical regimes. It has lost all ethical credibility in its one-sided and unequivocal support of the Israeli government campaign that must ultimately lead to the ethnocide of the Palestinians. And in this it has promoted, sponsored, the bringing about of a deleterious international climate, since state terrorism can now be carried out with arrogance, disdain, and impunity. As far as the Arab nations are concerned, America, giving unquestioned legitimacy to despotic regimes, refusing any recognition of homegrown alternative democratic forces, favored the emergence of a bearded opposition who in time must become radicalized and fanaticized to the point where they can be exterminated as vermin. And the oil fields will be safe. I'm too harsh. I'm cutting corners. I'm pontificating. But my friend, if you were to look around the world you would see that America is largely perceived as a rogue state. Can there be a turn back? Have things gone too far, beyond a point of possible return? Can it be that some of the core and founding assumptions, it is said, of your culture are ultimately dangerous to the survival of the world? I'm referring to your propensity for patriotism. To me it's an attitude, not a value, to the fervent belief in a capitalist free market system with the concomitant conviction that progress is infinite, that one can eternally remake and invent the self, that it is more important to be self-made than to collectively husband the planet's diminishing resources, that the instant gratification of the desire for goods is the substance of the right to happiness, that the world and life and all its manifestations can be apprehended and described in terms of good and evil, finally that you can flare for a while in samsara, the world of illusions, and desperately make it last with artificial means and Californian hocus pocus before taking all your prostheses to heaven. If this is so, what then? With whom? You see, the most detestable effect is that so many of us have to drink this poison, to look at you as a threat, to live with the knowledge of cultural and economic and military danger in our veins, and to be obliged to either submit or resist. I don't want to pass the buck. Don't imagine it is necessarily any better elsewhere. We, in this elsewhere, have to look for our own solutions. Europe is pusillanimous, carefully though hypocritically hostile and closed to foreigners, particularly those from the south. The EU is by now little more than a convenience for its citizens and politically and culturally much less than the contents of any of its constituent parts. And Africa? As a part-time South African, the other parts are French and Spanish and Senegalese and New Yorker. I've always wondered whether Thabo Mbeki would be America's thin globalizing wedge. At the time of Clinton and Gore it certainly seemed so, or whether he was ultimately going to be the leader who can strategically lead Africa against America. But the question is hypothetical. Thabo Mbeki is no alternative to the world economic system squeezing the poor for the sustainable enrichment of the rich, as in countries like Indonesia and your own. See the role of the oil companies. He too has opted for crony capitalism. Africa's leading establishments are rotten to the core. Mbeki is no different. His elocution is more suave and his prancing more Western, that's all. What do we do, then? As we move into the chronicle of a war foretold, against Iraq, it is going to be difficult to stay cool. Certainly, we must continue fighting globalization as it exists now, reject the article of faith that postulates a limitless and lawless progress and expansion of greed, subvert the acceptance of might is right, spike the murderous folly of one God. And do so cautiously and patiently, counting our steps. It is going to be a long dance. Let us find and respect one another. Your friend. Bryden Buck. Note. Originally published in The Nation, September 23, 2002. About the contributors. Mohammad Duri Abdullahi is a linguist specializing in the languages, cultures, and history of the Horn of Africa. He holds a PhD in linguistics from Université de Montréal. He has been variously a teacher of French, a translator, and a press and radio journalist in Somalia. He is currently an independent researcher. He is the author of Parlin Somali, El Harmatan, 1996, The Culture and Customs of Somalia, Greenwood Press, 2001, and Fiasco in Somalia, the U.S., UN Intervention, Africa Institute of South Africa, 1995. Email, mdiria@hotmail.com. Mario I. Aguilar is Dean of the Faculty of Divinity at the University of St. Andrews, Scotland, and author of several books, including The Rwanda Genocide, Amisi Agaba Publications, 1998. Email, mia2@stand.ac.uk. Raphael Branch teaches contemporary history at the University of Rennes. She is also an associate researcher at the Contemporary History Institute, CNRS, where she jointly conducts a seminar on repression, administration, and supervision in the colonial world in the 20th century. She has published La Torture et l'Armée pendant la guerre d'Algérie, 1954-1962, Gallimard, 2001. Email, raphael@club-internet.fr. Bryden Buck is one of the leading figures in modern South African arts. He was jailed by the apartheid regime on terrorism charges in 1975, and moved to Paris upon his release in 1982. His prison memoir, The True Confessions of an Albino Terrorist, appeared the following year. His paintings have been exhibited in many countries since the early 1960s. Among his many prizes and awards are the Alan Paton Award for Literature, South Africa, and the Prix d'Ivoire pour la Peinture, France. He is a faculty member of the Graduate School of Creative Writing at New York University, and from 2000 to 2003 was visiting professor in the Graduate School of Humanities at the University of Cape Town. Ward Churchill, Kituwa Band Cherokee, is Professor of American Indian Studies and Chair of the Department of Ethnic Studies at the University of Colorado/Boulder. Among his more than 20 books are A Little Matter of Genocide, Holocaust and Denial in the Americas, 1492 to the Present, 1997, Struggle for the Land, Native North American Resistance to Genocide, Ecocide, and Colonization, 1999, and Acts of Rebellion, The Ward Churchill Reader, 2003. Email, Ward. Churchill@colorado.edu. Ramsey Clark was Attorney General of the United States from 1967 to 1969, when he gained renown for his commitment to civil liberties and civil rights. He was also the first Attorney General to support abolition of the death penalty. He subsequently taught law and became prominent in the movement against the Vietnam War. He convened the Commission of Inquiry for the International War Crimes Tribunal investigating crimes against the Iraqi people during the 1990-91 Gulf War and the era of economic sanctions that followed. Jan Bart Gewald works at the African Studies Center in Leiden, the Netherlands, and has taught at the University of Leiden and the Institute for African Studies at the University of Cologne, Germany. He has studied African history and African political studies at Rhodes University, South Africa, and holds a PhD in history from the University of Leiden in the Netherlands. He has published 2 books on Herero history, Herero Heroes, A Socio-Political History of the Herero of Namibia, 1890-1923, Oxford, 1999, and We Thought We Would Be Free, Socio-Cultural Aspects of Herero History in Namibia, Cologne, 2000, has co-edited a volume on Herero society with Michael Bollig, People, Cattle, and Land, the Herero-speaking people of Southern Africa, Cologne, 2001, and, together with Jeremy Sylvester, has published an annotated new edition of the British Government Blue Book dealing with the Herero genocide in Namibia. Apart from a number of book contributions, his articles have appeared in the Journal of African History, the Journal of African Cultural Studies, African Affairs, and other publications. Email, gwuld@fsw.leidenuniversity.nl. Dennis J. Halliday worked with the United Nations for 3.5 decades, including as Assistant Secretary General for Human Resources Management and UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Iraq. He resigned in November 1998 in protest over sanctions against Iraq. He is presently Lang Visiting Professor for Social Change at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania. Syed Hassan is an Associate Professor in the Department of English and Foreign Languages at Claflin University in Orangeburg, South Carolina. He holds a master's degree in English Literature and another in History from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Hassan has completed his PhD in Modern English Poetry at Purdue University, Indiana. Email, syedkmhassan@sc.rr.com. Suhail Moayul Islam is Assistant Professor of English at the Nazareth College of Rochester, New York. Currently, his main research field is post-colonial discourse analysis, sociolinguistics, and rhetoric and technical communication, with particular reference to United States and South Asia. He has written on empire and literacy, and is currently working on socio-political themes in South Asian languages and literature. Email, smislam@naz.edu. Stephen L. Jacobs holds the Aaron Aronoff Chair of Judaic Studies at the University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa AL, where he is an Associate Professor of Religious Studies. His primary fields of interest are Holocaust and genocide studies as well as post-biblical Jewish and Christian religious thought and reinterpretation. Among his books are Contemporary Jewish and Contemporary Christian Religious Responses to the Holocaust, 1992, Raphael Lemkin's Thoughts on Nazi Genocide, 1992, Rethinking Jewish Faith, The Child of a Survivor Responds, 1994, The Holocaust Now, Contemporary Christian and Jewish Thought, 1996, and Pioneers of Genocide Studies, 2002, with Samuel Totten. He also served as Associate Editor of the Encyclopedia of Genocide, 1999, and is the Secretary-Treasurer of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. Email, sjacobs@bama.ua.edu. Adam Jones is currently Professor of International Studies at the Center for Research and Teaching in Economics, CIDE, in Mexico City. He is author of Beyond the Barricades, Nicaragua and the Struggle for the Sandinista Press, 1979-1998, Ohio University Press, 2002, and editor of Gendercide and Genocide, Vanderbilt University Press, forthcoming. His scholarly articles have appeared in Review of International Studies, Ethnic and Racial Studies, Journal of Genocide Research, Journal of Human Rights, and other publications. He is Executive Director of Gendercide Watch, www.gendercide.org, a web-based educational initiative. Personal website, adamjones.freezerware.com. Email, adamj_jones@hotmail.com. Arthur J. Klinghoffer is a professor of political science at Rutgers University. His two most recent books are The International Dimension of Genocide in Rwanda, New York University Press, 1998, and, as co-author, International Citizens Tribunals, Mobilizing Public Opinion to Advance Human Rights, Palgrave, 2002. Dr. Klinghoffer has been a senior fellow at the Nobel Institute in Oslo, and a Fulbright professor in China and Israel. Eric Langenbacher is a visiting assistant professor at the Department of Government, Georgetown University. His dissertation, defended with distinction in September 2002, is titled Memory Regimes in Contemporary Germany, and is currently being turned into a book manuscript. His next research project will look at the degree to which ethnic minorities in Germany and Europe accept dominant collective memories. Email, langenb@georgetown.edu. David Bruce MacDonald holds a PhD in International Relations from the London School of Economics and Political Science. His first book, Balkan Holocausts: Serbian and Croatian Victim-Centered Propaganda and the War in Yugoslavia, was published in 2003 by Manchester University Press. From 1999 to 2003 he was assistant visiting professor in the social sciences at the École supérieure de commerce de Paris, ESCPEAP. He is currently a lecturer in political studies at the University of Otago in Dunedin, New Zealand. Email, david.mcdonald@stonebow.otago.ac.nz. Linda R. Melbourne is one of Britain's leading investigative journalists. Since leaving the Sunday Times she has published 4 books, including, in 1995, A 50-Year History of the UN. Her book on the genocide in Rwanda, A People Betrayed, The Role of the West in Rwanda's Genocide, Z-Book/St. Martin's Palgrave, was published in 2000, and is in its 3rd printing. She is an honorary fellow of the University of Wales, Aberystwyth, in the Department of International Politics. An archive of the documents used in the research for A People Betrayed is in a special collection at the Hugh Owen Library, University of Wales, Aberystwyth. Email, linda@melbourne.co.uk. Francis Njabi Nesbitt is an assistant professor of Africana Studies at San Diego State University in San Diego, California. He teaches African American politics, Black political thought and race and public policy. He is the author of Race for Sanctions, African Americans Against Apartheid, 1946–1994, Indiana University Press, 2003. For 2003-04, Dr. Nesbitt is a visiting professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, where he is completing his 2nd book, African Intellectuals in the Belly of the Beast, Migration, Identity, and the Politics of Exile. Email, fnesbitt@mail.sdsu.edu. Peter G. Pronsos teaches political science at Langara College in Vancouver, Canada. Born in San Francisco, he has been a writer and activist in movements for democracy, peace, and social justice since the U.S. attack on Vietnam, when he moved to Canada to resist Indochina service with the Marine Corps. His dishonorable discharge holds pride of place on his office wall. He has 3 wonderful children, Rachel, Eleni, and Yerzos. Email, pprontizo@langara.bc.ca. Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905–1980, was one of France's leading 20th-century philosophers, novelists, and playwrights. He was also a vocal opponent of the French war against Algeria and the U.S. war against Indochina. Among his numerous essays is On Genocide, prepared for the Russell Tribunal on War Crimes in Vietnam, 1967. Peter Dale Scott is a former Canadian diplomat and professor of English at the University of California, Berkeley. His latest book is Drugs, Oil, and War, The United States in Afghanistan, Colombia, and Indochina, Rowman and Littlefield, 2003. In 2000, he published Minding the Darkness, the final volume of his poetic trilogy Seculum. In 2002 he received the Lannan Poetry Award. Email, pdscottweb@hotmail.com. Peter Stoet is an associate professor of political science at Concordia University in Montreal. His research and publications focus on human rights and environmental issues, and international relations theory. His recent books include Human and Global Security, An Exploration of Terms, University of Toronto Press, 2000, and, with Alan Sens, Global Politics, Origins, Currents, Directions, IDP Nelson, 2001. Email, pstoett@vax2.concordia.ca. Thomas Turner is Professor of Political Science at the National University of Rwanda. He is the author of Ethnogenes et Nationalisme en Afrique Centrale, Les Racines de Lumumba, Harmattan, 2000, and co-author, with Crawford Young, of The Rise and Decline of the Zairian State, University of Wisconsin Press, 1985. Email, tommyagain@yahoo.com. Ekobedo Verdigia is a PhD candidate in political science at the Graduate Faculty of the New School University in New York City. His dissertation examines the normative underpinnings of truth commissions and tribunals, and their contributions to larger processes of reconciliation in post-atrocity societies. Email, ven8202@mindspring.com. S. Brian Wilson, a former U.S. Air Force captain, directed a combat security unit in Vietnam in 1969. His global travels as a civilian continue to document U.S. violations of international laws committed with almost total impunity. He was nearly killed in 1987 during a peaceful protest of U.S. Central American policies, losing both legs and suffering a skull fracture and severe brain injury. His essays are available at www.brianwilson.com. He has also published a book, On Third World Legs, Charles Kerr, 1992. Wilson holds 2 honorary PhDs, an MS in Correctional Administration, and a Juris Doctor. Email, bw@brianwilson.com.